second. Okay, what about now? Yeah, should be able to hear me now, right? We're good? Okay. Sometimes it gets a little loose. Sometimes it gets a little loose. Which means that probably there were a couple things during during sort of the pre thing that you guys probably did not hear at all. There was a timer about no future hints. Nick, that was just from my FF8 playthrough, so that timer was still turned on Nightbot, so I turned it off actually. But that's what that was about. Obviously, it's a future game, so there's no potential spoilers for it. And those are really the big things. But hey, what's going on, everyone? What was I going to say? A bit of a crazy week. I wasn't feeling super crazy well last Sunday, but I also didn't really have, I really planned last Sunday to sort of like have, let me just, I had planned to sort of like do this conversation that we're going to have today, last week, but I didn't have all of it sort of written out the way that I had planned to. So that had me a bit down. I was not feeling like super great. It was more so like stomach issues than like outright sickness. Plus it was like Easter and I'm not super religious, but I figured, it's kind of, I don't know, just everything felt like, you know what, let me take a day to rest. I could have a little bit more time to potentially prepare for this stream and for this conversation that we're having today. Spoiler alert, I actually did not have as much time because work was so crazy. But we still have plenty to potentially talk about. I just took me longer. Like I literally spent pretty much all of yesterday, like building this conversation that we're going to have today. Cause I had a lot of like loose thoughts on a Google Doc for the you'll see when we get to it, when we talk about FF7 Part 3. I'm going to be less focused on hardcore story things. Like I feel like we've talked those theories to death. Stavik has a video that we're going to react to today that gets into some theory stuff. So I don't want to like spend too much time or get too deep into hardcore theories. I think you guys know generally my stance on a lot of things, and you kind of know my take on a lot of like quote unquote theory topics. Hold on, just moving something here. So that'll be the focus. Like this week we'll talk more about like the overall game design. We'll talk more about like what I want from combat, what I want from exploration, look at some of the dev interviews and see like what that kind of hints at in terms of like how they might build this game and the structure of it. And I do get into like the chapters and maybe where Wutai can come in, and maybe we'll talk like a little bit about where Zach might fit in, and like what the chapter outline of Part 3 could be. But in terms of like super crazy theories, that's not really what I want to like focus on too much today. Nick, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. I can finally super chat again, and a jolly screw Advent children. Remember to walk and bike if gas is hurting your wallet. Yeah, if only Barrett could see what's become of gas prices, then maybe he might change his ambitions for oil in On the Way to a Smile. Though like the funny thing about that is that in some ways it does make sense. Like at least they try to make as much sense of it as they can within that book of like, well, now we don't have Mako and we need some sort of way to sort of, even how do we get medical supplies to people who live across the world? It's like, oh my God. It's kind of the question that President Shinra asked Barrett in Remake. Still not happy about having like oil, but to some extent it makes sense. Give me 1 second. Again, not that I love it, but I see what they were going for at least, but I'm not a fan of it. Yeah, I live in New York, so I personally don't have a car, and thank God. I was actually, weirdly enough, in a potential situation to move to LA for a job. And then a complication happened with that role that kind of indefinitely put a pause on it, which is probably for the best, given I would have to get a car if I were to move out there. And it would probably, yeah, gas prices are insane. So I'm more than happy to just take public transportation, because that's what I currently do, living in New York. But so yeah, we have a whole lot of stuff for today. You can see today's topics down here below me. I will have eventually I will have timestamps after stream. But we're going to talk about a bunch of things. We're going to talk about my dream sort of FF7 game design. So again, focusing a little bit more on the game design and how, like, what they could do with the actual gameplay and the experience of the game, versus like too many big, you know, story things. We'll then dive into story things, I'm sure, when we watch SubTXT's latest FF7 theory vid. I think it came out probably about a month ago at this point. I did sort of miss it. Some people did flag it to me, like Nick. But I just didn't have a chance to watch it, and I was like trying to spread out the things that we have. We have time to cover before part 3 gets revealed, so I was trying to spread topics out a little bit. But I had like said multiple times, I was like, oh yeah, I'll watch that next week. I'll watch that next week. And then so I'll just have to do it all today. I'll just have to do my big spiel along with watch that today. And I know SubTXT is here. It's gonna be a while. It's gonna be a little while before we get to it. Because what I built, you'll see it's pretty long. We have a lot to talk about. So the probably the first topic might take 2 hours ish. Plus, once you guys are like dropping in stuff in chat, that'll add probably more to it. So who knows? It might take like 2 or 3 hours to get to that theory vid. But we will check it out. And then we'll play some NieR. So buckle in for a long stream. I don't even know why I have to say that as if it's like an abnormal thing, because that's just what we do. We tend to stream. I think today will probably be like a 7-8 hour stream, unless I really run out of energy and get tired. New EC chat, new Ever Crisis chapter just down. So yeah, we're gonna look at that and talk about that. With story, we know they'll go insane. How much stuff they can put into the game is the interesting part. Exactly, Elias. Yeah, I'm honestly also just a bit tired of talking too deeply on the theory stuff until we get at least some inkling of like what they're making, because it's the same stuff over and over again, and I want to get hyped on like the actual like game for once, like talk about more about the actual like video game. So, and I didn't even get to cover everything. I didn't even get to like write notes on everything I wanted to write down. I wanted to talk about mini games and all that stuff. So I'm more than open. You'll see at the end of like everything that I prepared is like a section just for you guys to throw stuff out, you know? So, you know, we'll see. All right, as you can see, my eyes are also like look like shit because I stayed up crazy late working on this and then woke up early to do some more on it. So my Twitch notification of like I'm an FF7 addict and I worked on this thing for like 20 hours, it wasn't a lie. I'll say that. So I'm tired, but I'm looking forward to this. This will be fun. Thank you for the follow, Levita Sick. And I think Jamie too also dropped the follow 7 minutes ago. Thank you so much. So with that said, let me see if I can get this shit going, as we got some FF14 music going. Should probably be more FF7. Specifically for this. Respect, got some coffee. I do indeed have some coffee, and thank you, SubTXT, for the follow. Or for the gift subs. Oh my god, 10 gift subs. Thank you so much. For the big 10 gift subs. Thank you so much for that. So yeah, and I do appreciate the subs. Definitely help with I was like later on I was thinking of like making a joke of like if you guys, after you see just how long this is, it's like, you guys know I have a Patreon too, right? Just in case you haven't heard, because this does take a decent amount of work. You know, that is a good way to sort of get reimbursed for the effort. But because the ads, even though you guys suffer through them, they're definitely I can't really control them, and they don't really pay me much. Hey, what's going on, Neva? Finally made it to one of your streams again. Yeah, thank you for dropping in. Also, thank you so much. Stop it. Is that another 10? Or am I, wait. Or is that an old one coming in? Oh shit. It's like not, the alert kind of felt messed up. Is that another 10? Oh my god, or yeah, it says you dropped 17 out of 10, so I think you dropped like another 7. But thank you so much, because my alert thing isn't saying the right thing, I feel like. But thank you so much for even more gift subs. We are at a level 4 hype train, so thank you so much. So let me see if I could pull this up. Our first big topic for today, or at least the crazy Google slides that I built, as you'll see how crazy they are in a minute. Let's change the window. It's the one. This is the one. Okay, shoot. I move stuff around. Good game design, kind of an evergreen topic. Your part 3 wishlist could just as easily be an FF17 wishlist. Sort of, to some extent. To some extent, yeah, I do think it is a little bit more specific to FF7, but as I forgot who, but somebody did mention in the sort of like early in the either in the pre-chat or at the very beginning of the stream, there a new Ever Crisis sort of like teaser or trailer dropped. And also, Stavik, I know that you dropped that comment on the big Sleep Easy conversation, so I'm glad that you enjoyed that. I know it took you a little bit of time, but hey, it took me a little bit of time to get to your video too. But let's check out this Ever Crisis thing. So they dropped this trailer. It's pretty short. It's less than a minute. For the new chapter, and they're finally getting back to OG FF7. It sort of took long enough. But we're finally getting a little bit of a hint of like what they're building out for the next part of the main story for FF7. I mean, it's what we all know. But it could potentially give like a little bit of hints of like, yes, it reaffirms in my mind to some extent that, yeah, they're going to start in the northern area at the start of part 3. And we'll talk a little bit more about why I think that when we get to it, but let's check this out. Some of this dialogue is also slightly like different from what I remember in the OG, but that's perfectly fine. Like I think they're like updating it, probably make it even more accurate. But Gast, we have Gast here. We don't really see him. He just sort of has like, we just see the back of him. But he has this question of like, do the ancients, rather the Cetra, have special powers to heal the planet? So I'm just like blanking on like whether he asked specifically about like special powers to heal the planet. I don't remember that. I know he asked questions about the ancients and what the Cetra are able to do. He asked that to Ifalna. He's trying to get more information. So and then Ifalna, there's actually like a little bit of a narrative in this trailer too, because you'll see the next part with Cloud, it sort of builds on what Ifalna says here. So Ifalna says, no, it's not that kind of power. The life force of all living things on this planet becomes its energy. Sephiroth took away that energy and is trying to use it to summon Meteor. How is the volume for you guys? Because it's like blasting through my ears right now. Maybe I just need to turn it down on my end, because it's just very crazy loud. Next time the wound won't be so small. I want to take you back to your real self. So this is Whirlwind Maze. I cannot fucking wait for Whirlwind Maze in part 3. Oh my god. A little bit of shot of the northern sort of like iced over part of the northern area where Sephiroth is in that. I can't wait to see this. I wonder how it will be, because like here, obviously, I think there's probably, you could probably see a little bit of the weapon in sort of the ice. And I know we've had some weapons already in Rebirth, so I'm very curious how they bring this to life, but this looks so fucking cool. What wound is he talking about? He's talking about Meteor hitting the planet. So even in the OG FF7, the wound that like Sephiroth talks in the Temple of the Ancients of like summoning the meteor, so it causes a wound in the planet, so he can kind of consume all the energy. And so that's what it's referring to. And yeah, thank you so much. Like, hit the like button on YouTube. That definitely helps people find the stream. If they haven't found the stream, oh my god, my Nightbot doesn't have a sub anymore. So you guys don't see the hold on, let me gift the sub to my Nightbot so that the emotes show. Gift the sub. Sorry, it's taking a second. So that's what it's talking about. But this area looks incredibly cool. And I can't wait to see if this is how it looks in Ever Crisis. I can't wait to see what it looks like in part 3. Although there are some things in part 3 that I do feel, or that I feel like in Ever Crisis, actually look somewhat better than they do in the Re-trilogy, because they're just recreating what the OG had, and they're kind of keeping a very similar like feel and vibe to it. Whereas the Re-trilogy kind of takes some liberties on some of these like locations and stuff. Do you have to be careful how much we consider Ever Crisis to be foreshadowing for part 3? We need to remember that Kangaga started played out drastically different. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, this at least gives us a sense of like what this area might look like, you know? It was very close to what was in the OG. But yeah, I mean, Ever Crisis is just remaking the OG in, you know, mobile form. So you can't take too much forward into the Re-trilogy. I'm talking more about like the vibe of places and locations and sort of the aesthetic. I'm talking a little bit more that in that way. Can the wound refer to when Genova landed on the planet as well, or am I off base? Again, I think it's specifically talking about the wound thing that they're talking about here. I think it's definitely talking about, I think it says it here in a second. Next time the wound won't be so small. So in some ways, AJ, he's kind of talking about both, because this was the old wound, right? Like this is the wound that happened 2,000 years ago when Genova landed. But it's also talking about the coming sort of like wound with like the new meteor that's heading toward the planet. So like he's saying, next time the wound be so, they're literally standing in a wound that happened on the planet. But he's also talking about the next one, which would be when meteor falls again. This is all OG FF7 stuff. It's nothing, you know, too much to sort of talk about, or something, or anything like too crazy. This is so spoilery. I hope people would who are avoiding OG avoid this event too. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Ectogamut, the number of people who are non-OG FF7 fans who are also playing Ever Crisis is probably tiny. We're talking like probably of the people who've never played OG FF7, the people who are playing Ever Crisis, probably like 1%, probably less than 1%. Like I would assume most people who are playing Ever Crisis probably have played OG FF7. It might be different in like Japan because it's a bit bigger there. But yeah, I mean, I think as a whole, this is probably mostly being played by people who are fans of the OG. Or they might just like hold off them. And that's up to you. Like, again, it's just like the side content in FF7 Rebirth. Like at a certain point, it comes to player responsibility. Like you are responsible for your own experience to some extent, you know? Like if you know that this like Ever Crisis so far ran up to Aerith's death, and then you decide to continue to play Ever Crisis beyond that point, knowing that it's obvious that you're going to see stuff that happened later in the story that you haven't played or that you haven't seen yourself. So kind of on you, like genuinely kind of on you. And even this, like, even if you just happen to see this, it's a tease, but it's not like, it doesn't spoil anything crazy outright. I actually didn't even see this part when I watched this last night. Oh shit, and here comes yeah, that's cool. This is kind of interesting, this Benson Russell interview. I was watching that a little bit earlier. He was like a former dev at Naughty Dog. Yeah, no date on it, you are right. I don't think there is a date on it. Just says coming soon, I think. Yeah, no date, I don't think. It just sort of like ends with this. Yeah. The tweet has it at the end, April 15th. Okay, so it's coming really soon. So the other thing, as you'll see right here in my next up on my slides, is this person is making this really cool fucking mod of FF7 Rebirth, and they're dropping in sort of the OG character models, and it looks really cool. Like there are mods like Night Sky Prince has been playing a mod, or has played a mod. He had like a video that he had some of this stuff where it was like the current FF7, it was basically taking the FF7 models and like making the outfits a little bit more accurate to the OG. So like Cloud's, you know, soldier outfit is a lot brighter. It's like a much brighter purple. And like stuff like that, like Barrett's haircut, all this. I personally don't like it at all. Like it tries to recreate the look of these models, but like using the current engine and the current like graphic fidelity, trying to be just, his hair is like way more yellow. Like it just looks off to me, but this looks fucking cool. And this looks cool even in just like static form. There's something really interesting to the God, I saw this tweet last night. It was like 3 a.m. and I forgot exactly who, but somebody pointed out it was like there's something interesting to the clash of the visual styles that actually makes it work, in terms of like you have these more like realistic backgrounds, and then you have these more cartoony you know, style models from the OG. It actually kind of works together in a weird way. It almost like it like, this isn't quite right, but my brain is going more toward like Spider-Verse in a weird way. There's just something to it that's like, but even that's not perfect, because there's definitely like an art style. There's definitely like some kind of movie or some kind of show that has a sort of similar contrast where like the characters are a little bit more cartoonish, but the sort of like world is a little more realistic. I can't place what the fuck it is, but it is very, 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 very cool. And and if you think this looks really cool, it looks even better when you see it in action. Like, look at this shit, chat. You've probably all seen it, because I've reposted it and a million people have reposted it. God, the quality is so low. What the fuck? Just Twitter video. Like, it's so cool. Thank you so much, Detective Chick, for subscribing on YouTube. It works so well. I am like dying for this mod to just be completed and released, because I mean, this is incredibly cool. It just looped, but I had to see it again. It's so fucking cool. But this person, Steph, weirdly enough, another Stepharoff, 19 years old, but has been working on this, so you can like follow their updates. Oh, this is funny. Yeah, they showed this too. I'll drop it in chat. So you can follow them and like all their updates on this mod. Put the OG character models in the Nibelheim flashback. Like, this would warrant another full playthrough just to see the full Rebirth experience with this shit. The lighting is so good. It's really cool. Oh shit, there's a whole cast. I haven't seen all of their tweets. There's the whole crew. But very cool, very cool. They're working on this. I'm sure it takes a while, right? Like, damn. Very cool mod. Look at this. Is this for both Remake and Rebirth? I'm not sure. I've only seen screenshots of Rebirth, so I think it's just Rebirth. Oh, look at this. Look at them hanging out on the sort of like minecart track. We finally get Sid with a cigarette, by the way. Oh, and they retweeted Tyler based. I guess this is like him building the models and putting them in, overlaying them. It's very cool. I think somebody referred to him as a him, so I think it's a him, but Steven almost, like Steph, that's maybe where it goes with an E. I'm not sure. Oh, more combat. Satellite beam. That's actually something that didn't make it into my into sort of my outline for the sort of like part 3 stuff, but I did find it interesting. I'll just mute this as because we can just watch it. Like, I'm pretty sure because Barret has Satellite Beam, which is his final limit break in the OG. I'm pretty sure, right? I feel like I double checked that not so long ago, and it is. Barret limit break. Let's see. Pretty sure it's his final one. Oh no, it's level 3. Never mind. Catastrophe. Doesn't he have Catastrophe though? He already has Catastrophe, right? He has like a form of Catastrophe in FF7 Remake and Rebirth. I feel like they've done that already because I feel like I've seen it. Well, the big beam out, doesn't he? Maybe I'm tripping. Yeah, he's had it since game 1. Yeah. He's the weirdest one. Like, in terms of limit breaks, they used his like level 4 limit break really early. So I wonder what they're planning for. Obviously, everyone's gonna have an even higher ultimate sort of like limit break. This is level 2. Yeah. So I'm not sure. I'm very curious what they're gonna do with his limit breaks. Like, I guess they're just gonna have to make a new one. Yeah, they made Catastrophe his second limit break in Remake. Doesn't Tifa have her final limit in Rebirth? I was looking at all the limit breaks last night, actually, because I was planning on talking about it, but then I forgot. I'm on this site, and it has all the characters, I think. Oh, no, this is just Barret. Tifa has... Tifa limit breaks, FF7, OG. Her original limit breaks are Beat Rush. A lot of them don't like translate the exact. So Somersault. She has Dolphin Kick already, right? She has Dolphin Blow already. Meteor Drive, I think, is the one that she has. It's like Meteor Shots. Yeah, so Final Heaven is her last one. She hasn't done that yet in the trilogy. But like I think her final one in Rebirth is Meteor Shots. When I was looking at it. So yeah, she hasn't done her final one yet. Yuffie, FF7, OG, limit breaks. I think it's just Barret. Reese Lightning. Bloodfest. Gauntlet. I feel like they completely renamed like all of Yuffie's. All creation, that's right. What a crazy fucking limit break. Or Red 13. I know Aerith hasn't yet. Neither is Cloud. Cloud stopped at finishing touch, which is level 3. Aerith is dead, so I don't know how they're gonna do her level 4, but Bloodfang, Stardust Ray. Stardust Ray is like just straight up ability, which they did do that with some of the characters. Like Braver is a regular ability for Cloud, but it was like his first limit break in OG. Cosmo Memory. Yeah, that was his final one. That was sick. And then Aerith's is, what is the name of Aerith's again? It's like a prayer one. Why am I blanking? Here, 7. Great Gospel. That's right. Great Gospel. Which I never actually personally, I never unlocked Great Gospel. She might be playable again, like in some kind of like in a Zack, it's like side world kind of way, possibly. But we'll see, because I do think it is suspicious that they haven't at least given that, like, to not have that in the games at all. I feel like is something they wouldn't do. I think they would want to recreate it in some way. So who knows what her status will be overall. And I think it could be very limited. It could be like a Zack sort of like interstitial world sort of thing. We'll see. but I think we'll see everyone's limit breaks. It's just very interesting that Barrett's already has had his level 4 as his like level 2. So they have to make a whole new limit break for him, which is probably fine because they've made new limit breaks even for a lot of the other characters. It's just that everyone else, I'm sure they will have essentially their level 4 limit breaks. It's probably their level 4. It's just interesting that Barrett, they made his level 4 his level 2. But yeah. Anyway, second Aerith live stream once in a world. Such a not gonna happen. Yeah. I still think Zach could be in our world currently. Like at the end of Rebirth, he might have been pulled into it, but yeah, I don't think he'll be permanent. Yeah, you have to grind to get an OG. I have the craziest memory of how. So the only time I ever saw, Great Gospel with my own eyes, like before the internet made it easy to just look anything up, was my uncle had like VHS recorded like his playthrough of OG FF7. Like he had a VHS tape connected to his TV and like recorded with a VHS his PlayStation playthrough, and he grinded in like the temple and finally like unlocked. It was like a second playthrough, and in a second playthrough he unlocked Great Gospel. So the first time I ever saw Great Gospel was in like on a VHS recording of it that my uncle did. The good stuff really loads on after the crater. You have 2 world journeys. The first when you walk from Midgar, I assume you mean Midgar, around the world to the crater. Then another one when you have the Highwind. Really is the Highwind that'll bring stuff out. It's going to be just there's so much that happens in the final like flow of it. the OG YouTuber. Yeah. He was also my uncle was also the one who introduced me to FF7. So he gets a lot of credit. Rest in peace. Yeah. The thought was that you'll get access to Aerith's final limit breakthrough, the live stream as a way the party can survive Supernova. Oh, that's kind of cool too, man. That would be kind of cool. Yeah, if like Great Gospel disrupted Supernova. I mean, it would probably mean that Supernova only goes off once, but that is a cool idea. Might do a synergy with Aerith like they did with Zack and Cloud. Yeah, I've thought about that too, Sephiroth. I've definitely thought of like crossover world attacks because they do introduce that at the end of Rebirth. All right, so and then one last thing that like popped up actually right before, and then we'll be totally into all FF7 stuff. But this popped up on I jumped onto YouTube literally to kind of like start my stream stuff. Hey Jay, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. RIP to your awesome uncle. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, even a lot of my thoughts related to Expedition 33 and even FF7 go back to my feelings toward processing that grief. But that's all I'll say on that. But so this like popped up on my YouTube literally like 30 minutes before stream when I jumped on because I was gonna like set up the stream stuff on like the YouTube backend for me. And so this popped up and there was like apparently a concert on April 5th. I'm not sure exactly where this was. But somebody uploaded the whole damn thing. I'm obviously not going to play all that, but it is cool to hear this in sort of like a concert way. This like opening track from Expedition 33. I have to look up tickets for when this comes to New York. I hope I haven't missed out yet. Might be only Europe right now. Because I think I did look this up before. Yeah, it's just Europe right now. have the vocalist too is crazy. I'm not sure, Amano, but this is the link to the concert information. Might have some. God, I just remember, chat, like, I just remember, like, loading up. So I actually had a pre-release copy of Expedition 33 because I was hoping on expanding my content and, like, doing reviews and stuff. And I did like, a Twitter review because I got it, like, I reached out to them and they sent it to me, like, on a Friday. And the release of the game was, like, the following Tuesday. So I barely had that much time with it. So I wasn't through the whole game. And so I just couldn't really, like, do a review. I think I was like probably early act 2 maybe. So I just didn't feel good about like even doing a review, but I did like a tweet thread with like a review, and I am working on a video for it right now. But so obviously it took me a while. But I just remember this track hitting on like the opening title screen. And you guys probably had the same experience when you first load up that game and this song just plays on the opening title screen, and I was just like, oh, fuck. And it's possible that a game could just have amazing music and may not live up to its music, but, like, it does, in my opinion. And it was just such a tone setter for, like, oh, shit. There's, like, a strong creative voice and vision to this, even just, like, hearing the music, you know? So very cool, especially to have the actual, like, singer there, because not all concerts have that. Like, the Rebirth concert, what's her name? Who did No Promises to Keep, Laura Allred. She's only ever appeared, I think, in the New York one, which I thankfully was able to go to since I live here. But yeah, it's sort of, I mean, there it's probably helpful because this is probably all in France, as you guys were saying. But did they found the composer apparently on SoundCloud. I mean, I'm sure he's still an incredibly like talented and probably studied composer. I should probably watch a video about him, a little bit more on him. There's probably interviews and stuff with him. But dude is crazy talented for sure. So my new favorite games of all time now, and it literally changed my life as an artist too. Oh wow. Yeah. I mean, I'd probably put it maybe, I could probably see it being maybe like my top 20 games. It's a very good game. I think it genuinely is like a part of it is like nostalgia probably drives a lot of my top 20, even though Last of Us Part 2 is like number 2 for me. And that's a much newer game. Red Dead Redemption 2 is very high, and that's a newer game, but I don't know. It was very good, and it is very beautiful. I don't know why it doesn't quite crack. It might crack my top 10, but it's probably closer to my top 20. Probably more in my top 20. Not sure why. And it may like rise up the list over time because that happens. And even the video that I'm working on now is like making me look at things a little bit differently than I did before. And it's like, oh, interesting. Plus I'm not a super RPG, JRPG, turn-based RPG person as a gamer. So, you know, it's not as if like it's like I have a wide range of games that I enjoy. So it's not like that alone, I think, shoots it up for a lot of people, especially because it's doing that kind of game so incredibly well. But yeah. Anyway, so like I said, we have a lot to talk about today because right before stream, I was like on the side on Google Slides, like as you're scrolling up and down your slides, it shows like how many total slides you have. And apparently I built 115 slides. It goes pretty quick. Some of them are just tap through ones. But there's a whole lot. And it's funny because I was feeling bad. I was like, oh my God, I feel like there are things I haven't covered. I think there's like other gameplay stuff I haven't talked about. Like I didn't even talk about mini games or chocobos. Like, fuck, man. I feel like I didn't do justice to this premise that I set up for myself for this stream. And then I'm like, oh no, this is still like a lot. Top 5 for you. The game is a generational success. I think the game is like incredibly I think E33 is like incredibly impactful for what it represents. Like, I think they like the fact that it's even like embedded within the game itself, that it like a commentary on sort of like studio production of like, or like studio driven creativity versus like genuine creativity. There's a couple of journal entries that kind of allude to it. I forget exactly where it is, but there's like one, it's like journal entry 70 something. And it's basically talking about like this prior expedition and how it sort of like failed in its grand ambition, but there was like something like about the sort of like building of what they were doing. Like, I'm trying not to do spoilers, but they were like talking about the thing that they were doing required like pure collaborativity in a way that like represents what genuine collaborative creativity should be. Like, it was almost a commentary on like the importance for people to come together and like create something. I don't know if I might have it in my, this is really not a big spoiler. Let me see if I have it in my notes. I might have it screenshot here, but I'm not sure. It's journal number 70. I don't have the screenshot here on this computer. Expedition 33, all journals. The way that the person
the painting workshop
did this was kind of weird. Hold on. Journal 70. Here we go. Journal 70.
This next one is going to involve Quiet Expedition, the Mod Rigo.
Bring it up, dude.
On map set game here, right here.
God, this person didn't do it the way that I hoped. Hold on. This person did, I think. Yeah. All right. So check out this journal entry from Expedition 33. Like I said, this isn't big spoilers. If you haven't played E33, this is like literally a thing you can pick up, and it has like some exposition from a prior expedition. So it doesn't really spoil like the core the core story of E33. Yeah, Skill-Up's video is incredible on the E33 development for sure.
Charlotte,
I have watched it.
We finally installed the last set of grapple points, with only days to spare. And for the first time, I feel real hope. This is our gift for all the expeditions to come.
So, Nick, I don't know if you played the game, but the expeditions happen in descending order. So it starts at like, well, technically starts at Expedition 0, but I think after that it's like, I don't know, the oldest one I think is 84, but it's in descending order because it's related to what happens to people at certain ages. But yeah.
I am incredibly proud of our team. The interior of the monolith is perhaps the harshest landscape we've encountered. The final set of grapple points were excruciatingly complex to place and required painstaking focus and skill. But we were bold. We were ambitious, and we refused to stop. There's no other group of people I'd rather be with, and it is an honor to die by their side. It is fitting that we greet our end together within the monolith that has loomed over us for so long. Though this Nevron has won the battle, the expeditions shall win the war. Tomorrow is here.
So this one's like really interesting in terms of like, I'm incredibly proud of our team. The interior of the monolith is perhaps the harshest landscape we've encountered. The final set of grapple points are excruciatingly complex to place and requires painstaking focus and skill. But we were bold, we were ambitious, and we refused to stop. There's no other group of people I'd rather be with. It is an honor to die by their side. To me, like a lot of this, the layered subtext in here, which there was an interview, I need to find it, but I found an interview with Guillaume, I forget, I don't know how to pronounce the director's name. I have to probably learn that before I make my video. But he talked about how like there is, you know, what happens within the game is sort of a representation of like when you put so much effort in creating something like they did with Expedition 33, where they took this big risk and like they tried to make something that they never made before. As a bunch of people have never, I mean, some of them have like worked in like Ubisoft and stuff, but there were a lot of new members of the team too. And like that feeling that's expressed here of like just incredibly proud of this team. This is the hardest fucking thing we've ever done. But like we've reached the end and like this is like, oh my God, you know what I mean? So she's like within the context of the world, it's talking about it within like setting up these grapple points, but and how that adds to the overall expedition's efforts. But like this is also communicating something about the effort that it took to create the thing. And then one of my favorite journal entries is this one. Hold on. Where and I won't play the voice because it might be a little bit of a spoiler, but here it says, "You speak to me of perfection, but is there really any such thing, or is it a siren leading us astray? I happily predict that neither of us will ever summit that elusive peak, but I care little as long as we walk together. Art gives us the perception of control. For a moment as I paint, I find order among the chaos. That is for me a moment of pure contentment, and that is truly better than perfection." So like even like that is in some ways how I feel about Expedition 33 as a whole, is like there are things that almost like steal it away from perfection. It's like, oh man, there's just like these little things where it's like, when you look at this path versus this path, and then all the things that lead up to it, there's like maybe things I could poke at, but like it almost doesn't matter. Like the pure like expression of like creativity and just ambition and just something that feels so like human to what they made, even in its flaws, like that is better than perfection. So that's like, it doesn't matter if it's in my top 20 or my top 10 or whatever, like my level of respect for it matters more than whether I'd rather play this game over this other one or whatever. If that makes sense. Actually, I had to stop discussing E33 because nobody cared to listen to anything I have to say about the end, so I just gave up. And Josh, the ending, like talking about the ending is actually one of the things I'm like least, it's actually one of the things that has made me not want to talk too much, because it's just like, I find the conversation about the ending to just be almost get toxic in a way, because then it becomes like a judgment of a person's character in terms of like one choice over the other. And I hate that part of the discourse for this around this game, which is like why my videos, at least currently, I'm trying to, there will be a bit about the ending, but it's not what I'm going to focus on. What I want to focus on is like these little details and like what it says about creating something and whatnot. Although I did not stumble, but I came upon like a new thought regarding the endings that I think will be kind of interesting, but it won't be the majority of it. I feel like it almost distracts us from what's really great about this game. Everyone gets so focused on these endings. There's like so much more interesting to all this shit, in my opinion. So that's hopefully what this will be more about. But we'll get to that whenever I get to that. So, so last week, yeah, this game is awesome. I have massive respect for the creators and their art. It delivers on all the aspects of what the art form can be. I just say the ending being a choice. I like my endings to be just that. Yeah, I mean, yes. Like my personal take, and you've heard this before when it comes to like FF7 Part 3, I want there to be like a final ending. I don't want it to be up to the player. I don't want like choice, which some people think there might be, but I don't think there will, and I really hope there isn't, because First of all, it's just not part of FF7 or like a lot of FF games. I just want you to tell me the damn story. You know, I don't want to choose the ending and then have debates and conversations about the endings. They can have multiple endings and still have one be canon. Nick, but you know this fan base. You know this fan base. Like, there's going to be arguments of like, no, mine is canon. And like, no, mine is canon. Like, yeah, God, it would be, I don't know. I just think it would be exhausting. So I personally am hopeful they just have an ending. But I think it's a very effective decision for E33. Yeah, I think there's a very effective, there's a reason why it works. There's a crazy multi-layered reason why it sort of works within E33, which is why I was not fully agreeing with what the person said, but I did, in general, I'm not the biggest fan of multiple endings. I think there's a very specific reason within E33, and even specifically a reason why both endings are like slightly unsatisfying. And it has to do with the entire concept of the game, even the naming of it, but that'll be for a whole video that I'm working on. I do, and that's exactly why I know they're going to be angry no matter what and argue about the single ending they include not being canon no matter what. It's going to be, yeah. We'll see. Rob, do not even. You're just injecting evil things into the chat. I just hope it's not going to be a mess. I feel more confident by the day. Yeah. And there's a reason why I feel more confident even within this conversation that we have today. So, like I said, last Sunday, God, how long have you been streaming already? How long has the stream been? Shit. Because I'm only just starting this part of the conversation. We've been going for an hour already? Oh my God. Okay. Damn it, chat. Damn it, chat. We got through like 3 slides. My God. This is not a me problem. This is a you problem, okay? I'm not taking responsibility for my ability to just fucking yap. God damn it. I'm an idiot. All right. So let me raise that a little bit more. So this was supposed to be first hour just to warm up. That's insane though. The first hour should not just be warm up. Anyway, so last week, this was the plan. This was the thumbnail that I made. Because at the time that this was going to happen, and I was pretty proud of this thumbnail. It looked pretty cool. But at the time, it was June 5th, which meant that we were officially 60 days out. It was April 5th, which means that we were exactly 60 days out from June 5th, which is when Summer Games Fest is. And I still think that is when we will see this game for the first time. There's comments about potentially a state of play even this week. If there is, we'll watch it. We'll react to it. I do not expect, chat, I am done. I am done expecting anything outside of Summer Games Fest. I refuse. I refuse, and I said this after the last state of play. I refuse to believe in anything other than Summer Games Fest. I'll be happy if it shows up at Summer Games Fest, but no way in hell do I think. I'm just not going to let myself believe it or get hyped up about it. You guys can get hyped up for it, but I'm refusing in order to protect myself, chat. So like I said, visualize a different way. It was April 5th to June 5th. It was like perfect symmetry in terms of like when that stream happened last week. It was exactly 60 days out. And I wanted to do a big conversation about the game for that. But obviously now it's a week later, so it is April 12th. So it's not quite as perfect, but I have even more content to talk about. So we'll talk about it. Tyler's saying 0 chance if it's at state of play now. It's at a state of play now. Here's the thing, Tyler, you just jinxed it. Because if you remember, before the last state of play, Tyler Hepner was in this chat and he was like, I am sure it's going to happen. Trust me, guys. If there's reasons why I know it's going to happen. And you were dead wrong, Tyler. So now everything you say, just believe the opposite. So because Tyler says 0 chance of the state of play now, it's very possible that it might actually be at the state of play. So maybe the hype should start to build for you guys because Tyler has a history of being wrong. Anyway, So this, where we are now is 53 days out. So we're 53 days, even if we have to wait until Summer Games Fest, that is incredibly close. That's really not that far. And so new stream, new day, new Sunday, new thumbnail, where I want to talk about my dream, part 3 situation. Like I said, there'll be some story stuff, but I'm gonna be focused a lot more on like the game. Sub is Impossible Square does their own event, for the announcement like Rebirth. I don't think so. They could do that. I think it would be dumb. Like Square Enix does not have that gravitational pull that they once did. And so I just don't think it'd be very smart to do their own event. I think to you know, put themselves into something that millions of people are already watching, like a Summer Games Fest or even a State of Play, is just a much more effective way to sort of like get the name out, get the new game out there. Especially, I think what happened with Rebirth was special because they did an anniversary stream. It was an anniversary year. It was the 30th, or no, the 25th anniversary. So they wanted to do something for that event. It was 25. Yeah, it was 25 because it was 2020, then 2027 is the 30th. It was the 25th anniversary of FF7. They did a big stream to celebrate it. And what they put out there was a very short teaser for people like you and me who are, you know, going to watch that. We're fans, and it gives us 30 seconds of walking and a couple titles, and it just says the name of the game at the very end. You know, it was 2 years from release. So they just gave us a little nibble. It's all we needed. It hit the audience that it was supposed to hit. But the like this is we're much closer to release probably. Well, definitely than even that first teaser. So they need to do a real trailer, and I think they need to do it at a real event. GTA 6 marketing will probably start late May, early June. So the thing is, I also heard someone at Rockstar, it might have been the CEO, they talked about summer they're going to start. But even more specifically, I forgot exactly where I heard it, but it was credible. They said it might actually be closer to like August. So, and that actually might be even like Rockstar doing solid to the industry because they know they're GTA 6. They, like I said, they have their own gravitational pull. And so they can drop anything regarding GTA 6 whenever they want, and hundreds of millions of people will see it. So if they were to, for example, time it around like May, early June, right at the same time as Summer Games Fest, it's going to just eat up all those other games. Like it's going to completely overshadow everything. And while usually you would want that in marketing, GTA uniquely doesn't need it. Like they will eat up the conversation no matter when they announce it. And I do think they have like respect for the industry to some extent, where it's like, you know what, you guys have June, that's fine. We'll start saying our shit in like August and it'll eat the world alive anyway. So I personally see it more along that trajectory. So yeah, I know, Delta, I know. I'm just saying, like, GTA lives outside of all norms. So, and like I said, I did hear, literally, I saw somewhere they said something about August. GTA won't happen until August because Take-Two is going to have their own NBA 2K news in about 2 months. Yeah, so it might be because of that, but I also just like somewhere I read it or saw it or heard it, that they were aiming closer to like the end of summer than at the start of summer. So, and that makes sense because they don't need to drop at Summer Games Fest. You know, they can do their own thing, whatever they want. But they did confirm it'll be summer. So anyway, with all that in mind, let's imagine part 3. So to start, I want to talk about, obviously, I know Max did a big stream also like a month and a half ago where he talked about part 3 predictions. And, you know, Materia loadouts came out, specifically the loadout part in terms of like having these different sets. Crisis Core Reunion had it. This is obvious shit. So I don't even need to get into like huge detail on this. It's something we want. It's something we're hopeful for. I really hope we get it. But it's also kind of obvious. Are we expecting a teaser, the State of Play? I'm not. I don't know if you just joined Omega, but I talked about it like 15 minutes ago in like a lot more detail. But I personally am just to protect myself. I'm not believing in anything other than Summer Games Fest. Yeah, GTA is like the Super Bowl versus regular TV. Yeah. So another thing that I know Max has talked about is Materia Birth, and that would be really cool. The one thing that has been on my mind when it comes to Materia Birth is game balance. And I know you don't need game balance, and I know when Max and others have talked about it, they've talked about it in the sense of like, you want to break the game. Like people want to break the game. It's like tradition within an RPG to break the game. And so I get that. The OG FF7, you could break it. And he's like, this is the last game in the trilogy. Let us break it. So I get that. And it would be really cool. But on the other hand, I also do like the challenge that comes with the limitations of the materia. Like when I play hard mode and I have like 2 magnify to work with, it's frustrating, but it also forces me to get like really smart and strategic with how to approach a lot of these fights and my builds. So I personally like having some level of restriction or something in place to make sure that the game still stays like challenging, because you could get to a point where you just birth a million of the greatest materia possible, like you do at the end of OG FF7, and you break it. And I think that should be an option. I think that should be available to people to do. But I was also thinking, speaking of Expedition 33, which I haven't, and yes, it should be New Game Plus, Labib. But the other way to balance it is what I would love, and I actually haven't played this yet in Expedition 33, but they have like stacked New Game Plus, where like here it says like 100 times X HP. So like the game literally gets extra difficult. As you get through phases of New Game Plus, like as you stack the New Game Plus. So that would be cool for FF7 Part 3 if the New Game Plus like options, if there actually technically isn't a New Game Plus in Rebirth and Remake. You just do the chapter select, but it would be cool if they had that, so there at least was like that kind of like scaling thing. Either if there's a problem with the power scaling in the last chapter, if you do decide, oh yeah, for sure. But the scaling thing with the New Game Plus, with the stacked New Game Plus, is very cool. And I would kind of like that. So like you could potentially you can have crazy built out, magnify materials. You can have a whole slew of them. You can have a whole slew of like other materials that you birth. And the thing that could balance it out is like if you then use those loadouts in like a New Game +5, where enemy damage or like enemy HP is like scaled 100x. So it's like, yes, you're crazy powerful, but you have the opportunity to sort of like play a version of the game that still provides some difficulty at that level. If they did layers in the Game Plus, they could just make all the limited materia appear again naturally in those layers without needing Materia Birth. It's the final game that shouldn't hold anything back. Yeah. Exactly, Omega. Yeah, I want some restriction. But I do think it'd be cool, like, so if people want to break it, if they want to be crazy powerful, then they can make a build and just be on the first layer of like New Game Plus and just like do that and stay at that level and destroy everything that walks in front of them. Or they can continue to, to stack their New Game Plus and have extra difficulty if they want. Like that would be, I think, a good balance of things. I think it's always nice to give players options. If you want, you can go crazy, and if you don't want to keep them off, auto-restrict yourself. Yeah. I really want something like a Materia randomizer, but that's unlikely. You need more cosmetics for post-game? Yeah, that would be good, for sure. Because right now, that's like, they have it a little bit in Rebirth, but it's limited. Like, the fact that you can't get Cloud's Loveless outfit as like an out, you can get Barrett's, you can get Reds, but you can't get Clouds is kind of nutty to me. I want to feel like a god, but I don't want to one-shot Genova. Yeah. I think part 3 will go past the original ending. I think we defeat Genova 2/3 into it, and our overall world will go through a crazy change as Sephiroth gains its unchallenged power with Genova gone. It's definitely possible. I mean, I'm not going too deep onto like those kinds of thoughts in this stream, but I mean, I have thought of stuff like that for sure. They should patch in costume options for the previous 2 games. Yeah, they should. Who knows if they will? But that should be like part of the maybe like the trilogy re-release or whatever. Not re-release, but like as they put all 3 games out, they like retroactively add, like patch in those things. Because they can and have patched in things before, so. Okay, so with that in mind, the next obvious thing is party switching. So I still think this would be cool. Obviously, this is, you know, big in FF10. It's something in, you know, Persona 5 has it as well. Probably even other Persona games. I've only played Persona 5. So it'd be nice to have some kind of switching mechanic. My one kind of like fear possibly is if it could make it a little bit too easy to bail yourself out. But I think every time I've had this mechanic, I haven't really felt that. Like, it definitely has given me, like, they currently have backline commands in Rebirth. So there are like options when you're really low to get help from people who aren't technically in your party. So they've already sort of like, you know, played with this idea a little bit. And I think it'll still be fine. Plus, like, if a player, I think the limitation would be, and I think it is in 10 too, but I haven't played 10 in a very long time. But if like a character dies, you can't just swap them, you know? You have to do it within the window where they're, you know, they're low on health, or where it's just advantageous to have a swapped character. Because that's the other frustration, is when I get into a fight in the open world in Rebirth and I have like one party composition, and then I'm like, oh shit, but this character has this ability or this elemental. Like, oh, but wait, fire is equipped to this person, but they're not on my team right now. And so I can't really do fire damage. I have to do the sort of like maybe the ability skill that has fire elemental. But I can't like read an enemy, be like, oh damn, they have this weakness. Let me get the party member that can exploit that. So yeah, I think they should make it cost like 2 ATB, for sure. But I do think it helps. Like, I think the reason they didn't have it in Rebirth is probably because they're saving it for part 3. But yeah, it would be malpractice if they didn't do it. Yeah, I think it's just too, yeah, I don't see any real downside to having the characters being switchable. I think it would be helpful even in like minor moments. Like I said, like forget boss battles, like even just running around the world and encountering an enemy that has a very specific weakness. And it's like, shit, I don't have the party member that can be most effective here. That's usually how I use it in 10, from what I remember, was I would swap in the person because they had the ability I needed. Persona, I think, was the same thing. The FF7 party swap had strategy swap. Strategy swap a fast character on their turn to a slow power player to speed up their action order. Oh yeah, that was another thing. You're reminding me. Like I said, I haven't played FF10 in like 20 years, but I do remember, yeah, trying to sort of like mess with the turn order. And that was probably one of the things. It's low-hanging fruit. It is. My take is that the back row bailout when you lose a couple of your party members in Rebirth is basically their version of this already. I'd be surprised if they evolve it that much further in part 3. But I think they're gonna need things to evolve, because like literally they're probably running into limitations on like the things they can add and evolve. And I think one of the examples is actually in Rebirth, in the fact that the vast majority of character abilities are repeated from Remake. And I will step through that later. I'm kind of saving it for later on, but like several characters, including Cloud, like 7 out of 10 of their abilities are from Remake. So they made a Rebirth, and there were only 3 new abilities. So, and I understand why, right? Because as you're playing from one game to the next, it's like, I still do want Braver. I still want Triple Slash. I still want Focus Thrust. Like, I still want these abilities. And I kind of need them. But at the same time, it made getting a new weapon kind of anticlimactic, because it was like, oh, this is the ability that I had before. Narrative through line. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons to do it, but it did feel a little bit womp womp in terms of like, oh, there weren't the synergy texts are kind of how they made up for it, for sure. I don't know, party switching if it's gonna have if it's not gonna have a cost. Yeah, I think it definitely should have a cost, Josh. I think it should be 2 ATB. Just straight up, it needs to be 2 ATB. And I think here's how you can make it extra difficult. If you make it 2 ATB for the character that you're wanting to swap, because I think that would be a nice balance, because usually when you control a character in a fight, and they fixed this, they balanced this a lot better in Rebirth than it was in Remake. But usually when you control a character in a fight, the enemy starts aggroing you. So if you have to build up 2 ATB on the character that's probably injured, if you want to swap them out, especially in a boss battle, then you have to earn 2 ATB with that character before they die in order to swap in a new character to replace them. That could be one way to balance it. I think that's a pretty good solution. It's all technically one game that's split into 3, so yeah, I understand why they did, but I also get your point too. Yeah. I also think you should probably save it for the latter half of the game, make it a post-Highwind acquisition gameplay feature. They could. I don't know why it would necessarily be tied to Highwind. I assume you mean like dropping them in from the Highwind or something. But 2 ATB and a Phoenix down. Jesus. There should be enough to have all from part 1, and also enough to have a new set for the new game. Yeah. And you'll see there are ways that can also like add in more abilities that are conditional. And that's like a big thing I'm going to talk about in here. And I think it's actually the next thing. So that actually perfectly bleeds into this conversation that I wanted to have. Bosses should have attacks to restrict or prevent swapping. Yeah. So we all know there's a high desire for the fusion sword. Who knows if we get the fusion sword? It technically is something that comes together after like in Advent Children, it's like after the main event, but a lot of people have speculated, hey, could we get it? Do you think we might get it? So let's indulge the fantasy for a second, because this is some cool shit. Let's add a little bit more detail to like how this could work, because when you watch Advent Children, when he uses the blade, right? The blade is actually, it's 1 sword, 6 blades. This is a thumbnail from a video of a dude who actually built a fusion sword. I haven't watched the video in full, but apparently there's a video of this dude who built a freaking fusion sword, and he built a Buster Sword too. So I haven't seen the video because I found this thumbnail. I was literally Googling like Advent Children fusion blade, and this came up as one of the results, and I was like, oh, this shit looks cool. I wonder if it actually comes apart the way it should also. It probably does, but again, it is a sword that breaks apart into 6 blades. But when we see it in Advent Children, we're usually seeing it this way. We're usually seeing him using 2 of the blades at once. He's usually dual wielding, and then can, like, you know, put them together. It just makes the most sense also to like turn that into a dual wield, versus like having to manage 6 blades. Really, the 6 blades only come into play in the Limit Break, right? In Omni Slash. So, but a dual wielding Cloud Strife, y'all. How sick would that be? And the other thing that would make it really cool, so I was thinking about like, how do you actually make this work? And I think, shit, what did I have built here? So it made me think, what did I have next? So currently, Cloud actually has like different stances and modes even throughout the first 2 games, right? So he has operator mode, he has oh my god, why am I blanking? Punisher mode and prime mode. And prime mode actually adjusts it. Actually, I didn't realize it. I thought it made it a separate thing, but it actually does sort of just like adjust his special bar so it turns red and he does different damage, and his actual move set changes. But what's said here next to the triangle actually stays the same. But prime mode does like change his move set. Like literally the moves that you do in both modes kind of alter. So it technically is a 3rd stance. And so wouldn't it be cool if whenever you get, you know, the fusion blade, hopefully, or maybe we just get another dual blade option, it then opens up like dual mode or like dual wielding. So it opens like a fourth mode where he then has 2 blades, and then his moveset changes to account for having 2 blades. Even the way he does particular attacks, like a braver or something like that, might alter and change. Also, thank you so much, Kofi, for the $5 super chat. All the swords and more created. This is his coolest and most absurd. Give us the AC outfit. And what's up? Yeah, so it would be cool though to have a fort stance with Cloud. Advent mode, Stalik. Oh my god, that's a cool name for it too. That's a cool name for it too. Advent mode is actually way better than dual mode. Dual mode is more like accurate and appropriate, but that is sick. Oh my god, my YouTube page just died. Okay, no, the stream's good. That name is actually pretty incredible. That is an incredible name. That's why we do this as a stream, so you guys can give me feedback as we're talking. They can differentiate Cloud's battle gameplay from the other 7 party members to make it more versatile. So the one thing that it does remind me of too is it can be conditional. And so this, like I said, I was thinking of like conditional stuff. Fusion mode is my favorite idea. Yeah, fusion mode would be a good one too. Well, Prime mode adds fury and increased physical damage, even more powerful than Dark Side Materia. True, but it also does change his attack pattern too, right? Because I remember when I have it, especially when I had it in Punisher mode, I think it was maybe more when I had it. I forget when I had, but I would activate Prime mode and then I would hold square, and then the attacks that he did was different, from what I remember. So it'd be cool if like a similar thing happened there. Another thing that could be cool is like having abilities that are, so the way to potentially expand the moveset is to have abilities that are reliant on your character being in a particular mode. This already exists in Rebirth because this exists in Kaseth, right? Where he has abilities like displays. How isn't this playing? What's going on? There we go. Where you have abilities like Moogle magic, right? That require the Moogle to be out, to be summoned for you to do this. So you can't do this without the Moogle. So they kind of have already explored this idea of having certain abilities and attacks that are reliant on the character being in a certain state, right? So for something like Moogle magic or a lot of the Moogle abilities all require the Moogle, right? So, but then when Kaseth is off of the Moogle, his moveset is different and his abilities sort of change too. Thank you so much, Arcadum, for the subscription. So this would be really cool. You hold square for a 3 combo sword slam in Prime mode. Yeah, so it is different. So I can imagine something like that working out, right? The other thing that it reminds me of is they've already started to play with this all over Rebirth and even Remake. So Tifa, for example, the first example, she has her unbridled strength maneuvers where every time she activates unbridled strength, it sort of alters her special. Why are these taking so long to load? So you start with Rise and Fall, then you have Omni Strike, and then you go back to the basic Whirling Uppercut. But like what her triangle ability does changes based on sort of a modifier, right? And the modifier being Unbridled Strength. So you could do that with somebody like Cloud. You could do that with other characters as well. They've already done that with some characters. But the other thing you could do, because the other thing about the fusion sword or like a fusion mode or an advent mode where you have dual blades, is that you kind of just gets faster at each level. That's interesting also because, like I was saying, in this mode, there's a potential for Cloud to sort of be a little bit OP. So I was wondering, how do you balance it, right? Like if you activate Advent mode and then suddenly you have this crazy dual blading, fast moving, like it would almost become a little bit too much. But then another example though is Red 13, who has Vengeance mode, and it's sort of like something that you build up over. You have to like earn Vengeance mode. So when he takes hits and blocks it, that builds the Vengeance mode, and then he activates it and it turns into an ability like Siphon Fang. And then there's like a specific amount of time that the Siphon Fang is active and available, and it eventually runs out, right? So you'll see it in a second. Where it's like, now he's run out, so it switches back. It's a vengeance mode where there's nothing to do. Even some of his other abilities, like his buffs, like the ones where I think he applies a cure to the party, and I think there's one that applies like haste, I think. I forget what it is, but he has like two that sort of like support the party. But they're reliant on having, you know, it's reliant on like his vengeance meter and how much that's built up. So I think you could do something like that too, also for Cloud. Yuffie's the best example where she can be melee or range. Yeah, she does that. I mean, I think what's cool though about these other examples is like it's more about what the character can do than like what the weapon sort of does. But yeah, Yuffie is like another example of that. Unfettered Fury also cripples her ability to increase stagger damage. Oh, really? Tying the big bad long boss fight. Tying the big bad long final boss attack into the I don't know what you guys are talking about on that, sorry. Have the big moves for Advent mode. Leave Cloud open for counters between combos. Yeah, I thought about that too. I don't know about like making him open for counters, but it could be something where he becomes a little bit more of a little more vulnerable. Like maybe it lowers his defense stats, whereas like vitality something, or he becomes a little bit of more of a glass cannon. I thought about that too. Makes Tifa Solo a joke. I want every character to have a crazy variations and additions to their triangle attack. Yeah, that's what I love about this stuff. Because like we saw it with Tifa, we saw it with Red 13, and then even obviously there's not so much of it with that's why I didn't bring up Yuffie, because Yuffie's it makes a triangle do something else, but it doesn't affect the attack that you do. Because when you toss out the shuriken, triangle then makes you zip toward it. Whereas these are the characters, they sort of like what their triangle does sort of changes depending on the state that they're in. So the other one that's a good example is Kate Sith, where he has Kitty Wallop when he's just a cat, which is this. Then when you activate the Moogle, Go Wild becomes available. And then I forget exactly the condition that makes it possible. Then Dropkick also opens up. So I was like dropkicking the shit out of this guy. But again, the ways that the triangle, the special change based on what's being done is incredibly cool. I fucking love that shit. And I want even more of that in part 3. Yeah, but Yuffie is one of the best gameplays in the game. I don't see how they can improve it a lot, to be honest. Her kit is crazy. And you'll see in a second that her kit is the biggest in the game, technically. Barret also has a variation of Red's ability that allows him to apply haste once per battle. Yeah. I don't think it changes the triangle, though. But something that, I don't want them to nerf Yuffie. But having the specials sort of like adjust on conditions is something they're already playing with. And so it'd be really cool if they just continue to build that out, because that is one of the reasons why it is so fun to play Tifa and Red 13 and Kate Sith, is like how those specials sort of like change. And I want the fullest kit possible, right? This is the final game. So Yuffie is so bonkers. So speaking of Yuffie and her abilities, so speaking of combat moves, this is what I was talking about. So Cloud, in Rebirth, 7 out of his 10 abilities were the same as they were in Remake. So Braver, Triple Slash, Focus Thrust, Disorder, Infinity's End, Blade Burst, and Counter Stance all ported over from Remake. And the only new ones technically were Firebolt Blade, Prime Mode, Aerial Assault. Obviously, we had a lot more with the synergy attacks and the synergy abilities, or the synergy skills and the synergy abilities. So that added a layer of complexity. Like I said, I did notice that most of the moveset was the same for Cloud, and it's the same for a lot of the other characters too. So Tifa, 7 out of her abilities are also ported from Remake. Unbridled Strength, Focus Strike, Dive Kick, Overpower, Star Shatter, Chi Trap, True Strike. To Nick's point, yes, the new ones are good, but also the old ones are also very good. Like, I understand why. Like, I do still want all of these. I want Focus Strike because you need the focus attack for when enemies are pressured. Dive Kick is one of my favorites, especially because I always combo it with, just for aesthetic reasons, I always combo it with the uppercut. Because if you do uppercut and then you do the, like, I have it mapped to L1 square. And so I would hit uppercut, she would get up in the air, then I press L1 square, and then she would do a dive kick coming out of her uppercut, which is pretty insane. Reverse scale is the only one of the 3 I actually use. You know what's funny is I haven't used it that much, but I think one of the reasons I may have not used it, I'm curious why you use it, Nick, because what I realized when I was doing some testing for this conversation, that combo feels so good, is I noticed that I didn't use Tifa's launcher as much. And so that's something I'm doing now whenever I play the game a little bit more, is I use her launcher more, like with Cloud, where like Cloud tosses her up in the air. Because usually when I want it to be vertical, I would just use Cloud or Yuffie. But does reverse scale pull them in? Because I know that like the wind does that, like the wind ability does that. But I can't remember, I just haven't used reverse scale that much. Trinity Strike is kind of wonky. Well, Trinity Strike, actually funny that you mentioned that. I actually got pretty decent at Trinity Strike, but I can never nail, I still haven't nailed the final phase of it. I wanted to talk about it in this conversation too, because I do like Trinity Strike, or the concept of Trinity Strike, to have like attacks that chain together depending on your ability to time it. Like, I would love that for Cloud also. Like, I would love an ability that like could, like, especially if you have dual blades, right? Like if you have the fusion sword, like if you can have an attack that works a little bit like Trinity Strike, it would be kind of cool. Hold on, I had this uploaded so I could show it. But Trinity Strike is also really cool. I just can never quite get the third one down. Here you can see, boom, get this first one, and I get the second one. And usually a lot of enemies explode and die when I get to the third phase, which is part of the reason why I rarely get it off. Because I rarely have an enemy that stays alive long enough, at least in like regular enemies. I tried it on the elephants too, because they're a lot beefier, but I still couldn't get the timing down on it. Yeah. Zack's High Braver. That's another good example though, Josh, because that's another triangle ability that adjusts based on something that you do, right? He builds up to the different levels in his special. So I just get more excited the more I think about all the things they can do with the triangle attack, or with the special attacks. You should see some of the Volvo videos for Rebirth. Pretty insane. You can drop links in chat if you want to, Shaq. Like if there's a really good one, we can check it out real quick. Trinity Strike is super powerful once you get used to its timing. Have you ever gotten the third one? Because I still haven't gotten the third one. I'm sure I can just look it up. Trinity Strike, all 3. Jesus, this video title says Tifa's Trinity Strike does more damage than limit breaks. I believe it. Turn off the lo-fi.
Don't overdo it.
That's the first one. Second one. Ah, no third. First one. Second one. Ah. Damn, they didn't do the third one either. Trinity Strike with Genji gloves? Oh my god, I'm sure that's insane. Yeah, Sephiroth also, his triangle adjusts too. True Strike is also slightly nerfed from the first game, albeit indirectly increasing the stagger damage by the same amount, but Unbridled Strength also increases. Yeah, that's how I would usually do it, Nick. I would like do both an Unbridled attack and like a Trinity or like a True Strike in between to sort of like get the percentage up. But I don't think I ever hit 300% on Rebirth, because I definitely got to 300% pretty easily in Remake with just like spamming True Strike. That was like that was an achievement. Is there a video of the third one? All 3 strikes. Tifa. 5,000 damage. Holy shit.
So it's your turn. Okay, let's go. I never miss.
This feels like it'd be too easy to kill. Oh, is that the third one? She just like quickly turn and hit. I've never seen the third one. It's too far from an enemy to do the third one. Damn, she's gonna melt that dude.
Keep it together.
These enemies are too damn small. There we go. She's moving from enemy to enemy. Should get the third one there. I don't know why. Invader Fury only increases the stagger damage by 5 to 10%. What are you guys talking about, Invader Fury? Yeah, on that attack, yeah, it does blend in quite a bit. That was why I was having trouble timing it. Because when you see that final explosion, it's like right there, I think. It's right there. Yeah. Anyway, it's a super cool ability, and I would love for them to do even more, like to have more types of abilities like that would be really cool. Because I mean, I personally love timing shit, which is also why I love, what's it called? Perfect parrying. That's why I love perfect parrying. I love timing based stuff. That's just a very personal, just I get so much satisfaction out of it. I know some people don't like timing based things. Some people don't like, you know, timing parries, because it could be difficult, but it's like Roland doesn't like it. I love that shit. I eat it up. Timing based stuff, I eat it up. I love it. I love it. I loved it in Expedition 33, right? Like the timing on the parries and the dodges. But anyway, so 7 out of 10 for that. Again, Barrett is another one. So Steel Skin, Maximum Fury, Focus Shot, Lifesaver, Charging Uppercut, Point Blank, Smackdown. 7 out of his 10 abilities, his new ones being Bonus Round, Turbulent Spirit, Lifeblood Cannon. Tifa's a weird one. Aerith is a weird one because you have Soul Drain, Sorcerer's Storm, Arcane Ward, Lustrous Shield, and Ray of Judgment. So she actually technically only had 5 that carried over because she had 2 new wards added. The ATB. Oh no, ATB was in the original. Was in Remake, wasn't it? I might be wrong then. FF7 Remake. Aerith abilities. Now that I think about it, ATB ward was there, wasn't it? May have misread it. Yeah, there was an ATB ward. Okay, so actually, never mind, we'll change this in real time. So this actually means that she also has 7. Because the other thing is Fleeting Familiar changed from an ability to, so instead of 6, it's 7. So she also had 7 carryover. Because she had Chrono Aegis added, Radiant Ward added, Noble Sacrifice added, Transcendence added. So this is 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. No, it's 10. But Fleeting Familiar changed from an outright ability to it. Now it's like added to her Tempest. Like it just added to her Triangle. So that just moved from being an ability to being something that's baked in. So she gets 7 out of 10 also. And then Yuffie's the nutso one. So Yuffie, because technically the ninjutsus are technically one, but in like the ability list, when you go into the battle settings, each of them count as separate. But 8 out of 13. So her new ones being Blindside, Doppelganger, Shooting Star, Purification, and Storm's Fury. But again, speaking of like how busted she is, like just so many abilities. I mean, even if you remove 4, actually no, that would take her down to like 9 abilities total. But still, just the variation that she has because of the different ninjutsus. She just has a ton that she could do. It feels like. Blindsided Doppelganger are busted. Yeah, Doppelganger in general is pretty busted. So that brings us to Highwind stuff. But actually, you guys can keep dropping ideas on combat because I need to run to the bathroom. So I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick, but please keep dropping ideas when it comes to combat, because from here on, I'm going to shift modes more toward like the Highwind and exploration and sort of game structure. So give me 1 second. So Vincent, I don't actually get into. I was considering talking about Vincent combat and Sid combat, but honestly, I just ran out of time. I just ran out of time. Hold on. Switch scenes. So yeah, I actually don't have anything major on. Not enough slides in the day. Yeah, I didn't have a chance to get into either Vincent or Sid. I mean, the one thing about Vincent that I find interesting is how he, like, I kind of expect him to be based a little bit on Advent Children, like how he moves in Advent Children, because the only other gameplay we have for him is like Dirge, and I don't think that's that compelling. Although he would definitely use the gun, which is primarily what he did in Dirge. But let me find Advent Children. You have to be careful on copyright with this, but if I don't play audio, I might be fine. So the cool thing about how Vincent moves in AC, like when you first see him, is he intervenes in this part of the fight, and Cloud is about to get fucked up by Kadaj. And it's like his cape plays like a whole different role. So he comes in, blocks an attack, and and then the cape like moves around. I think it's both him and the cape, because then you see him like firing from within the cape. That could be just the way he moves, especially here in a second. Like this sort of like bouncing back and forth. I don't know how they make this happen. It feels a little bit like the warp strike ability in 15, where he's like bouncing around you can like bounce around the field a little bit. That would be kind of cool. I want him to be very mobile. I feel like I want him to move around have like a lot of like mobility in his moves when he's in Vincent form. Obviously when he's more in like the magic form, the cape animation totally ripped off Spawn. Yeah. Although when you look at it in backwards, is like, oh, there's Doctor Strange. It would be cool if the cape could do something too, right? Like if the cape was like an extension, or like had things that you could do with it, similar to like kind of what Kate Sith can do with Moogle, or maybe what Yuffie does with the Shuriken, you know, where it becomes like this extra extension of the character. That could be cool. Cape grappling attack. Yeah. This is going to be completely from scratch since he was so limited playstyle wise in OG. Yeah. Hold on, I'm just flipping through. I missed stuff earlier. Yeah, the shortcut macros, like big pressing multiple buttons together is in a shortcut. Yeah, they're gonna probably do something because they've exhausted the L1 R1 sort of thing. Hope he's not just into the Barrett. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's why like Barrett, when he used the gun, that's why I think like mobility is very important, because he's range, but he's not very like Barrett's has range, but he's so slow, right? It'd be cool. I mean, Yuffie has range and she's fast. So he has to have something somewhat unique, but I would like for him to be able to move very quickly and all that. Like the way he moves here is very good for a cinematic thing. He's very cinematic. I don't know how you then turn this into, you know, an actual thing. I feel like I might get copyrighted. Let's lower it a little bit. But this is the way this moving so cool. I like, again, this is made for not a gameplay scenario, but I'm hoping they can take some kind of inspiration to do something kind of weird and unique with Vincent. So I mean, Dirge as a reference though is tough. Like from gameplay wise, like I know someone in chat earlier was like defending it as a story. That's less of my point here. I'm talking more about like gameplay wise. It was just very static, right? Like it's a third-person shooter and not a very good one. So I don't know how much you take from Dirge gameplay wise. Triangle could be a teleport to his cape. Yeah, kind of similar. The only challenge with that possibly is that it would feel a little bit like the Shuriken triangle shortcut. But yeah, still think Vincent would be best utilized with abilities being semi-transition moves like 16, with limits being full transformation. Less emphasis on weapons, but still present. Mobility would be big. Yeah, that's actually a pretty cool call. The Nanaki Reeve names in the menu. Yeah, I mean, the Reeve one they'll have to wait on because they still haven't... Oh, wait, no. Did they reveal it already? No. They just know that he's somebody at Shinra currently, but they don't know who yet. So, but Nanaki, I'm very curious how they're going to handle that. They hinted at it, yeah. Yeah, they showed us the player, not the characters. Yeah, I'm not sure why there hasn't been a shift to Nanaki, technically. Like I know Barrett calls him Nanaki. That's at one point. Like I think later on in the game. And it will come with like familiarity and trust, but I feel like he's sort of built that already, but I don't know, maybe there's like a turning point. Maybe there was like a story moment that happens in part 3 where, you know, something happens between, you know, Red and the party that like just further solidifies them, and so and he asks to be called Nanaki by them or something. I don't know. They can have not to dirge by having one of his abilities go into third person aiming. Oh yeah, that would be. I do kind of expect that, check, man. I actually do kind of expect like something to unlock a sort of controllable shooting thing with him. I don't know how you make that feel good or like how you pull that exactly off. The other thing that's cool about the way Vincent moves in AC is like later on when he's fighting Bahamut, he's like jumping around, he's like shooting it. He's almost like doing gun kata, if you remember that from that one movie with Christian Bale. Where is it? I think it might be, oh, it's here. Equilibrium, yeah. He's like jumping across and he's like doing shots, then he flips and does more shots. Like they could do something maybe kind of cool. Dante Gunslinger, yeah. When he plays Vincent, it just turns into a TPS tank controls like the original RA4. I feel like he will ask for them to call him Nanaki because right now he hasn't complained of being called Red. Yeah. I think we'll be able to switch into his monster forms on the fly. Oh. That could be interesting. I mean, like, narratively, it's a little tricky, though, because technically, isn't that supposed to be, like, when he sort of, like, reaches a form of not controlling his humanity? So, like, it's sort of out of his control when he transforms a little bit, maybe. Oh, no, he does control a little bit. I feel like he does control a little bit in Rebirth when he, like, he's like, I'm gonna fight you. So he, like, you know, goes into full beast mode. But I don't know. The whole Inspire thing's a bit ambiguous. Yeah. The way like Reeve and Kate Sith actually work are still weird to me. But yeah, I mean, that would be a cool thing possibly to shift between different monster forms. Like right now in the OG, different monster forms were connected to the different limit breaks, right? So like as he leveled up, as his limit break leveled up, his form changed. An interesting dynamic would be if the transformation made his... I think your message got cut off, Nick. I can't think of many examples when they still call him Red after Cosmic Canyon. I feel like it still comes up. It'd be interesting if the limit breaks were the most powerful. His limit breaks are the most powerful due to transformation, but also involuntary, and makes for an interesting balancing choice. Yeah, because that's what happens in the OG, right? It's like you trigger his limit break, but then you don't have control of him anymore. I kind of feel like I would want to control his limit break form because yeah, it does add like a sort of balance to it, but it also genuinely made me not want to trigger his limit break because it was kind of like he could get very powerful moves off, but he was also pretty. He basically had rage, and he was like a little bit vulnerable. Like I just remember like him doing stupid things that would like I would have to try to heal him, and like so it added a mechanic for balancing, but it almost felt like it wasn't. Usually when you hit a limit break in FF7, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna get a major bonus out of this. It always felt a little bit more like a gamble with him, which made it less fun to do for me, at least. Because yeah, it's basically a summon at that point. Exactly, Larissa. Exactly. That you thought it made him a liability, so you hardly ever triggered it. I did that. The same thing happened with me too. The only problem is like in OG FF7, especially, it like once you hit limit, it then becomes the only thing you can do. So with him, I would have to like start using magic and other things because his normal attack would turn into the limit option. And I didn't want to trigger it. As limit breaks were a berserk status effect with some stat boosts, which didn't play very well. Yeah. But he exudes insane aura, so it's okay. High risk, high reward. Yeah. just didn't make it fun, you know? Like for me at least, it just added too much variability that it almost wasn't fun to play with that dynamic, if that makes sense. The Materia indirect way, yeah. I mean, the transformation's involuntary, but once transformed, you can still control it. Yeah. Yeah, that could be kind of cool. That would be kind of cool, actually. Like, if his transformations were involuntary, so based on how you use him, or maybe his damage level or something, he would transform, and then his moveset would change, but you would still be able to control him. That could be kind of cool. Cool, so let's talk a little bit about, unless anybody has thoughts on Sid also. Oh shoot, there was also something else brought up when I came back from BRB that I wanted to talk about. We got so pulled into the Vincent conversation. There's something someone said. What was it? Where was it? Man, where the hell is it? It felt like a good one that I wanted to talk about, but I'm not finding it. I can't remember what it was. Oh, I can't find it anymore. Oh, new materia combinations. So Stray Chocobo, I don't know how long ago this was, but they said new materia combinations, give me 3 materia connecting to make something unique. I hadn't thought about that, but like, how else could you combine materia? Like I talked about how it could be cool to have materia fusion in some way. Let me take this down before, like, in the case having that image like triggers copyright. But yeah, like how would you do? I'm very curious how they would do something with materia. Like I said, it would be. I've thought about how cool it would be if like materia fusion from Crisis Core came over in some way. Just because it could add so much variability. But yeah, this person mentioned 3 materia. Jesus. Mentioned a 3 materia slot. I don't know how that would work, or like how you would make a 3 materia thing work. I do wonder if they were trying to do something that would alternate, like adjust the materia in some way. Like I wonder if they make it like an equipment thing also. Like obviously in the OG you had like the 2x 3x materia growth, and I don't think it'd be materia growth necessarily, but if there was like something where if you had this equipment enabled, then, you know, double materia slots also do blank or something, you know, like, I don't know. I would be intrigued by the idea of playing with the way materia works, because it's worked one way forever, basically. But oh yeah, Sonon is the foundation for Sid. He just doesn't jump. Yeah. But I think like, you know, the way that he uses his staff is probably somewhat similar to the way, the only thing is, and somebody pointed this out, is like Sid technically doesn't use a staff. He uses a pole arm where it is still like a pointy end rather than just like a staff where it's like twirling and doing the same damage on all sides. So yeah, I mean, he would be definitely like Dragoon focused. There was a jump materia in Rebirth, but I always hated it. It felt like it didn't really work that well. Because like I would trigger the jump and then the enemy would move. Like it works in a turn-based combat, but I feel like it didn't work that well in Rebirth. So if they did make Sid work more like a Dragoon, which he should, because that's his class basically. I just wonder how they make it so it works this time. Because I don't know, I felt like it didn't work in Rebirth. Yeah, in Crisis Core it is OP. So I agree, Nick, that that the jump is critically important. I just wonder how they do it so that it fucking works. It should be a honing jump, yeah. But then I can understand how that could feel somewhat OP, but because it's not a turn-based fight, enemies move so much that it's almost impossible. Like it has to be homing. I guess the question is like, how do you balance it so it doesn't become a little crazy? I imagine Sid having a manual jump for his triangle attack that takes him directly to the sky, and while in the sky, the triangle becomes a dive that you can press when you want. If the attack pacing is slow enough, we'll stop the jumps from being truly broken. I don't think they're going to make the attack pacing any slower. I don't think they're going to make the combat any slower, though. Just to account, especially for one player, for one character now. Hey, what's going on, Faye? Faye? I don't know. Just popping in to throw something out there. I really miss the fact that OG FF7, you can place multiple summons on one party member. Yeah. I mean, the only issue is I just feel like the summons are just very different now than back then. Like just how you use them, and even their like necessity in combat is very different. So I have a tinfoil hat theory that at some point we'll have to shoot something with the weapons with the Highwind. Is the thing I've thought about since the Yuffie assassination. We'll talk about that in a second. I mean, just make Sid's attack pacing slower to compensate. Oh, I got you, Nick. I got you. That yeah, that would be a good balance for sure. That would make a good balance. So let's talk about the Highwind and exploration stuff. So this brings us to one of the biggest conversation points when it came to Rebirth, which was the dreaded checklists, right? So I've been thinking about this a lot. Everyone's talked about this a lot. I agree that in general, what should happen is that the sense of discovery should be altered so that you actually do discover things. I've mentioned this before, but what I really want, and I don't have it in these slides, but I'll bring it up here. What I really want is something that Rebirth did very well, where, oh Jesus, where would I find it? I actually don't know if I have it in my files. Hold on, I'll find it. Shoot. I wish I prepped it beforehand. Oh, fuck. I would imagine there would be a... Yeah, I think it's in this video. If they've learned anything from Rebirth, no checklist. Yeah, we'll talk about that. So one of the cool things in Rebirth was this. Was like the sort of like emergent feeling of this. So I was like, for me, I was like moving around the environment in Corel, and then this happened, and I was not expecting this. The way that Gilgamesh just emerged as I was like exploring the world. I want more of these like emergent moments as I'm like moving through the world. Like I'm just going somewhere and then something just happens. That's like number one on my list. In addition to, I want to be able to like see a cave and then just go into it, not have it like, you know, written up on a map to tell me to go there. Like moments like this of like pure discovery where like shit just happens as I'm going throughout the world. And you know, stuff that I just look at it and I say, what's in there? And then I go in there and there's something there. I want that feeling. It's still my favorite feeling in like most games. Like even like I was playing recently, that game Cairn, like the rock climbing game. And I get in some moments where I'm like on the mountain and you can sort of like survey where to go next. And there'll be like a hole on the side or like something. And I'm like, okay, I know there's something over there. I have no fucking clue what's over there, but I can go this way or I can go this way. I'm going to go that way first because I'm curious about what's there, if anything. And sometimes it's just like random supplies that are helpful. Sometimes it's like it opens up this entire thing that like adds a lot more. Like, oh my God, I never expected this would be here. This is such a cool, like little cave thing or something, or kind of like lore thing. The Elden Ring feeling while exploring. Yeah. FromSoft games have it a lot. I haven't played Elden Ring. I played Bloodborne is really the only, FromSoft game that I played, but there's a lot of that, right? The secret areas, in their maps. The sense of exploration without being handheld should be felt. Yeah. So they need to have that, right? Elden Ring is a little bit too far potentially, and I'll talk about a reason why in a second. But so as I was digging into this like checklisting and exploration, I wanted to look back on things that Hamaguchi has said. So because he's talked a little bit about the design of part 3, and I found this very interesting. So this is from an N Tower interview where I actually never read this interview in full. I did see like an excerpt, I think, on like Shin Archaeology, Twitter, or now Blue Sky, but I didn't actually read it for myself until yesterday. So he had this conversation about the Switch 2 port in September of last year, and he talked about some things that were interesting. So N Tower asked, thank you so much, that makes sense. How much community feedback did you implement in the development of the third part? Because of course, the first part and the second part are very different from each other. How much do you implement community feedback, and how do you work with that? So he had this answer that I found interesting in two respects. One, when it comes to story, and the other when it comes to the focus of this. But he said, yes, I think that it's an important aspect. We do listen to a lot of feedback. Obviously, it's very important to us. Certainly, one thing our producer Yoshinori Katase said, it's an advantage of this series that we can look at the results partway through, because it's a trilogy of 3 games, and one of them will go out into the world and look at responses to that, and then we can look at that and reflect in the later game. That is definitely a part of it. That is very important. It's a great opportunity to be able to do that as well. But I think one thing is very important when you look at that feedback and opinions from players is that is what I want to avoid is having that adapt and change the core experience of the game. I think that core theme, the core base, that creative vision you have has to come from the creative team. In our case, it's obviously Mr. Nomura, Mr. Nozuma. I forget exactly who he meant here. This is translated from like German, so I just kind of messed with that word. But I think he meant Mr. Nojima. Mr. Katase, myself as well. We have to really get that solid idea of what game we want, what experience we want to create down, that is not affected by the fan feedback at all. That really is our decision and our creative vision. So I think here he's talking about the story experience, basically. And I don't want to like linger on this too much because he's talked about it to death. But one of the things I said in my video was that a lot of people were thinking when they reached the end of Rebirth, oh, they changed their mind in terms of like where to take the story and how to handle the story after getting feedback on Remake. And I said, I don't think that happened. And I made a lot of reasons why. I said a lot of reasons why I didn't think that happened. And I think, and he's saying that effectively here is like, right, when it comes to the overall experience of the game and like the sort of like trilogy they're building, they want to stick to their creative vision. So again, I don't think like things dramatically changed between those 2 games. More importantly though, is then he then builds on that idea. So you're saying that is not affected by fan feedback, but He says, but then you have to look at other aspects of the game where it is important to look at fan feedback, and certainly in terms of the gameplay experience itself, things like we got a lot of feedback on for the mini games, for example. I really like this mini game. I thought this one was maybe should be done differently. The difficulty level is another thing that we really have to pay attention to and try and place it where we want. Those kinds of areas of feedback and the nitty gritty for the game, the small details are very important. We try to be proactive about reflecting feedback for that. Certainly our awareness, the way we look at this and what we're aiming for is to make sure that the second game in the series is better than the first one. It's a better experience overall. The third game, again, should be a better experience because we've learned and we know what people want and they like. So it's very interesting doing a series like this. And obviously it's a little bit unique because we're releasing 3 standalone package games, but in a lot of ways, because it's an ongoing series of direct sequels, it's a lot like doing a service model in some ways, although not exactly the same. So it's quite a unique balance there in terms of how we deal with feedback. And I'm very honored to be able to do it this way because it's a unique experience that not a lot of developers get. So basically he's saying like, look, overall like Trilogy and the creative vision for it, not going to be affected by fan feedback. But when it comes to, like he says here, like the gameplay experience itself, it's like, okay, this is what people think about the mini games. This is what people think about like the difficulty, you know, spikes at different points. Or I think he's especially talking about like the platinum he's talked about before and how people mention that. You know, I do think the most common thing I have seen about Rebirth is the checklist conversation, right? Like I think the checklist conversation, aside from the mini games, the 2 biggest ones, even more than difficulty, which he brings up here. But I think he's thinking of I think he's talking about the platinum thing because that was a big thing. Is how difficult the platinum was. But the 2 biggest ones that I have heard for sure are minigame stuff and checklists. Those are the 2 biggest pieces of feedback I have seen. I would assume that you guys have seen, and what I assume they have seen is like when it comes to feedback on the gameplay, these checklists are the biggest thing. So I think, so they are saying they're highly keyed into, you know, how people feedback on this stuff, right? Like our overall creative vision, that's up to us. But when it comes to world exploration and like other gameplay things, we're really listening to what people say. I think Shackman, when he talks about difficulty, I think he's talking about the platinum because that came up in another article. I mentioned it in my video too, but he was like, anytime I've seen him talk about difficulty, he's talking about the platinum. I think that's what he's talking about. Versus like game difficulty. So what I hope for is that hearing all of the complaints, I'm hoping that what they do is remove the core checklisting bit. But I'm actually okay with them keeping some version of this, some version of like some way to track that I have completed X amount of the region. But the problem being like, just don't drop all the markers and make it like a crazy list where everything's just spelled out for me on like what I need to do, where I need to go, where everything is. People are going to do that eventually anyway, right? Like I think that's why guides are so big on the internet, is like people like look up, how do I find XYZ in XYZ game, right? Or like that happened with me in like a game like God of War, right? Where you had the chests and you had to find all the like symbols and do them a certain way sometimes there's like a timing element to it, like to open up those like locked chests in the world. And Expedition 33 has like a similar thing with like the painted sort of shell things. There were times where I just could not find the stupid thing. I was like, where is the third symbol? I found 2 of the symbols, but I can't find the third one. Where is it? So, you know, I would then go on YouTube and there would sure enough be a video that spelled it out for me. And so I'm hoping they strike more of that balance where it's like, or maybe you could turn it on and off. Neva. Yeah, that's a good idea. Something where like you can, so you still have like some kind of sense, like some kind of way, because despite what people say, this is why I was saying Elden Ring goes a little bit further than I think they'll go with part 3, because And actually I haven't played Elden Ring, but from what I understand of Elden Ring, it's all pure discovery. And I don't think you even get something like a little tracker like this. I would appreciate something like this, where at least I have some sense of like, how much of this area have I completed? But just not point me to like, oh, go here and do this. And here are all the things you have to do to fill up the meter. So I think it would be cool to have something like this in part 3, where it would motivate you to explore the region more, because I've only discovered like 20% of it. But I wouldn't know exactly where to go and what to do and where everything is. And if I get stuck and I need help finding it, I can look online. So like that would be a nice balance. Or like Neva said, maybe there's a way to like make that a selectable setting, you know, in terms of like how much you want. You do have a very detailed map in Elden Ring, and it points to you where to go. Oh, does it? I feel like it's been, from all I've ever heard about Elden Ring, it's very much you just explore and you find things. But like kind of like I know like there's a map, for example, in like Breath of the Wild, and there are like some markers, but I think you need to like you need to make the markers yourself. I don't think it's going to be that almost like not religious, but like that hardcore. Like, I don't think they're going to make a game like that. But I do hope they have a game where it's like they just make the discovery of things a little bit more vague, so you can actually look for it and discover things. It also makes following replays more fun, because you might go for XYZ thing you didn't find or see. Yeah. So I'm hopeful that they balance it out a little bit more. So I was thinking about this some more. There's a line telling you where to go, but you still have to explore the dungeons. Got it. And I would like stuff like that in part 3, right? Like somebody tells you, oh, there's something there, or you overhear something in the world. Actually one of the favorite stories I heard in a review of Assassin's Creed Shadows that I thought was kind of cool was, and I haven't played it, but I'm just a gaming nerd, so I'll watch like reviews and discussions about games that I haven't played or would play. Just because I'm curious and it's something to listen to on like a commute, for example. I was listening to this review of Assassin's Creed Shadows, and this reviewer was talking about how there was one time, and I know like Ubisoft is like the devil to people when it comes to open world, but this was like a good, the reviewer was bringing this up as like a good example, where he was doing something and he overheard some NPCs talking about some crazy samurai on some bridge. And it was like a vague thing. You could walk by it, you can completely miss it. You can completely miss this NPC dialogue. And so he was like, oh, let me actually go and see if there's something there. So then he went to that area, and sure enough, at this bridge was like an enemy to fight, but there was no other thing that pointed the player to that encounter. It's like things like that could be cool. Like if I'm listening to NPCs in the world or in a town and they mention something, and then I have to like go and track where that is on the map, and then like I actually do discover it. But it's not like I go and I talk to the NPC and then they say, okay, I heard about in the cave to the west. You know what I mean? Just make it a little more emergent, I guess is the best way to say it, where I walk by an NPC and I just overhear it. And it's up to me to pay attention to the hints, you know? So, you know, I'm really hopeful for that. So anyway, Hamaguchi has said 2 things consistently. So he said, 1, the Highwind is key to the game, or like a keyword. And part 2 said like part 3 should be a different gameplay experience. These are like the 2 most consistent things he said. Like in OG FF7 when we're looking for Medial. Yeah, basically Larissa. Or La Larissa, yeah. 100, exactly like that. So the other thing, hold on. So let's talk about the first one. So the Highwind key to the game thing. So these are a couple interviews where he said this. So I just want to step through a couple of these points, right? So the Highwind is like a keyword. So elsewhere in the interview, Hamaguchi reveals that an important keyword for Final Fantasy VII Remake's 3rd and final part is Highwind. Something he doesn't really elaborate on, but is almost certainly referring to the big ol' airship we already knew, yada yada. Last year, the lead acknowledged that making FF7 Rebirth's map explorable was important to him, saying to the Washington Post, quote, I definitely want to express the same for what is likely expected from our experience with the Highwind and to explore the world. Like they know there's a big expectation around the Highwind. There's not much to say. You'll be surprised, Nick. I mean, yes, it is just an airship, but having an airship can fundamentally change how you interact with the world and how you experience the game. And I'll be very specific on what I mean by that. So in Rebirth, for example, you're stuck to the ground, right? Like you are the character and you're running around the world, or you get a chocobo and it unlocks a little bit more of the world, right? Like you can access places that aren't available with the chocobo, but you're pretty grounded in the game. And that actually plays into the experience of like how you move, like even how the game's chapters are structured, right? Where like each chapter of the game is another area of the world. And that's how it works in Rebirth. Like in Remake, what impacted the like moving from one chapter to the next wasn't necessarily the location, it was like what is happening, right? So you move from like it wasn't a matter of like in Rebirth, it was more of like so for example, actually in Remake, in chapter 3 starts in sector 7 in the slums. Then you start chapter 4 technically in the sector 7 slums, and a part of it also happens in the sector 7 slums when you parachute back in. But it's like nighttime, same location. You do go up to the top side of sector 7 as well to visit Jesse's parents, but location fundamentally didn't totally change, but the chapter did change, right? In Rebirth, you go, look, with the exception of the very first chapter and the prologue, chapter 2 is Calm, chapter 3 is the Mithril Mine, chapter 4 is Junon, chapter 5 is the ship heading to Costa del Sol, chapter 6 is Costa del Sol, chapter 7 is Corel, chapter 8 is Corel Desert, chapter 9 is Gongaga, chapter 10 is Cosmo Canyon, 11 is Nibelheim, 12 is Becks of the Gold Saucer, 13 is Temple of the Ancients, 14 is Forgotten Capital. So pretty much every chapter is mapped to a different place of the world, and every chapter is mapped to like your progression through the different parts of the world. When you have the Highwind, you're suddenly in a ship that can go anywhere, anytime. And so like chapter progression, I don't think will be quite the same way. I think it'll be probably more steered by story events than like how you move through the world. So it does have an effect on like how the game is even structured. Well, that's pretty obvious, but it is different, right? Like like Remake, it was more structured by like story events, whereas the point of Rebirth was like you were systematically moving through all these areas, and then we structure the game around that, right? So like, for example, with Remake, because things were limited to how the story progressed, even like side quests were structured that way. So it's like within this point of the story, these side quests are available, and if you miss it, you're fucked. And then in Rebirth, here this zone is now open. Now a bunch of quests are available in the zone, but because everything about this game is structured to be more open, also the side quests are also open for like you could play them in chapter 13 instead of chapter 4 if you wanted to. So it actually does have like a systematic effect on like how the game is built and structured. And then another thing, so will the Highwind let you fly anywhere? So like an example, right, is like if the Highwind serves as a hub, because I mentioned this later, but I'm already breaking whatever, it's fine because we're in the middle of the conversation. If the Highwind is like a hub, then you can go anywhere, anytime. Like right now, for example, the character side quests in Rebirth are structured so like, okay, I am in Junon and like Tifa has a quest here in Junon, and we do that, and that's like the Tifa quest for Junon, and then like there's Tifa quests in all the different zones that are, you know, somewhat disconnected and whatnot. Now, what if you were to like now if the Highwind is the hub, then you could in theory have a Tifa side quest line that actually jumps across the world, like different parts of her story, you know, her side story can get explored in Nibelheim, some can be explored in Junon, some can be explored in the grasslands for whatever reason, right? So like you can have like a continuous story throughout the different areas is like an opportunity for them to sort of like build on what they've already established, but not make it exactly the same as what the prior game had. That's already kind of happened in Rebirth, though. I mean, yeah, but it's not like fully connected, right? Like, so for example, in Calm, you had the Tifa quest where it's like about how she made the Cosmo Canyon. But then like in Cosmo Canyon, you had just like another side quest with her that was completely disconnected from that first side quest. So I'm saying, like, what if the side quests were continuous? You know, like what if there was a side quest line that actually had like a little bit of an actual narrative to it from like one quest to the other, versus just having things to do with each of the characters in those different spaces. I'm having like a one-on-one conversation within this chat, but that's the point. We go back after the end of the world has started to all the places we liked in Rebirth, like Mass Effect 2. So yes, I was thinking a little bit like Mass Effect, or like even Ghost of Tsushima has a little bit of that with like its side quests. Like it has the Tales of Tsushima, where you track like a very specific plot line regarding one of your party members, effectively, from, you know, that happens in different places over different parts of the game. But like Queen's Blood quest, yeah, the Queen's Blood quest is probably a better example than Proto Relic, but yeah. So I don't know. I'm just like thinking, you know, I'm not a fucking game developer. I'm trying to think of like, how could they change it and how could they sort of like build it so it doesn't feel exactly the same as the last game, because they continually say they don't want it to feel exactly the same. Will the Highwind let you fly anywhere? We want to explain the gameplay experience. Flying the Highwind is a very large part of it, so obvious. One of the things I thought about is the fact that, you know, I'm playing FF8 right now, and there was this element where you're flying around in more of a legitimate hub. Like the Tiny Bronco was in a hub, but like something like Blom Garden is a multi-room sort of hub, right? Where you're, you know, the ship kind of has its own sort of like structure to it and its impact on the story. And like apparently I was like looking at like a list of like great airships, and I haven't played Breath of Fire 2, but this came up that apparently like many airships provide town-like amenities for players to use in the late game. That's a convenient way of keeping the party stocked up without having to fly to a story. The airship in Breath of Fire 2 takes the idea a step further, and, you know, it's like basically a flying town. And I do feel like the Highwind already was kind of like that in the OG, even though the vast majority of the players just end up on the bridge, like even the vast majority of the characters, with the exception of Yuffie, who's like vomiting on the side. But it'd be cool if they could all sort of, if the ship was a little bit more expansive and you can have more interactions. So speaking of Mass Effect 2, you had more of these like, you know, areas where, you know, certain party members are in different parts of the ship, and there's like different stories that happen, you know, with each of them, you know, sort of like based on where they are and whatnot. Or you just have like stories play out throughout, you know, even the halls of the, or even the interior of the Highwind. Sorry, I'm like, my voice is dying a little bit. Everyone's biggest fears of Chadley. Yeah, I don't think we need to have much Chadley. Speaking of Yuffie, would it be funny to have a cutscene where she throws up over the edge and then lands on a person in a town? Oh, that would be cool. So any way to sort of like make the Highwind feel bigger and more expansive and more like a legitimate location with like parts of it that impact the story, I think would be really cool. Secondly, the other thing they've talked about a lot is part 3 having a different gameplay experience. So this was from an interview where Hamaguchi was talking about stuff, and then he was like, I can't talk about it too much, but he said, you know, as you're very much aware, the first game in the series, Final Fantasy VII Remake, was a more story-driven linear gaming experience. And then that evolved and changed into a more open world adventure for FF7 Rebirth, the second game, and that seems to be very well regarded. People seem to like that change a lot, and then they like the new gameplay direction, so we're happy with that. But moving forward to the third game in the series, obviously I can't say exactly what it is, but I don't want to deliver just exactly the same style of gameplay experience as we had in Rebirth again. We're going to evolve it and change it again to give another different and fresh take on FF7 gameplay. Again, that will be revealed in the not too distant future. I think this, for example, is the biggest hint that like we won't just get checked the towers and the checklists. I think they're very aware of how people feel about that, and they're going to avoid that structure. Whether it works, you know, like the examples I mentioned or not, almost doesn't matter. I think they're very cognizant of the fact that like people felt a certain way in terms of like how quests were doled out in Remake or in Rebirth, and they'll again change it, and it won't just be how we experienced it in part 2. Then there was also this interview, this French interview, if you remember a while back. This is the one that had me like crashing out in terms of, this was the one where it felt like Hamaguchi was hinting it wasn't going to be at the Game Awards. This is where I was like, well, maybe it won't be at the Game Awards. And then everyone in chat got mad at me, and then it wasn't at Game Awards. So, but here he said, I personally, as far as delivering an experience to players over the course of the trilogy, I've never had any intentions to make all 3 games into the same experience using the same design. For the first game, we wanted to really establish this as a remake and get that definition down. And then with part 2, we wanted to expand things further and include this open world experience, scaling up the experience from the previous one, like you said. And then continuing on with part 3, we want to offer a new experience as a new scale to players. And that escalation, I think, is really linked to the success of this project. And so in that vein, one of the really important keywords this time, like you mentioned, is Highwind. Again, is basically what he said before. And then he said it again recently where he said, we didn't want the 3 installments to be a reskinning of the same game over and over again. We want to make sure we're expanding with every installment in terms of scale, as well as retaining that freshness as you go into each installment. So they've said this over and over and over again, in terms of it will feel different. So I think, like, I don't know what exactly it'll be. I have a couple of ideas here that you'll see. I've talked about a couple of them already. But either way, I think if you had any issue with the checklisting thing, that was like the core game loop of Rebirth. And he's saying that that's intention, like not their intention to like do the same thing again. So I do think it'll work differently. I don't know exactly how it'll work, but I think we could be rest assured if you had an issue with the way the world worked in part 2, that in part 3 it will work differently. So this had me like just ask a question, right? Of like, how do you structure the game differently to create a different experience? So looking at Remake's core loop versus Rebirth's core loop, like I said, Remake's core loop is chapters equal story moments versus like Rebirth, the chapters equal location movements. Everything, including side quests, flows linearly. So I am now in chapter 3. And within chapter 3, I have these side quests, and I either do them or they're gone, and I'm fucked. Versus like everything, including side quests, being effectively open. So yes, it's open to me now that I've reached this location, but I could do this, 6 chapters from now if I want to. Content was limited but digestible. Content was nearly limitless but overwhelming. Thank you, Josh G, for the super chat. I want us to be forced to fly out of the Northern Crater at the end of the game. I think making that gameplay would add so much to the end of part 3. Oh, that could be cool. Yeah. To actually like make that a playable moment, as everything's collapsing around you, rather than just being a cutscene, having you actually play through that. I know someone mentioned Gummy Ship earlier, and we'll talk about that. But yeah, having some kind of making that a gameplay thing so you could feel it. It's not exactly the same. They kind of did that, for example, in the Escape from Corel Desert. They made it a gameplay thing. You didn't drive it, but it made it more of an interactive thing rather than just like Shinra going after them and them escaping, So, like I said, when you step through Rebirth as a game, it's all very limited, and you're limited to where your feet can take you. And so the experience of the game is like you start out and the scope is very limited. You can't see most of the map. And then by the end, you've like systematically moved through each of these areas, mostly on your feet or via a chocobo, right? Like the core experience is like, I start in this one region, then I move to this next region, then we cross over to this one, then this one, then this one. And just like a very methodical like exploration of the world. And so I think that's why it was structured with checklists and like, okay, you're in a new region, here's all the things you could do here. Versus like when you have it fully open with the Highwind, and now I could jump anywhere, anytime, with the exception of like story moments that we'll get to. So I think this was a deliberate choice, and there were some quotes sort of about that. So we put a lot of emphasis on exploration, focused game design, with this title, as we wanted to create that feeling of going on a journey while traveling around the world in pursuit of evidence of Sephiroth's movements, right? So like the game was designed in this way to recreate this feeling of like, we are on this like globe-trotting journey from one area to the next area, to the next area, to the next area. And everything is designed with that in mind. So I think what happened, and I don't know how deliberate this part of it was, but I feel like splitting FF7 into 3 games, what they would try to do was make sure that the first 2 games at least covered the primary memories we have of OG FF7. Those like primary memories are like, there's like a linear story like experience to FF7, and then there's like an open world aspect with like a little bit more exploration. So, and they said this kind of more outright. So this is again Hamaguchi. So with FF7 Remake, I do believe this is more of a story-focused piece where we really focused on the cinematic, deep, immersive story. And I believe this matches the expectations of FF7 fans as well, who love the original for its very compelling storyline and its characters. So it's like Remake, what you know and what you love about FF7, first and foremost, is the story. So like they focused in on like recreating that experience, and Midgar is perfect for that because it's built in a way to be linear, right? And I know a lot of people wanted to explore even more of Midgar, and I was disappointed that we couldn't explore more of Midgar either. But like it fit, you know, the way that the way it was built. And then with Rebirth, you know, we are now opening up this world where players now have the freedom of having more options to of locations to explore, deciding where and how they're going to go and explore the journey they're on. So it's like Remake was like, we are curating this experience completely and utterly in every way possible, probably to a point that it kind of pisses you off because like, oh man, those side quests from chapter 3, now I'm in chapter 14 and I can't do those same side quests anymore. Like everything's locked and it's like very limited. And that can be kind of annoying. And then the flip side happened with Rebirth, where it was like, here's all this shit and it's just way too much and it's kind of be overwhelming and it messes with pacing. Like in Remake, the pacing of the story was like dictated by the game. It was dictated by the story itself. And then in Rebirth, the pacing of the story was a lot more dictated by the player. Like how quickly did you move through these areas? How much did you personally hold off from doing side content so you can continue the story? They kind of mess with things a little bit. And so like both of these designs have given us some of the FF7 experience, but they haven't really given us the true full FF7 experience. So what I think is going to happen in part 3 is, at least from a player feeling perspective, I think it's going to feel more like, finally, this is FF7. It's the ultimate, you know, full thing with no compromises. And I think that'll actually come into play with like how you progress through the story to some extent. So like, I think part 3 will step us through the perfect convergence of all these styles. So like, I do think that the start of this game is going to be in the northern area, Icicle Inn, all, you know, through to the Whirlwind Maze. And so it's like a linear immersive segment, just like Remake. So giving us an experience that's a little bit more like Remake, which is actually nice after having the full expanse of like Rebirth, where we can do everything. And it's just like almost too much. It's like, all right, now we're going to focus you in and we're going to continue the momentum from Rebirth into the start of Remake, or into the start of part 3. And it's going to be a little bit more of like, a little bit more of what was of Remake, right? Where we funnel you in and you feel everything up until the moment where shit goes sideways. And then I think after that, there's almost like an open, more unanchored segment like Rebirth, where even like who you're playing with, right? Like we might be controlling Sid. And actually that might play into the story in a way that we'll talk about a little bit later. So I think they'll have that. And then finally you'll have this more like unified hybrid with, you know, when Cloud reaches unity himself, right? Like when he finally unifies and comes together. Because that is the experience of the OG FF7, right? Like this part was Midgar. This was Midgar. Then this was kind of what it felt like up until basically Disc 3, where you had this like more unified, full experience of like everything the way it was. And so I think in some ways, like the progression of part 3 will feel like the progression of the OG FF7. Fun fact, you could finish Rebirth in 30 hours. Yeah, I know. When I played, when I replayed it for the video, I skipped pretty much all the side content. And so I was just doing all the story, and it's pretty quick. What if you could soften up emeralds with torpedoes before engaging in battle? That could be kind of cool. Yeah. Before Rebirth, I replayed Remake without any of the side content. It's actually very well paced. Yeah, I think Remake is like Rebirth is well paced, but I think Remake is also very well paced. Hey, what's going on, JV Dragon? So before the stream, I promised to break down the potential chapters. But I reached this point in the slides that we're stepping through at about 1 a.m. last night. So that said, I do have like thoughts, but we'll go through them a little bit more quickly because I just didn't have time and energy to get through all of them. So like, for example, when do I think part 3 will start? We talked about it a little bit already, but I think it's to start in the shit, right? Like it's the perfect antidote for like the near directionless freedom of Rebirth and helps create that momentum to build on Rebirth's ending, right? It's like focus you back in on the story. Now, I don't mean that they'll start here. I don't think they'll start at the Crater Whirlwind Maze exactly. Like, I don't think this happens to like chapter 3 or 4. But I do think like there's enough hints that like we're going north, right? Like Cloud says it at the end of the game. It's like, well, now let's get Sephiroth. He's heading up north. And like Amaguchi said it in that interview with Jason Schreier, where he's like, because it's a major element of the game, I won't go too deep into details, but considering that toward the end of Rebirth, we're in the Forgotten City, and the original, you go to Icicle Inn from there. I guess it hints at how the third installment will begin. I hope players look forward to it. I know I saw Max talk about this, and I know he said he thought it was a little bit of a red herring a little bit, that it won't just go straight to Icicle Inn. I do think there will be a prologue. I don't know what it'll be. It could be Sephiroth, it could be Zack, it could be whatever. So there will be a little thing similar to the Zack portion of Rebirth that kicked off the game. But I think we start in the Icicle Inn, like the chapter 1, exactly. Chapter 1, Icicle Inn. Chapter 2, I would say Whirlwind Maze is more chapter 3, but chapter 2 would be like Gaia's Cliff and like that movement up to the crater and the Whirlwind Maze will be chapter 2. But yeah, essentially the same. I think the visit to Rocket Town will be a hybrid of the 2 visits to the OG game. Makes the most sense. So I had a lot of questions about how they do Rocket Town and how they do Sid. And I'll talk about that in a little bit, but I think I finally fucking figured out how to make it work. Because I'll tell you the problem that I had with when and how they do Rocket Town. Because if they do Rocket Town in, say, just like one visit, then it becomes weird. Because like, you don't really get to experience Sid's arc the way you should, right? Like in the OG, the reason you meet Sid the way he is and the way he is is because you're seeing him in Rocket Town, and it's on a day where Shinra's coming into town. So like all the memories of the failure of his like dream is like crashing on him on that day, and he becomes a fucking asshole. And so we see him like in that moment. We haven't seen him like that in Rebirth. But if you wait to give us that backstory until going to Rocket Town for the first time, it just risks, hey, what's going on, Sid? It just risks, or sideways. Or it just like risks, it's sort of not landing, right? Like if you just for the first time see Sid being a dick when you go to Rocket Town, and then relatively quickly you get to the rocket launch, and then you resolve that with Shira, you almost like don't get to see this side of Sid for long enough where his arc feels either earned or like satisfying, right? Like they need that setup of the sort of like resolution. So I was figuring out how do they do that? Especially if they delay going to Rocket Town for a while. And I think I may have sort of cracked one way to do it. That's kind of interesting. What if the intro is playing as Aerith and live stream? I think that's possible, Gene. I think the problem with like an Aerith prologue is that it undercuts the death like almost completely. I think we have to feel like she's gone, and we have to have some uncertainty about if there is anything going on with the craziness that happened at Rebirth, you know, in terms of her being in some other temporary world or something. If I were them, I would keep the powder dry on that. I wouldn't just like jump into an Aerith thing at the start of Rebirth or at the start of part 3. I I think you need to make it feel like she's gone and there's some loss and the characters dealing with that loss. I don't know, personally. There's one reason why I think it'll be a visit, but a hybrid of the two. He could have hints that Jerk Sid is kind of inside, is there inside of him with the payoff not really showing up. Nick, we're almost on the exact same. So I'll just say it to some extent. So I think what happens with, I'll just jump to, where was it that I mentioned Sid? So when Tifa is gone, right? When Tifa like stays with Cloud, there comes this conversation of like, how do we, who becomes leader? And Barrett says, at least that's what he actually like Barrett like says like, oh, we need a leader. And, you know, so that obviously means me. And then he has this dialogue where he says like, at least that's what I'd like to say, but I'm not cut out to lead. It's not handled that well, I feel like, in the OG. Basically, there is like hints of like him maybe not working out as a leader, even when you track back to like Avalanche and how things worked out with that. So Barrett's sort of having this growth moment where he's like, I'm not just going to claim to be the leader like I always have. Instead, maybe somebody like you said would be better for it. And how they built Sid to be in Rebirth actually kind of works out really good for him taking up like a leadership role. Even though he like avoids, for example, going into the temple, he's very like, at this point, from all we've seen with Sid, he's very cocky. He's very confident in his ability, in his competency. He's like, Mr. I can do anything. Like that is how he like presents himself. And so if he then gets chosen to be leader while Tifa is with Cloud in Badil, then suddenly things could be going to shit and he's in a leadership position. And that is exactly what happened. That could trigger, you know, that bad memory from his past, where like in the OG, he's in Rocket Town, right? Like what happens in his like what happens to him originally is he's in this high pressure situation, right? Shira's in the oiled, you know, the tank area. She's gonna die if they do the launch, and he has to make a choice to effectively save her. So it's like a high pressure situation where he has to make the call. And so if, for example, we are controlling Sid and he's the leader of the party at this point, and then the weapons start attacking, and maybe something is attacking Wu Tai and something is also attacking Corel or Junon or whatever, and suddenly he's put into this position where he has to like make choices again, just like he had to make choices regarding Shira and the launch of the ship. It can start to unravel him a little bit and start to deconstruct that sort of confidence that he's built up, or that performance that he's doing right now for the party. He can start being more of a dick, and he can start losing it, and he can start like, we can then like open up the cracks of potentially what happened with him. Maybe we don't even explain it, but you just see that Sid is changing as a character. Like he's not the Sid that we met in Rebirth anymore, because now he's like folding under the pressure, because the pressure is reminding of what happened in Rocket Town on that fateful day. And then you go to Rocket Town, and maybe that's where either he explains it then at some point in all of that, or maybe you end up in Rocket Town and you talk to Shara and he's being the dick that he's being, because now a flip has switched and he's, you know, in that mode of his character. And then she explains, just like she did in the OG, like what happened in the past. And so it recontextualizes everything you just seen with Sid for the past like 2 or 3 or 4 chapters where he's been leader and hasn't handled it well. And then you're like, oh, so all this tracks back to like this core wound in his like past experience. So like him being in a leadership position actually like makes it perfect in some ways for you to start to like see him kind of unravel and kind of the dickish side of him come out, because he doesn't handle the pressure well. So I don't know, that was just one thing I was thinking about as to like how you can sort of like bring that forward a little bit, as you could bring it forward in the part where he's leading the party, and then resolve it like in Rocket Town with Shira and stuff. I really want Tifa to throw a dime in Barrett's face when he starts giving up on the idea that Cloud will be okay. Let's see. Why would Tifa to throw Dyne in Barrett's face when he starts giving up the idea that Cloud will be okay? Oh yeah, he does say that at some point? I don't remember him saying that at some point, but I'm sure he does. But if he did, yeah, she could do that. You go to Rocket Town and Sid buys a pack of cigs and you realize he's changed. Oh my God, Roan. Or Robin? Ruben? I'm not sure. That would be cool. That would be funny if, like, as he's changing and as he's like cracking on the leadership role, the fucking cigarettes come out. Like he that's like the Sid literally is born in front of our eyes, literally, by the fact that he starts smoking again. That could be kind of funny. So yeah, that's a thought for like how they can handle Sid and like how they can make his arc work, because right now I don't know how you make his arc work, because like if we just go to do the launch sequence and then like you see the Shira thing both before and then the resolution in a short amount of time, it just doesn't work that well. I agree with you on this premise, but I think it can work better after the escape from Junon and the party needs to hide and they're in a high pressure moment. Oh, that reminds me of something though, Kofi. So I actually agree with you. That is what's happening here, right? Is like Tifa's gone, Cloud is gone, and then there's like a high pressure moment where he's leader and he shows his real personality. But the other reason why that would make sense for Barrett to nominate Sid is because that happens after they get the Highwind, right? So it's after the Junon thing, like you're saying. That's after the escape from Junon. So what would make sense if Sid, because Barrett and Tifa are locked up in Junon, right? And I talked about in the playthrough of the OG when we went through it, it's like, what if they actually make the sort of like heist of the Highwind and sort of the saving of Barrett and Tifa more of a playable thing, and maybe you do that with Sid, like Sid and Yuffie and Kate Sith, and you play through that, and then so Barrett's mindset is like, oh, Sid actually is a viable leader because he's the one who actually broke us out of Junon. Like it gives another reason why Sid could get nominated for being the leader. Is actually that moment, the escape from Junon, could be like this big shining moment for him that, you know, makes it actually make sense for him to become. It feels a little bit random in the OG, especially like even in the scene where it happens. He's sitting on the ground being a schlub, and then like Barrett just kind of says it. He's fucking sleeping during the scene. And then like after Barrett proposes it, Sid is like, huh? And he's like, oh, no, forget it. You're a pain in the ass. Sure, I'll do it. Like the way that they handle that leadership transition is just weird in the OG. Doesn't really work in my opinion, but what's the original reason for him to become the leader? I can pull it up. I basically summarized it for you, but I also looked it up the other day, like yesterday. Hold on. Find it. But rewatching it is why I started to like think of this, because it's really kind of slobby in the OG. But I'll watch it with the Shinra Arch translation from my playthrough, because it's a little bit more accurate to the Japanese. Where is my playthrough scene? Here we go.
This.
Let's mute it. So this is after Tifa's gone at this point because she's staying with Cloud and Mideel. And then Barrett just sort of like introduces it sort of out of nowhere, right? He's like, yeah, but enough of that. There's something more important we got to talk about. If we're going to do this as a group, we got to have a leader. There ain't nobody better at leading than me. At least that's what I'd like to say, but I'm not cut out to lead. Took a long time for me to realize that, but there it is. Which means then Sid is fucking asleep. Then he's like, huh? What's going on? Pain in the ass, forget it. But and then Barrett just, the only logic that's given is Barrett says, but you're the man for the job. If we want to keep fighting, we need you and the Highwind. And then Sid, all right, this is maybe more Barrett. This here ship's going to save the planet. And who's running it? That's right, you. So he just plays to his ego a bit, which he can still do in Rebirth because Sid is all ego at this point, which is why you got to be our leader, Sid. Ain't no other choice. And then he goes, the ship's going to save the planet, huh? Feels a little hot in here all of a sudden. Feels the pressure. Yeah, you got my blood boiling now. I'm a man too, don't you forget it. All right, let's do this. Captain Sid will lead you through. So it's handled kind of, I felt like it's a little clunky how they handle it. Yeah, technically he's the adult there to some extent. I mean, he's more fit to do it than Vincent wouldn't do it for sure. I guess other than Barrett, there's really no one else who could potentially do it. I think my phone is just being dumb. I was saying that it's most likely involving him being a leader to the airship crew. Yeah. So here, but we just walked through the logic that's given in the OG at least. Not to mention in Remake Trilogy, Barrett is still a veteran of the group, but he elects Cloud to be party leader due to his field experience. He is far more mature and open to relegation of his role. Yeah. So, but it could, having him be in this leadership position and having him crack under the pressure of it and having that remind him of the pressure of what happened to him in Rocket, like in the launch back in the day, that could be really, I think that could be a good way to get into that portion of Sid's story. I think that would push him to more forward during the Junon rescue, so this makes more sense. Yeah. Give me 1 second, you guys. I gotta run to the bathroom again. All right, chat, we're about 3 hours into the stream, so let's see if we can get through these last bits a little bit quickly, because we still have a lot to do. We still have SubTXT video to watch. We still have NieR that I want to play. So your phone hates your guts. I had it, Nick, is it, so I've had problems before on YouTube for whatever reason. When I'm in the YouTube chat on my phone, I've had issues where like it spells things differently or like adds letters or adds spaces. So like I've had that problem too, honestly. If that's what you're experiencing, like I've had that exact same issue on YouTube chat on my phone specifically. I don't know why. I've had that problem. I don't know if it's the same thing you're experiencing, but I've had that. So let's quickly run through a few more things. So Icicle Inn is Lore Heaven. I think it could be, that's another reason why it's a good place to start, is like gas tapes could be, you know, one of the things obviously that's up there, but they could get more into like the Shinra experiments, a little bit more into like everything that's happened with like all the kind of research and shit that was going on up there. And that starts to open the door to Worldland Maze, right? Like maybe Cloud even starts questioning some things related to like what happened to him based on like the things that are found up there. Again, a little bit lightning round. I think Gaia's Cliff can like push the party to a bit like edge of sanity in some ways. Like, I'm reminded that it's a very extreme situation on the body that's happening. Like, they could make the ascent up Gaia's Cliff, and even through the Great Glacier before it, they can make all of that sort of like, they could be, because they're in such extreme weather and such an extreme situation, it could add this like tension and conflict into the party that like erodes bonds, starts to create fractures, with like Cloud especially being the primary victim, right? Like when you're in these extreme situations, it like does things to your mood and to your attitude. And I would love to see that sort of like the sort of like extreme nature of this climb sort of like doing things to the party as we're heading up toward the breaking point, which is the crater and the whirlwind maze. Like Cloud rushing ahead, possibly, yeah. And then the whirlwind maze should break everything, including us, right? Like, it would be, even if this happened exactly the same as the OG, it would be fucking peak. But what would be really cool is if like there is also a little bit of a curveball. I don't know exactly what. I don't know if it's like something regarding Zack or whatever, but like, or maybe Aerith even, but like something or where like some kind of curveball is added that also like makes the players sort of like wonder about what we understand of FF7's world. But there's a multitude of things that they could do here. Even this alone, as it is fucking incredible. So it could just be this and it'll break us regardless, but they could add stuff here too that could also fuck with us. Like I said, then Tifa being with Cloud then opens up the leadership opportunity for Sid, which can lead to his whole arc that we already talked about. And really like Sid's whole arc, like the second half is really a confrontation of truths, right? This is obvious. The biggest one is Cloud and Tifa in the live stream as they confront the truths of like their history and their past, and then what happened to Cloud and the Nibelheim incident and who he really is. So what is then though clear as we step through this though is like this is true all throughout the rest of the second half of the game. It's like Sid coming to the confrontation of like the truth with like what actually happened with Shira, the fact that she was right, and like what that does to their relationship, and then like Yuffie and her dad, and like that'll be confronted when we go to Wutai, and because that's already confronted in the Pagoda sequence in OG. Barrett kind of like owning up to looking back on it, that was really crappy, my way of doing things. There's the Returns of Forgotten Capital. Like what just became clear as I was like thinking through the structure of all of this, like all of these story moments and all these like character moments, is like after 7 years of mystery after mystery after mystery, like this too is built for answers, right? Like we have 2 games where it's just like bullshit after bullshit after bullshit, just like stack of like confusion, and it's a point of like stacking confusion to the point that it pisses us off as players, right? That's like why people felt the way they felt at the end of Rebirth, was like, you guys, or at least how I felt especially, is like, you guys aren't committing. All you want to do is make me like wonder and guess and like think about this, and you're obscuring even like her death. Like, why? Is it all just to like annoy us and get us like talking and thinking and theorizing and all of that? But the thing that I was like reassured by as I was building this is like all of this stuff, and I'm like, oh shit, it's just what's gonna feel so good. What I hope is having this like second half of the game feel like answer after answer after answer, right? So instead of like mystery after mystery after mystery, it's just answer after answer after answer. Like we resolve so much with every character and every plot line, and then it leads to the final confrontation. And I think I just like almost forgot that it's structured this way to like give us finally just it's all around answers. Like that is what this 2 is all about. All the best story bits happening in this 2, 100%. Yeah, pure catharsis. Yeah, FF7 resolved. I just hope they confirm it as a requel. Like I said, I don't want to get into all that right now. Like, it's even why I've kind of avoided it within this. And we've talked it to death. You know, I feel like people see it the way they see it. and I don't want to debate it again. It's just like nonstop. But regardless, hopefully it'll be answered, right? And I think it will be. Whatever the nature of this thing is, whether it's a flat out remake or whether it's something more than that, that'll also be answered. And the game is literally structured to just like deliver answer after answer in this part of the story. And I think that's what part 3 is going to be like. So the reason I bring this up, this can kind of seem obvious, but the reason I bring this up is because I've heard people say about part 3, oh, they're not going to give us a real ending. It's going to be more bullshit, just like with Rebirth. Like there's been a lot of like pessimism from some people that because this has been like the body language and the DNA of the first 2 games is like at every turn, they just love to fuck with us and obscure things, that they feel like all of part 3 is also going to be that. I've heard that from people and like in places like Reddit or Twitter or wherever. And I just feel like it's not going to be that. I think like it's literally built for the opposite. And I can't wait to finally get that feeling. So by the time I got to this point in the deck, it was 2:16 a.m. And I hadn't even touched on the Wutai Wars. So again, lightning round shit. It wouldn't be nearly as much of an issue had they never made Advent Children. Technically, yeah. Right, so character quests everywhere. Like I said, it would be cool than like rather than like spread out disconnected character quests in different locations. If like the Highwind can serve as like a hub, and then you can like talk to Tifa and like, oh, there's this thing here and this thing here and this thing here, and you kind of like create a whole like some sort of story, like side quest story with a particular character throughout the game. That would be cool. Back to other Highwind ideas. So somebody mentioned Gummy Ship earlier, and yes, that would be cool if there was like some form of like I haven't played Kingdom Hearts, but I've seen this before, and I know the Gummy Ship has like some combat. So if you had some kind of aerial combat, and those have been talked about by a lot of people. So there's this example. There's also like Panzer Dragoon. It's another example, right? Like I was just trying to find games that sort of had some kind of aerial aspect to it. Or, you know, something like Starfield. It's probably better controlling version of this from what I've seen. Even like Starfield has issues. Like I want to be like moving from place to place, especially in the context of like a Shenra Wutai war. There would be possible encounters that could happen in the sky as like war is ongoing. I don't think it should be a huge portion of the game, but I wouldn't be surprised if they have something to sort of like indulge that aspect of like, especially with the fact that a war is literally happening right now. But I had another idea that was kind of crazy. This is a very crazy idea from a very unlikely kind of game. So again, I'm getting kind of crazy, but I was thinking about how could combat, like ground combat, be affected by having the Highwind? This is a crazy idea. It probably won't happen, but I just like the visual and I play the game that this comes from. So it could be kind of cool. I don't think it would play exactly like this. And I wouldn't want it to play like, there's no way for it to play exactly like this, but what if you could get an assist from the ship while you're doing combat? So kind of like, yeah, calling it an airstrike. I didn't think of it as Crisis Core. I thought of it as Helldivers, where just like, even look at this fucking thing where you look up and like this laser is coming down from the sky, and like attacking this enemy, and it's kind of sick. Like seeing the Highwind do something like that could be fucking cool. Oh, Sid's Final Limit Break. You're right. Yeah. Sid's Limit Break could do that. You're right. Or I just shared this because this was fun. But check this out.
And witness. Holy crap.
Just the fucking destruction that rains down is kind of cool and kind of fun. It would be, this is too much, but just something that like, as you looking up at the Highwind as it's doing something, or like seeing the Highwind do something on the battlefield, probably as a limit break, like Sid's limit break, like you guys are saying, is actually probably the way to do it. But yeah. Then another quick hit. So forget Icicle Inn as lore heaven, even though I said that earlier. Undersea should be the lore heaven. Like there should be so much shit that we discover about the world through exploring the ocean. Obviously there's stuff like the sunken Gelnica, but also like even things like, you know, this is NPC dialogue in Junon. This is also part of the Junon regional intel, but it's like, so what happens to the floating city? Where did it go? Into the depths. Shinra sank it in the war. So being able to like go down there and like see the sort of like sunken floating city of Junon, seeing like Rador, and like the remains of Rador. So much of like the old world history is like buried in the ocean. Like you literally get the key to the ancients in the ocean. So like even the way you get the key to the ancients can be a bit of a lore dump, or seeing a past part of like Cetra civilization underwater that you then get the key from. There's a lot of things that you can do with underwater, and I think it should like help expand and understands the underwater Central Temple will have the key. Yeah, the Forgotten Capital is like very Lucrezia's Cave. The Forgotten Capital has a lot of like undersea sort of like visuals in terms of like the buildings that are formed like the crustacean shells and stuff. Like so much of like everything old and historical within FF7 world is like drowning in this like underwater stuff. So hopefully that's what it feels like as we explore the ocean. It is getting all that stuff. What's going on, Sid? And then lastly, one of the last things is, what about fucking snowboarding? Because I haven't talked about it. Everyone brings it up. Everyone's like, isn't that kind of like tonally, etc., etc. I do think it would be like, there is, I think what makes it slightly different tonally when it happens in Rebirth or in part 3 is like the reason it can feel so jarring in OG, and I'm not gonna lie, it never really threw me for that much of a loop. Maybe because like when I played OG FF7 for the first time, I probably took a break between Aerith's death and this 2. Like I probably played this like the next day, so I had like a day of distance between it. So personally, I didn't have that as much of an issue as people had with like snowboarding afterward. I think like it is a little bit the way it actually works too, is it's like it's just straight up like a mini game out of nowhere where you're popping balloons and shit. And so like it just feels maybe a little bit disconnected, especially because that way. Obviously people feel that way because it's like, oh, why are you snowboarding after she died? And it's like, well, we're not just gonna be morose the entire time. We just get down this mountain. The way I think they trigger this is probably a little bit different, right? Like I know that you run into Elena and Shinra as you try to leave the town in the OG, and then they just sort of like block the town from letting you exit. What they could do is that they could make the reason for snowboarding a little bit closer to, say, the Corel Desert Escape, where we're trying to get away from Shinra because they've crashed the town, and then we have to get away, and then the only way down is to like jump on these fucking snowboards. So that could be one way to do it. There's probably a couple of other ways to do it, and I feel like we might even be fighting Shinra on the way down the mountain versus just avoiding snowballs and the sort of like goofy, mini game feel of it in the OG. That'll reserved probably for the Gold Saucer version of it, but I think it'll be, Hamaguchi said snowboarding woven into the story. Yeah. So they'll find a reason to have the characters go down, and it'll be fine. It'll be there. They've already shown us it in the Gold Saucer. It'll be there. And I'm happy. I'm happy it's going to be there. The silly penguins in the hats. Give it all to me. Keep in mind that the entire beginning of the opening disc 2, the dialogue is minimal. The snowboarding is not as jarring. Still reeling from Merit's death. Yeah, I mean, it personally never really bothered me that much. But then lastly, the big one. Chapters. What will the Gold Saucer also have? Submarine minigame. Oh, good point. They tease the snowboard one in the Gold Saucer. Like there's an under construction snowboard thing in in Gold Saucer. They didn't have one of those for the submarine. Maybe they will. I mean, they probably will. It's probably one of the worst mini games in the game, but they might give us a version of it. Yeah, I think it'll be way better in part 3 when we actually do the submarine battle. It'll probably be way better. What do you think about depth versus breadth of mini games? Do you think we have too many, or it doesn't go much into depth? Like, I think there'll probably be less, just because the story, like the reason why it's so big in Rebirth, I feel like, is because this is like the fun and game section of the story. Like, you're just hanging out, getting to know the party, exploring the world together. Like, they just dumped shit to do because, like, the whole point is to have fun. Like, this, the part of this, the point of where you are in the game is to mostly have fun. So they just like inundated us with like endless mini games because they're like, here's more fun bullshit to do. They didn't realize it would annoy people so much. I think one of the biggest flags is probably like Costa del Sol, just because there's like 5 mandatory mini games to get the outfits, and so suddenly you just feel like you're doing mini game after mini game after mini game, because otherwise it's kind of spread out and very optional. But Costa del Sol is when I felt it the most. It's like, I need to get the stupid ticket to get the outfit, and I want to see all the outfits, so I had to do all the mini games, that kind of thing. I'm pretty sure the snowboarding will be reutilized to further demonstrate Cloud's failing psyche, his isolation from the group, which is a very fun idea. That'll be part of it for sure. Yeah, Costa del Sol was the issue for sure. Yeah. So talking about chapters. So like I said, I don't want to get too deep in like crazy theories and stuff in this conversation. We're gonna watch Stavik's video. It'll have theories in it. That'll be fun time. So I just did like a straight retelling in a chapter layout. And so when you do that, what do you have? You have Icicle Inn, you have Great Glacier, Gaia's Cliff. I think that could be converged into like one chapter. You have Whirlwind Maze, the Junon execution, Finding Cloud, aka Medeal, Mount Corel, and like the huge Materia thing that happens there, Fort Condor and the huge Materia thing that happens there. And we've talked before that the huge Materia quest line might change and alter, but I'm just taking this straight. Obviously things are going to change, but fuck it, I'm taking it straight. Returns to Medeal, Lifestream, Underwater Reactor, Rocket Town, the Returns to Rocket Town, where the launch happens, Returns to Cosmo Canyon, which is where you meet Bugenhagen again. Actually realizing that this one and the next one can probably be merged into one chapter, because then you have the Returns to Forgotten City, and that also includes Bugenhagen. It's the reason why you go to Cosmo Canyon, and then he says, hey, let's go to Forgotten Capital. So that could probably be one chapter actually. And then you have Returns to Midgar. And finally Northern Crater. So if you take it all as like these as like the core chapter layouts, even if you did like a straight retelling, you get 14 chapters. So it's actually not too crazy in terms of like length, and it's pretty comparable to Rebirth. Because we talked about there's so much to do, and there is. It's very story dense. Like there is no wasted movement here. Like pretty much everything is like core hard plot, right? I don't know. Yeah, I'm just doing JV Dragoon. I'm just like literally laying out how it is in the OG right here. Nothing about the Woodside War. I know. JV, Nick. The title here says a straight retelling chapter layout. So they're just taking everything from the OG disc 2, plotting it on a page, and attaching likely chapters to them, right? So if you're to do that, 14 chapters, arguably you can merge the Return to Cosmic Canyon and Return to Forgotten City as one. It'll be 13 chapters in that sense. And yeah, you probably need more than one Rocket Town. I will admit, I built this in the 30 minutes before stream. I've been working continuously since like yesterday, overnight. I stopped working on this around like 2:30 a.m. Woke up in the morning and started to work on more. So there's some things that I missed. I'm sorry. I have a job. I have a life. It's a lot of work to do this. So where do Wutai and like Zach stuff come in? For Zach, I'm not sure. It's like, I don't know. I just didn't have time to even crack it. So just gonna punt Zach because I don't know. You could toss out ideas in chat. That's fine. For when it comes to Zach though, like I don't have anything The next couple things are like examples of what I've gotten right with Zach. I just don't even have a theory. It was partially to like stack onto like a thought about what they could do with Zach, but I really don't know what it is. It's really hard to predict what will happen with Zach. Like I would have never predicted how they use Zach in Rebirth, the way that they use Zach in Rebirth. Like I think it caught everyone by surprise, like how they used him. And I don't know. The only things I ever got right with Zach was I made this video and I was wrong about the core thing in it, but I was right about one thing in it, which was like I hypothesized that like Zach would only stay in Midgar, because as far as like if we were to track with him, like the logic that I was working on was, oh, if he brings Cloud into town, he's gonna expect to see Aerith, and when he doesn't find Aerith, he's gonna be like, where the fuck is Aerith? And then he's gonna maybe hear from Elmira that she's in the Shinra building, last as far as Elmira knew. And so he goes to the Shinra building, gets caught up in deep ground stuff. That didn't happen. But he did stay within Midgar. For way different reasons. And the only other thing I ever got right about it was, and I mentioned this on stream before, but I actually went back and found the chat message from November 2023, where I said to Sleep Easy, by the way, because we had a convo about like how they can make the opening of the game kind of mindfuckery, or headfuckery. And so I said, speaking of our convo on the headfuckery opening, is it crazy that I was wondering about the idea of opening on a Zack chapter? Surely they wouldn't open on Zack, but ... And then he was like, that would be the single most baller thing. And then again, that was November 2023. So what is that? 4 months before the game came out. And it was pretty fucking baller. So I don't know. I don't have as good of a thought on Zack right now, to be honest. So I realized that I dropped this in and didn't have like someplace to take it. But again, it's hard to predict what's going to happen with him. And but we'll see. So in terms of figuring out Wutai, this is supposed to build, but anyway, there's 2 options here that I can see for like where Wutai could drop in. I can see Wutai coming up while Tifa and Cloud are in Midil, and so Sid and Yuffie and all of them can sort of like, something could be going on in Wutai that forces them to go. It would be a good time to do it in a lot of ways, because you know, you just have those party members, and giving those party members something sort of like essential to do would make a lot of sense with Wutai. It would also be the first time that map opens up, at least in the way that I've outlined it, where it's like you have this very linear portion of the game. Icicle Inn leads into the Great Glacier and Gaia's Cliff, into the world of Maze, and then into the Junon Execution. We get the Highwind. We go searching for Cloud. We find him. Tifa stays with him, and then you know, the party has things to do, and I think you need some distance where like Cloud and Tifa are away from the party. And you do stuff that happens in the OG also. But you can maybe have a Wutai thing happen within this portion, you know, especially with Cloud and Tifa's story not progressing during this part of the story. It gives more opportunity to dive into like Yuffie's portion of the story, and dive into, you know, potentially Sid. So Rocket Town can come to here too. Maybe the first visit to it. Like I said, I didn't have Rocket Town mapped out here. Or you could also do it like in before the return to Midil and the whole live stream sequence. You could put it in. You could put in 2 chapters dedicated to Wutai in this section, or just 1. Either way, I think this is like a good portion in the story to sort of like tackle some of that. And if they get crazy, if they get really crazy, you know, and they did like something after Meteor Fall, and had like an AC closer, they could do that. And again, looking at this, like the scope of this is actually a lot more reasonable than I first thought. You could have like 2 fucking Advent Children, like post Meteor Fall chapters. And even if you did all that, even if you added all that stuff, 2 Wutai chapters, 2 Meteor Fall, like post Meteor Fall chapters, you would have like 18 chapters, which is the length of Remake. Obviously, some of these would be thicker than others. Some of these are big meaty chapters. So the overall length might be a little bit long, but honestly, it's not too crazy in terms of what they have to fit and how they can chapter it out. I sure hope they don't do that. I'm just like playing out crazy ideas and stuff. But either way, you're looking at like 14-ish chapters at the most, like conservative, and then all the way up to like 18. But even if they add a lot more, you're still looking at least chapter wise, the length of Remake. So those are just some thoughts. If Advent Children is once again a sequel, I'll never forgive Square. I don't even, like I said, I don't even want to get into all that, but I know people have said it. That's a 140-hour game right there. It's not though, La Sarissa. It's not. I think it's still about I would say for like main story, this is probably 45 to 50 hours. Obviously there'll be side stuff, but there's maybe 45, maybe 55 hours, which isn't too crazy. And of course there'll be side stuff that adds onto it. But I think it's doable. Yeah, Cammy. So that's all I have. But before we jump over to Stavik's video, I'm open to anything in chat that people are thinking about. It gives my voice a second to rest also, because it's a bit strained right now. Let's split Northern Crater into 2 chapters. One is the final dungeon, and another is the Genova Sephiroth boss fight. It's the last chapter of both games has always been. Is that all I had? Dunrick. It felt like I was under-delivering because I'm fucking a crazy person. I'm like, did I make enough stuff? Did I like do enough? I'm like, I didn't even really talk about Wutai. Oh my god, I'm a failure. So I'm not sure I'm totally tracking what you were saying though, Ravenous. Maybe there's another way to like explain what you're saying about splitting Northern Crater. I thought I had the blast from Sapphire weapon leading to Tifa's escape and Junon gas chamber. Might not be a coincidence anymore, considering now she seems to have a connection to the planet. Yeah, even like I've talked about how potentially what was I gonna say? How potentially even the weapon grabbing her in Gongaga, it's like it doesn't feel like a coincidence either. It feels like a direct counter to like Sephiroth trying to break their connection, because like Sephiroth convinces Cloud to attack Tifa, potentially fraying their relationship in some way, and then the fucking weapon comes back, grabs her, takes her down to those memories, and says like, no, like this is actually, and then that leads to the conversation that they have after that, where it's like, no, I remember now what actually happened. I had always heard that everyone said you egged me on, but in reality that wasn't the truth. Like you were trying to stop me and save me, and it's a like a very direct counter to Sephiroth trying to break their bond. The weapon comes in and does something to literally take her to memories that reinstill their connection. I still kind of hope they show Danae for Red 13. Yeah, I wonder what they do with that. I think Danae should definitely be there in the game somehow. I can't quite work out if it's like main story or like a side quest line that you could do with Red 13, because that could be cool too. If it's like a side quest line for Red 13 where he finds her somehow, that could be really cool too. Temple of the Ancients is the last dungeon, but the Forgotten Capital, just the 2 boss fights. Remake has Hojo dungeon, and chapter 18 is the chase. Well, the crater does have 2 big boss fights. Well, no, actually, oh, you're right. So it has 1 big boss fight. It has the Genova death fight. The other one that I've talked about forever and I really want is I want to fight against Cloud. I want to fight against like possessed evil fucking Cloud in the crater. I think it would just be fucking crazy. So that would be one way to get 2 boss fights in the crater. I still don't know. I know you're saying Zack versus Cloud. I still don't know when and how and where that happens. I don't know how Zack comes in. I do like the idea that John Q Gamer put out of like, you hear hints of if you haven't watched this video from John Q Gamer, he has a video where he talks about this idea of basically in the search for Cloud, you get a hint of like a soldier carrying a Buster Sword. And when you go to search for that, which is, if you remember in the beginning of Rebirth, there was like that's what Shinra was looking for. They were looking for ex-soldier armed with a Buster Sword. And they literally and they're looking for Cloud, but when Zack confronts them, they think that's who they're looking for. So like, oh my god, he's got a Buster Sword. So they've already done the thing where they've like mistaken Cloud for Zack. And John Q Gamer had this idea that in the search for Cloud, you hear about this hint of a soldier with a Buster Sword that matches Cloud's description as you're looking for him. And in that process, you find Zack. Which is kind of a cool idea and would make sense. Coon still should appear during the Midgar raid. Oh yeah, that's a cool. That's a good one. It's like the most requested boss fight. Yeah. So I think that Midgar might be better section than it was in OG, Hojo, and Proud Claude. The Sid part, I think we're gonna go to Rocket Town at the start of the game, and Sid will clash with Shira. Then we'll return to the space part for his character development. That's the one thing, Flam, though, is like, I just struggle with the reason for going to Rocket Town other than to force that part of the story to start happening. It's like every time I've thought about like starting at Rocket Town, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like I get why you're saying it, because you want to like build out scaffolding to like for Sid to have his arc, but like I just don't quite understand why the party would go to Rocket Town. They've already fixed the ship. They already fixed the ship at the end of Rebirth. They fly off. It's a better version of the Tiny Bronco than how it started out. So, sure. So, Nick, you keep bringing up Django. I will admit my own ignorance. I don't know what Django is in FF7. Am I tripping? An Air Guys reference? Is that right? I just Googled it. The Django. Yeah, I mean, it's spelled like Django and chain, so I said like Django. It's an Air Guys. I never play Air Guys. I have no idea what that is. He's a member of the Nagi species. I mean, yeah, they could probably bring that in some way. I just never heard of it before. Returns of Midgar will probably be similar to the format of Temple of the Ancients. Oh yeah, it'll be huge. Yeah, it's the penultimate dungeon. And there's so much to do. There's Deep Ground there. There's the Hojo bullshit. Yeah, there's a lot to do in the Return to Midgar. I mean, I remember Air Guys as a game. I just never played it because it looked bad. And actually, the first version of Air Guys, from what I understand, it wasn't even FF7 related. The arcade version of Air Guys has a whole different roster set. It's like not even the FF7 characters. From what I remember hearing that from someone. Like there's another version of the game that doesn't actually have the FF7 characters. Incorrect. The arcade version merely had less FF7 characters. Got it. Either way, from what I heard, not a great game. But sure, they could bring in the Django. Sure. Not even for story reasons, but I'm excited to return to Eric's church during the Return to Midgar. Hopefully that's relegated to digging up the key and using the door in OG, but I'll take it, whatever it is. Yeah, I don't know if that, there will probably be some kind of return to the church in some way. I don't know how, and yeah, I mean, that would make sense. Because at the very least, there was like a moment, like emotional moment to have there. The thing with the part 3 chapter structure is that I see a lot of shorter chapters, so I'd imagine that Great Glacier Gaia's Cliff would be 2 chapters. Yeah, I think it'll be, I still think it makes sense like as like a movement through the story, it feels like one chapter. That's why I merged them. It's also why, honestly, Return to Cosmic Canyon and Forgotten City should also be one chapter, but I didn't catch it till I was talking through it with you guys. Because I think it should feel like a little bit of like a story movement in some way, but yeah. I can see us going there if we tell Elmira what happens to Aerith, and maybe doing a memorial there or something. Yeah. What could be cool, Sephiroth, is if you do it so that, because what I really want, fuck, I should have added this in the slide, but I've talked about it before. What I really, 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 really want is what they do at the end of Red Dead Redemption 2, where you complete the story. Hey, what's going on, Rashawn? You complete the story. Even God of War Ragnarok does this too. You complete the story, and then the world is still open, and you can explore the world. And you can still have like these buttons to character stories and stuff like that you can experience, right? So maybe after we do all the story and whatnot, and we pass credits and the world opens back up and we can just explore. We can see Barrett and Marlene hanging in Gingaga growing mushrooms or whatever he talked about in Rebirth. We could go to the church and have like a sort of like ceremony or memorial for Aerith. You could just have like these little extra additional like story and world things that you go around experiencing. That could be, I still really love that idea. I don't know if they'll do that, but I hope they do. So it's like going full Spice Girls telling us what he wants, what he really, really wants. I really want that shit. I really want that shit. Yeah, and OG Reeve was holding Elmira. Well, he was more so holding Marlene hostage as far as we could tell, but Elmira might be part of it. Yeah. Visit Rondo, wink, wink. That would just be so cool. It's like still, because like if you reached a point, here's the thing: if it's a requel of any kind, and you get to a point where like Advent Children isn't the obvious next step in the story, then going around to see how the world is continuing post Meteor Fall and like where characters end up, it's different than just like Barrett running off to fucking drill for oil. You could like see, you get a chance to sort of like live in this sort of like settled new reality of like how the world ends up now that you've like changed how things work out. Like that especially could be cool, because if it still leads to Advent Children, going around and doing that won't be as satisfying in some ways, because like then even if you saw Barrett and Marlene and Gingaga as he like makes that little life that he dreamed about when you were in Gingaga in Rebirth, then eventually this all leads to him going out and drilling for oil, and Marlene is in Edge, with what's the kid's name? I don't know. It's just such a downer. Like so much of like what happens is like downer vibes. Even like I don't know. The fact that in the OG, the only mention of Elmira and Aerith's death is Kate Sith saying aboard the Highwind, "I told her mom what happened. She cried a lot as wild. She's got to have some better payoff in part 3. Yeah, that's true. Denzel. Duh. I was literally trying to think of like this episode something. Episode. What's the kid's name? Episode Denzel. My brain is tired, chat. Post Meteors of Fight Genesis. I like to see Zach's parents be told the truth. Oh, yeah. Got some closure for them, because I never get that in the OG either. Episode Diesel. All right, how are we doing on time? What time is it? 3 hours, 45 minutes. Maybe it might be about that time to watch Stowik's video. I think we've, kind of dug deep into this. Again, 117 slides. So now that I've bored you to death with Google Slides, we can watch something else. Let's find this video. So this video is called FF7's Future Hidden in Plain Sight in Corel Prison, bitch. Spoilers from Stavik. Link in chat to the video. Actually on YouTube, I'll pin it too, since I can do that. Again, also, before we move on to this next part, nice jobs. SubTXT, thank you for all the efforts. Thank you so much. Again, this does take quite a bit of effort to do, even for like a stream. So you can see I have a list of like Patreon supporters in the quarter. So I do have a Patreon, but any form of support is appreciated. YouTube memberships are also open now. Twitch subs obviously are an option. Patreon, if you want to go and support there. Those are all, although this is my entire Saturday basically was building that, and then a little bit of this Sunday morning. So it does take a bit of effort to do this kind of stuff. But so any kind of additional support would be appreciated. I know there's a bunch of subs that got dropped earlier in chat. Thank you so much. But I'm reminded of, this was a lot of stuff that I did to get to that little thing that we did. Let me post this, and so the video that we're, and yes, likes as well. Likes on YouTube helps as well. So the video we're reacting to. Why am I typoing like crazy? In it. All right, so we have, again, this is Stavik's video. I've watched all of his videos before on the channel. This one slipped by me. Honestly, Stavik, do you know why I missed this video? For like a couple weeks, I genuinely didn't know what happened. I think it's because your thumbnail structure was like so consistent before. Like this red band with like a question with like, I really like these thumbnails a lot, and they just caught my eye. And this one, I just kind of missed it, honestly. So just a consideration. You know, you can always, you know, work on the thumbnail and like use a different thumbnail. I haven't watched the video, so I'm not sure what if I missed. Thank you so much. This is awesome. Thanks, SubTXT. Thank you, Stavik. So just a consideration, because I feel like this thumbnail structure that you had before is very, very clean. You can see that in like the viewership of these, like 46,000, 11,000, 42,000. Just something to consider. Is like, if there's another way to lay out this thumbnail. Videos are forever on YouTube. So I know this hasn't had a super high viewership as I'm seeing it, 5.5K. But a new thumbnail could totally blow a video back up. So there's something to consider, because I did kind of miss this one, and I think it's partially because of the thumbnail. There's something to think about. But let's watch it. All right. Actually, let's do it in full screen react mode. I think this conclusion will appeal to both those who love the original and those who became fans of FF7 thanks to the remake series. I'm confident this new game will be loved by everyone. Naoki Hamaguchi. Oh, Hamaguchi, how naive you are. How naive you are, Hamaguchi, to think that everyone will love it. This I still think is the craziest quote. Because yes, obviously not everyone will love it. Not everyone will love it. But it's bold. It's bold to say that. Definitely bold to say that. And I do think, like, no, I don't have more thoughts on that. I thought I might have, but let's just watch. God, this, you know what this reminds me of? Sorry, this is such a side thing. On one of these streams, we have to finish watching that NPC video, because we watched like 40 minutes of it and it was really good. I gotta go back to it. Death Corel 7. You always have some kind of concept at the start of your videos that I love. There was also that like vacation one that you had. That was really fun. It was like basically an infomercial. Fighting crime. Tech bros. Wait, what the fuck did that one say? Hot pursuit. Drug deals. Smugglers. Pimps. Corel. Vice cops. Corel Vice. I got it. Also starring Tifa, I'll smash him Lockhart. By the way, I was watching somebody's Rebirth playthrough recently, and I forgot that they actually recreated I think it's in the Gold Saucer. I might have been watching Frankie Lalia's upload of Chapter 12. That might have been what it was. And I forgot that they had that dialogue in that. I've played the game 3 fucking times, so I forgot that they do the dialogue again with Don. And then Red 13 says, I think he's like, or I'll bite them off or something. I forgot they built on that. Cherith Cranesborough. All right, let's stand up. I'm a little restless. Red 13 is Rex. Link to the video. I can do it again, but it's also pinned on YouTube, but featuring multiple girlfriends. You're inviting drama, Stavik. You're inviting drama with that.
What the f did I just see? Did this idiot turn FF7 into a crime sim? My FF7! That's almost as crazy as taking a random character like Vincent and putting him in a third-person shooter game. Who the hell would do such a thing? That's crazy. Crazy! But on a more serious note, maybe it isn't so crazy, and there are hints in Corel, of all places, as to where this is all going. Quick warning first.
Remake and Rebirth spoilers ahead. I will also be referencing the original game and all of the compilation of
Final Fantasy VII.
Oh, nicely done. Nicely done.
While some people managed to move on from Rebirth after finishing it, I personally have decided to move in. I didn't renovate Johnny's Inn for no reason. After spending many hours diving into the world of Remake, Rebirth, and Final Fantasy VII as a whole, I believe I started to see a much clearer picture of where its world may take us next. Frankly, as I first played Rebirth, some of these elements didn't stand out to me at first. For example, I took the elevator down to Corel Prison, which, according to Kate, is a place with no bars, no rules. Ironically, almost immediately the party does end up behind bars. We play some minigames, feed
there are
Pico
bars.
some greens, ride it to victory, first try, obviously. Finish
Man,
up
it's
this
funny.
drug
Hold on. I'm such a
deal,
dork.
bars, no Corel Prison.
That is funny. He literally says, there's no bars, no rules, and then yeah, you're like immediately thrown in bars.
Which, according to Kate, is a place with no bars, no rules. Ironically, almost immediately the party does end up behind bars. We play some minigames, feed Pico some greens, ride it to victory, first try, obviously. Finish up this drug deal, bump into Trevor in the desert.
Burn, you disrespectful pricks!
Borrow a car, and we're free. I had to look around for some Chadley Towers and Cactuars, but that main story itch was itching hard, so get in, loser, we're going. We need Cisne to find out that Cloud's been thinking about Yuffie's beach bod. Oh no.
Cloud, what do you think you're doing?
and I had to find out why I hate Gunga.
It's so funny. They released that beach pod quote in the lead up to Rebirth, and I was like joking that it was gonna be Hojo's line because he's like on the beach in the OG. Because they didn't attribute it to anyone, they just like threw it out there as like dialogue that happens. I was mostly just joking, but yeah, having Yuffie say it also does make sense.
I got mushrooms. Just kidding. This
She
chapter
would say that
is
shit.
really good. These mushrooms still suck. Overall, I thought Corel was interesting, but I only started to think about it more deeply when I revisited the game myself. Watched other people's reactions and analysis videos, like the one made by Last Elixir. In that one, they delve into the details of how the Corel prison section was handled in the OG. In a nutshell, the OG really nailed it. Through its world building and connection to the story, using 1997's technology, it delivered an almost cinematic and deep story experience, which explored grief through video game art. If you stack that against Rebirth, some of these OG elements are kind of missing. Interesting. Wait a minute, is this game garbage? This stuff is nothing like the OG. Is this just a cheap knockoff version of Final Fantasy VII? Did the developers put FF7 into a blender, sprinkled some Unreal Engine 4 and decided to cash out?
Oh my god.
Why, Nomura? Why? Well, that's what some people might have felt. Personally, I didn't really feel that strongly about it.
You always have such creative flair to the way you present this stuff. I also didn't feel like too crazy about it and like too negative like you're about to express. Give me 1 second, chat. So I didn't really eat before stream. I had like a piece of toast because I wasn't super hungry, and I'm now very hungry. And now, since we're watching a video, it's a perfect time to eat versus when I play NieR. So give me like 3 minutes to make a sandwich. Give me 1 second. Okay. Right. We're ready. We're ready. We're ready.
Funny thing
Sandwich
about
suspense.
feelings, we all have them and they're very personal. Sometimes they are incorrectly conflated with objective facts. For example, some people still feel betrayed that Final Fantasy VII Remake isn't basically a modded version of OG FF7. That's alright.
Who's that fucking loser?
I'm sorry you feel that way. But personally, I've enjoyed the new Corel. It made sense to me and I'd like to explain my reason why. And why I isn't basic. Sometimes they are incorrectly conflated. Personally, I didn't really feel that strongly about it. Funny thing about feelings, we all have them and they're very personal. Sometimes they are incorrectly conflated with objective facts. For example, some people still feel betrayed that Final Fantasy VII Remake isn't basically a modded version of OG FF7. That's alright. I'm sorry you feel that way. But personally, I've enjoyed the
I agree
new
with the
Corel.
inflation point.
It
Yeah.
made sense to me.
Most people confuse their personal perspective with objective fact. Objective fact. It's kind of hard, right? Because like, talking. There is a level of subjective response to anything, any piece of art. So it's hard to say something is outright objective, you know. We'll hear him out.
And I'd like to explain my reason why, and why I believe the developers were actually crafting this story very carefully. Let's start with Corel Prison.
Yeah, the common thing would be, I don't like it versus that has made a mistake. Yes, I agree. A lot is a claim you cannot make based on your subjective perspective. I agree totally. I have made that argument multiple times when it comes to FF7 changes, for sure.
Exact same conversation. Let me play it for you in 3, 2, 1.
Secret to victory.
What's up? What do you want? Oh, shit! I said it again! Sorry, old habit. No harm, men. Please don't go. I'm begging you. I only want to play a game of Queenswood. I promise, that's all. I have a hard time talking to people, and, well, I know.
I did love this NPC. I love this guy. He was funny. I do remember being this funny. This also reminds me, I haven't seen a lot of Max playthrough, so I was playing it myself.
I'm not the friendliest looking guy, so I can't.
Thank you, Cam Grundy. Thank you so much. I am doing well. Yeah, we're just watching a video right now. I'm gonna repost a link in Twitch. We're watching a video by Stavik, who's here in chat. Talking about Corel Prison and the changes to it and like the reason why, basically.
Convince anyone to go around. Anyway, the name's Jack. You, wanna play with me? Pretty please?
Riveting stuff, right? Wait, you didn't catch that? Let me replay it. See, he's saying this place looks like the old one, but no random encounters this time. There's Queen's blood here now. Not everyone will be convinced that this is good, but just play f***ing Queen's blood, bitch. Okay, I may be stretching it a little, but
I was about to
this
say,
game
okay.
is so meta, it's crazy. See, the developers would love to break the fourth wall, but they cannot, so instead, they massage the fourth wall with sensual oils. And I feel those oils, and they feel luxurious.
How about this? Or maybe this?
Because you do not accidentally end up with a game that has this much hidden meta commentary. Have you noticed, for example, how the
Yeah,
Loveless
I
play
agree.
seems to present elements from Final Fantasy VII's story as if it's
Oh,
FF7?
fuck. I caught this. I thought I caught this part. I did not catch this part, though. The hand offer?
And remakes and elements? Have you
I did not catch this.
noticed, for example, how the Loveless play seems to present elements from Final Fantasy VII's story?
Wait.
The Loveless play
Oh, because is this if you choose Barrett? This must be if you choose Barrett, which I think I watched one time. Yeah, if you pick Barbados. Yeah. I think I definitely did it one time to see it, but I totally forgot about this.
seems to present elements from Final Fantasy VII's story as if it's FF7 remade inside FF7.
This one's even more direct. I thought you would have the frame by frame, like, even more matched, but where's the ending of this? Oh, so not him shooting backward? Or maybe it doesn't show him fall backward. I thought it showed Barbados a side shot, but it doesn't. It just him like on his knee in the same exact way. Yeah.
Itself? Well, that's a whole other video, but when you finish watching the play, you can overhear the developers again. They're saying how OG was not actually the end of the story.
I caught some dialogue. I caught the other dialogue that happens right before the play between the couple, where they talk about like, I know everything about the story, so a cultured young man will be expected
But
to know it quite
when
well.
you finish watching the play,
But I already know it. I just didn't understand the ending.
you can overhear the developers again. They're saying how
That's because it is not the ending. The final portion of the poem remains lost to time. Oh, yeah. Because this is like related to, I mean, to be fair, this is related to like the Loveless story. Like the kind of confirmed in place understanding of Loveless. But yeah, like you could apply this to the FF7 story and the ending that we know.
OG was not actually the end of the story, and no one has seen how it actually ends. Many are curious about this final chapter.
Many passionate individuals found themselves enthralled by the mystery of it, myself included. I never caught this dialogue.
Even make YouTube videos on the subject. Was
So it's the mystery that makes it a timeless classic, I suppose. But I could do without the sappy romance. This is me with all the shipping debate.
OG a timeless classic because it was so open-ended? Well, what matters is that there is an ending we haven't seen yet. All the way back in Sector 7 slums, another avid Loveless fan
I do
gushes
remember
about
this.
the play. But if you wait for a bit, she talks about how the new version of FF7 is different. And then she says something very peculiar.
The finale's a touch different, but if you see it for yourself, you'll understand.
I've always thought about this dialogue, yeah.
The finale's
This felt so fucking meta, especially while playing Remake. It's like, it's a touch different, but if you see it for yourself, you understand. It's like, be patient, you know, or like you have to see it, you know? You have to see it to see how it hits, you know?
a touch different, but if you see it for yourself, you'll understand. The finale's a
Even like the ending of Remake itself. Like the ending of like Remake was a touch different. More than a touch different.
touch different.
Could be.
Alright, but why make all of these changes then? It seems like the whole world is being changed. I mean, let's rewind even further. So, we arrive at Costa del Sol, and the first thing our ninja spots, Shinra Middle Manager, in the flesh, holding an untranslated sign.
Sorry, Eric the Beard, hey SubTXT, love the content. Question, are you as excited as I am for part 3 reveal, but also sad the ride is almost over? I've heard a lot of people express the sadness about it ending. Maybe it's because I've spent so much time thinking about it and like making content on it, streaming about it. Very excited to reach the ending. Like I'm as excited for it to be over as I am for the reveal, to be honest, because like I said earlier in stream, I know you probably weren't here for it, but like the whole experience of the Remake trilogy has been like mystery after mystery after mystery after mystery, and like I'm excited for the opposite. I'm excited for like answer after answer after answer after answer. I'm like excited to like get some resolution and finality and not just spend even more years debating things with people. I'm just excited to have closure on the story and have for it to come to an end. Like it will be from the moment we played Remake to the moment we finish part 3. It'll be 7 years, nearly a decade with this game, which is more than enough time for me to feel like it's okay, now it's time to finish it and sort of move on a bit. So I actually don't feel that sad about it ending. I'll probably feel sad about it as it gets closer to it, like as it gets closer to release, and it's like, oh my god, really, in a month it's all gonna be over, we're all gonna know everything. Like I'll probably feel a little bit sad then. And I do cherish the ride for sure. I think I'll probably feel maybe a little bit sad if the things that were talked about in terms of like me and Max and whatnot, like and Sleep Easy and everyone getting together, you know, for the release, you know, if that happens, like I'll probably feel it then, you know, a little bit. But your Sleep Easy's, Baby Seals, and Max's talks are gonna hit like crack though afterward. Yeah. We better get together. Yeah, I mean, there's hope. I mean, I've talked to Max about it before, so you know, hopefully we make it happen for sure.
Shinra Banzai. I don't know kanji, but I know what Shinra Banzai means and why Yuffie is so pissed off. Oh lord, those cheap developers reusing assets from Remake again. So lazy. OG would never do such a... moving on. We actually spent a bit of time. OG would developers...
Yeah, the dialogue with Shinra Middle Manager and OG is great, actually. Even the OG game is still being worked on with mods, even now, keeping the game alive. Yeah, which is also why I think like a new game, like a stacked new game plus, talked about hours ago at this point, would be really cool. Or, you know, some other way to continue like to interact with the world, do things in the world would be
Yuffie is so pissed off.
I would love, like, that would be another thing for my dream FF7. We talked about it before. Like, if there was multiplayer, like matchmaking for Chocobo Racing and Queen's Blood, so you can actually have like PvP Chocobo Racing and Queen's Blood. It doesn't need to be like an MMO style Gold Saucer where we all run around the same space. Just like the ability to match up with other players and like have, because once you run out of like Queen's Blood matches and once you run out of Chocobo races, it's like, well, it's just over. And it's kind of sad. I know like actually programming multiplayer stuff can be difficult. And it could be maybe like an unnecessary expense development wise. But I hope they do it. I think that'd be really fucking cool. So just like, so even if we're done with the story, we can all still go to the Gold Saucer. And you know, there might be like an investor that's sad that that's not monetized in a more direct way, but like, I really want that.
Oh lord, those cheap developers reusing assets from Remake again. So lazy. OG would never do such a... moving on. We actually spent a bit of time with Edward hunting Cactuar graffiti, but more on that later. Costa del Sol also has a very corrupt Shinra-affiliated mayor. After that, we eventually end up in Barrett's hometown, or what's left of it, a village in North Corel. Barrett gets a cold reception from its residents, but we bump into Dr. Sheeran, who took care of Tifa's injuries after the Nibelheim incident, and is currently studying some black robes. While he's not one to brag about it, Dr. Sheeran seems to have some influence on this village, as the villagers rely on him for certain resources. Then we go to the Gold Saucer, where we meet Dio, the park director of this sort of...
I'm sorry, I was like thinking about something else.
Or graffiti, but more on that later. Costa del Sol also has a very corrupt Shinra-affiliated mayor. After that, we eventually end up in Barrett's hometown, or what's left of it, a village in North Corel. Barrett gets a cold reception from its residents, but we bump into Dr. Sheeran, who took care of Tifa's injuries after the Nibelheim incident, and is currently studying some black robes. While he's not one to brag about it, Dr. Sheeran seems to have some influence on this village, as the villagers rely on him for certain resources.
Oh yeah. I remember this dialogue.
Then we go to the Gold Saucer, where we meet Dio, the park director of this sort of town. The Gold Saucer is owned by Shinra and requires a vast amount of Mako to run. Dio, however, seems like a pretty stand-up guy. Finally, we go down to Corel Prison, bitch, where we meet Gus, who runs it. Gus is not directly affiliated with Shinra, but is very self-interested, unlike someone like Dr. Sheeran. So that's 4 towns that paint an interesting mosaic of Corel. We have Shinra and non-Shinra affiliated mayors, and on each side we have negative and positive characters. This is a rough scale, but Kopono and Gus are pretty corrupt and terrible people, in contrast to Dio, who is more fair and genuine, and Sheeran, who I'm sure could find something better to do than study black robes and help the frustrating people of North Corel. Rebirth's Corel is set up to almost perfectly contrast each town, and is doing so by playing some interesting tricks with its source material.
I do love taking like the core things that are, because one of the, I mean, it's sort of like the fundamental challenge that we have with the remake trilogy is, as players of the original, there is such a understandable desire to compare the original execution of a thing to the way it's done in remake, and then define its quality by how well it recreates the thing that the original did. And so like when it does something different than the original did, it is then deemed most of the time lesser than the OG. And like, I understand why you do that, right? Because it's a fucking remake of the game. So you're like, well, of course I'm going to compare my feelings when I experience this the original way to the way that I experience it the new way. And if the new way doesn't give me that same feeling, and that's probably the primary thing, like if it doesn't give me the same feeling, then I discount it. That is how people usually are sort of like measuring FF7 and the FF7 Remake trilogy. Blade Jack's saying it's not a remake. Yes, and I mean I agree. But in terms of like on the side of the fence that I sit on, I'm definitely more on that side. I'm more on the sort of like requel sequel sort of side. But I'm just saying, like, I understand why that thing happens, like why people do it that way, and it's also why people like fundamentally can't understand the way that I view it, which is more like looking at it as its own thing. Because when I look at it as its own thing, I could see the beautiful connections between not the OG FF7 and remake. I look at the beautiful connections between things in like remake and things in rebirth, or like things in the beginning of rebirth and things at the end of rebirth. And so then I get comments like this one today. Let me show you this fucking comment I got today. Back on that rebirth video that I did. This just puts such a perfect point on what Stavik is talking about right now.
There's
where I got the second comment. It's on the big rebirth video that I did 10 hours ago. The acting with enthusiasm for all this shit show is incredible. How can you do that? Because, bro, I'm not fucking acting. Like, this is how I felt about the goddamn game. In fact, my video was very much like, hey, when I first played it, I didn't feel it. Like, I actually didn't like it quite that. Like, I was kind of disappointed by it. Like, I struggled with it. 20 minutes of my goddamn video is me wrestling with my feelings toward Rebirth, especially the ending. And then the rest of my reaction, or the rest of my video, like, deconstructs, okay, why did I feel that way? What were they actually going for? What was the possible intention of it? You know what I mean? Like, I'm doing in a lot of ways what Stavik is doing in this video, where am I? Where it's like, okay, let me take it for what it is and see if I can understand it. Whereas this person is a slave to like their feelings toward the OG, where it's like, well, it's not like the OG, so it's a piece of shit. And it's like, well, that's just such a like sad way to sort of like exist with this stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I find this depressing. I find his, like, he looks at it like, oh my God, I can't believe that you are like that you could be so like enthused by it, or like have such a fully functioning sort of like response to it. And it's like, I actually feel bad that you can't have a more open mind, you know? Them being like, you didn't think what I thought, so you must be lying. Exactly, Ravnus. Exactly. That's what about people, about, you know who. Yeah, I know. Yeah. People get consumed by their emotions, especially when it's important to them. Yeah. And he just responded by clearly using emotion. Yeah. Play Jax. At first I was so confused by the ending of Rebirth, but I love it now. Yeah, I'm in a fairly similar place. Yeah. Those who look with clouded eyes see nothing but shadows. Yeah, I'm a paid actor like Max. Exactly. Yeah. I was watching something. I forgot what it was. It was like some other streamer, and like for some reason Max came up and someone was like really negative toward him, being like, he's a plant in a paid shell. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, first of all, just no. I like Max is one of the most genuine sort of like expressors of feelings, I feel like, when it comes to games. Like the fact that he could be as critical, for example, on like something like Marvel Tokon as he is, or he could be as critical on like FF16 and being like, I actually feel like 15 was better than 16. You know what I mean? Like he outright always, I feel like, expresses exactly how he feels, you know? So people just can't accept that someone else besides them can enjoy a thing that they didn't. Yeah. Even like Ghost of Yotei. Yeah. I still got to go back to that game. I haven't played much farther than what we played. So. Second of all, Square Enix can't afford Max. They're broke as fuck. Yeah, very true.
There's been plenty of comparisons of specific areas or sections in the game that have been changed compared with OG. Similarly to Corel Prison, some things seem to be missing or twisted around in Rebirth, if compared aside.
I think it's just OG purists. I love OG myself, but I think it's great that what Square is doing with the remake trilogy. I think the other thing, not to like get too deep into like the sequel versus requel, even though the majority of my community are more in the like sequel requel camp anyway, but like when you look at it through that lens, it actually helps you process some of these changes because you're realizing that like, oh, this is Alex video, yeah. Because when you look at it through that lens, you're like, you can process those things that have changed because you're realizing like how they, like it's building upon, or it's like reassessing the story because the story is going toward new ends. You know what I mean? So
There's been Corel.
let me go back to
Rebirth's Corel is set up to almost perfectly contrast each town, and is doing so by
like the way that Stalik is structuring this, right? Of like, look how, you know, because people have these complaints about the Dust Bowl, but when you look at it in contrast to these other two settings, just within Rebirth itself, you can appreciate what it's doing against these other settings versus appreciating what it's doing versus the OG version, you know?
playing some interesting tricks
Because ultimately they have to make something that does work within its own confines, you know what I mean? Especially for new players. But
with its source material.
because like there are things that people bitch about when it comes to like Remake and Rebirth, that you watch a new player play this stuff and like they don't have those same, they come in without those biases at all, and they like it and it works for them, you know, more than it even works. Some of these things work for me. But I understand the fear though. I understand the fear of like the thing not living up to the OG, because I felt that with recently the new Trigun Stargaze, which finished a sort of like remake of Trigun. And in the second season had a lot of issues, namely none of the writers returned. It was pretty much all new writers, all new director. And so like the way that second season went, like I was like, man, the writing feels way worse. And then I went into IMDb and none of the writers from season 1 returned. So, and the director had changed too. So I'm like, I kind of see why things may have gone off the rails. And so I get the fear because you have experiences like that, you know, where I think Stargaze completely botched a bunch of shit for sure. And I did not enjoy it, but, so I get the fear. I mean, the thing that we have here at least is like, it's the same writers and the same creative team throughout all three games. Yeah, I have seen all of Evangelion and the rebuild films. I really like it. I haven't rewatched both of them to get together again. I watched, because I was late to Evangelion, so I watched the entire OG anime, and then I watched the rebuild, and I watched like the end of Evangelion movie, and I watched everything Evangelion, and then I went and watched the rebuilds. And it threw me for a loop at times and stuff. And there were definitely like things that I wasn't totally sure about, but by the end I got what they were going for. And it's such like a next step for the creator. Cause like Evangelion is very much like a representation of Anno, the actual like creator of Evangelion, and like how he's changed, you know, with age, and like as 30 years passed, like the Evangelion and how it originally resolved reflected Anno at that period in his life. And the way it resolves in Rebuild feels more like it's altered because of how he's altered, you know, how he's changed as a person. So he wanted to express something different. And so I look at them as like separate things and like equally in some ways, you know. And I do think the Remake trilogy is similar in some ways. It's not as like, Remake trilogy isn't as much of like a singular creator's like vision altering, because it's not, you know, it's a group of people, but there's like similarities for sure.
There's been plenty of comparisons of specific areas or sections in the game that have been changed compared with OG. Similarly to Corel Prison, some things seem to be missing or twisted around in Rebirth, if compared side by side. People have different...
Oh, Josh C, thank you for the $10 super chat. I don't know if you saw, but Seed has a video where he interviewed his wife, who was in a game, or you mean Steed, and had no attachment. She played because she wanted to understand why FF is so important to him. Very cool. Yeah, I'd kind of like heard about that or like seen it pop up or whatever. I haven't seen it yet, but
opinions as to why and how these changes are made. One of the more informative yet entertaining analysis is in a video by Hot Sauce Ross called Free Discs in Disguise.
We watched.
In
we watched
his
some of
inversion
this.
theory, he proposes that many elements in Remake Part 1 are simply inverted elements of OG.
There are really cool thoughts in this, especially in the beginning of this video. I then felt like he kind of like went at like he was like piecing together very, very minor things that I was like, okay, we're stretching it a little bit. But it was an interesting concept for sure.
And this trick is used to cleverly...
Yeah, no, I haven't seen that Steed one, Josh. I don't know if I will or when I will. But yeah. I've seen like other people react to it, and I don't know. Like not react to that video, but I've like seen other people who haven't had any experience react to it. So I've seen a lot of people who haven't had any connections to OG or FF like respond to it. So it's just not as like, oh man, that's such a new perspective that I hadn't seen before. So I wasn't super motivated to like watch it quite yet. But
we fit different parts from all of OG into Remake Part 1 and to surprise the player.
The facing Sephiroth against the fire scene is literally reversed in its choreography.
Yeah, like that. This one's a cool look. This is a cool thing too. Also, a lot of like FF related stuff. Like I kind of try to keep the stream in some ways because like we talk about it so much that it's like I need a little bit of distance when I'm, you know, not streaming at this point.
While some of his examples are a bit of a stretch, there might be some truth to it. Overall, I don't think it's broadly applied, especially in Rebirth. While you could identify parts of the story that may follow this pattern. For example, in the original, Cloud learns the parade moves from others, but in Rebirth, he is a captain and teaches others. In OG, the leader of the parades finds Cloud, but in Rebirth, Cloud has to find the troops participating in the parade.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's reversed. Not everything is reversed, of course, otherwise the parade would be taking place in Lower Junon, and I don't think Cloud's future wife, Rhonda, would be happy with this arrangement.
Oh my god. And I was responding to you. Yeah, this is like my joke chip, because I don't give a shit about chipping, so like, I always make the joke about Klonda.
Instead, I think the developers simply tried to adapt elements and subvert expectations. Cloud is a captain because no one would have expected that. Rufus is practically a pop idol because his portrayal is adapted to fit in with modern celebrity culture. The Shinra 8 cruise is both subverting expectations and adapting cultural elements, while roughly repeating events of the OG.
Sure.
One of the reasons why I didn't mind the Dust Bowl is because it was instantly recognizable to me. The street art, questionable architecture, alternative music, cool bars, and its edgy residents. I've been to this place before. It's basically London's Camden Town. Street art, questionable architecture, alternative music, cool bars, and edgy residents. Camden is well known for these. Except to most Londoners, it's better known as a tourist trap that you avoid at all costs. It can still be a cool place though, after all, it was practically the home of Amy Winehouse. I also like the portrayal of Corel Prison in FF7 OG, but its exact recreation in Rebirth wasn't exactly on top of my wishlist. In a bit of irony, I avoided replaying OG before Rebirth, to not remind myself of the exact events, assuming that many things will play out more or less the same. I was trying to stay fresh, expecting to re-experience them in Rebirth. Little did I know, the developers were hard at work at making me look like a dumbass right now. The game gave me my harshest lesson all the way back in Chapter 2. After only reloading my save twice and consulting with the internet, I've given up my attempts of trying to skip the encounter with the Midgard armor. If you've played the OG, you'll know that it's avoidable, if you have a chocobo or know a few tricks. However,
I love that it was not avoidable. I love that it was not avoidable. And see, that's a change that I think is great. You know what I mean? Like, it works within like the OG where it's like, oh yeah, if you get this thing, you can avoid it. It makes it a fun like challenge within the open world that they build, but it's great.
I
to
was
fight it.
fully on board.
You're so
with
confused.
Rebirth once I've
Because you're like, I got the fucking chocobo. It should be good.
realized that this encounter was freaking awesome. The Midgardsormr fight was freaking peak, and the only better thing than the fight was the music. And I know no better person to describe it other than Patrick Rainbow.
The double kick drum is here. The double kick
I still have to
drum
watch
is
his videos.
extremely here. Oh my god, Christmas is saved.
I get that some people might still not vibe with this, and the Dust Bowl just feels wrong.
You've only going to learn beta.
Even back in the day, this habit of adapting contemporary culture was not exactly foreign to FF7. I really liked the vibe of the OG Walmart.
Yeah, I still need to watch the Patrick Rainville videos. I haven't watched yet.
For example, but one of the reasons I liked it was that it reminded me of another piece of media, the TV show Twin Peaks. Yoshinori Kitase even confirmed in an interview that it was one of his inspirations.
You know, I actually have not seen Twin Peaks. I started to watch the first episode like years ago. I was just like, I'm not in the mood for this right now. It's the energy, the tone of it. I was just like, I'm not in the space. I'm not in the mental space for it. So I just never tried again.
With Star Wars and
I know it's like
Jaws,
beloved, but
the atmosphere, music, characters of the OG Wall Market have a lot in common with Twin Peaks. For example, if you listen to Audrey's Dance and Final Fantasy VII's Lurking in the Darkness, you'll catch my drift. It makes perfect sense for artists to borrow these aesthetics too. Don Corneo, we might as well have been asking him who killed Laura Palmer. But hey, maybe some people don't want Twin Peaks in their FF7. Based on many released interviews, it's clear that the developers have been contemplating this dilemma very seriously. The challenge is not just to subvert expectations of old players while retaining the themes and characters of FF7, but at the same time adapt them to modern culture and perhaps even to resonate with younger audiences. I did ask them if they could mellow down the pacing at least, make it more vanilla.
No vanilla.
Oh well, I've tried. In the Dust Bowl, I was largely following a familiar story.
it's live action event going on with cops. So now you got my attention.
Our party ended up in a bit of a...
I've actually been wanting to rewatch Event Going On, like the original anime. I'm doing the whole thing again. I've kind of wanted to.
pickle. Cloud had to win a chocobo race. We had to find Barrett and Dine, and bam, on our way out of this place. I figured the devs needed to throw in some Queen's Blood in the mix. Overall, Corel's Presence adaptation surprised me, but not in a bad way. Alright,
Yeah.
this is...
I felt the same way. Yeah. I felt it. I would play Life is Strange. Yeah. That has big Twin Peaks vibes. Oh, nice. Yeah. No, I have played it. I played all of them except for Double Exposure and the new one. I haven't played either one. Just because I heard Double Exposure was not that great, but then I heard retroactively because of the new one, it kind of makes Double Exposure a little bit better. But we'll see.
different, but let's see what this dumpster has to
I
offer.
definitely heard like negative things about Double Exposure, so I didn't bother. I might someday.
Go to hell, kitty! This game is
The first one's great.
godlike, dude.
The problem is, however, that the Dust Bowl does change the story.
Just playing the game is so fucking fun. It's just so fun. That's why I think like earlier I wanted to focus so much of the conversation on like combat and exploration and just like, man, it's such a fun video game to play, you know. Double Exposure just didn't feel different enough from the first game, which is my complaint. Interesting.
As Last Elixir's
Yeah, Alan Wake. I still gotta go back and replay Control because I played about half of Control and didn't beat it, but I gotta play it, but I gotta play it from the beginning again so I can just like, because I've forgotten everything. But
This game is fucking godlike, dude.
The problem is, however, that the Dust Bowl does change the story. As Last Elixir's video points out, Corel fucking prison used to be Barrett's home. So what the hell is going on? Did the devs mess this up?
The trick coin. Oh god, the trick coin. The trick coin that doesn't change in Remake. Have you noticed that? Or like it doesn't matter? Like I've done the trick coin in Remake where I think canonically it just always falls on tails or something. So like if I pick or whatever it is, or it lands on heads all the time. Either way, I've only ever seen it land on one side. And I've literally picked that side with Cloud, and then like it's landed and it's shown me that side. And then fucking what's his name? Chocobo Sam is like, oh, I guess you lose. And I'm like, what do you mean I lose? I chose the right one. Yeah, it's a Chocobo head on both sides. But if you choose heads, you still lose. And I'm like, how? I won. I literally won.
Rewind even further. Hello, Shinra Middle Manager. We'll get back to you in a bit. I meant further back, to Shinra Tower. Remake sets up a couple of interesting threads that I believe will continue until the conclusion of the whole story.
Yeah, not a trick coin, it's a gaslight coin, yeah. Like, what I never understood why they never patched that. Like, all they had to do is, like, no matter what the player selects, it lands on the opposite, no matter what. And then, like, you could show it on both. So it could be either double-sided tails or double-sided heads. You know, but it just doesn't adapt to the player choice at all.
Part 3. As we walk through Shinra HQ, we'll get back.
Hold on, I was distracted by the trick coin. All right.
Let's rewind even further. Hello, Shinra Middle Manager. We'll get back to you in a bit. I meant further back, to Shinra Tower. Remake sets up a couple of interesting threads that I believe will continue until the conclusion of the whole story in Part 3. As we walk through Shinra HQ, we bump into office workers who appear to be dealing with the aftermath of the platefall. It becomes obvious that the big bad set up at the beginning of the game is not so black and white as a whole. Eventually, we reach the top of the tower where we meet President Shinra, who asks what, in his view, is a rhetorical.
It's not a glitch. Is that what you're saying, PNM? Yeah, it would be cool if it actually worked the way the story makes it sound.
Shinra, who asks what, in his view, is a rhetorical question.
Picture a world without Shinra, without Mako energy, a stagnant, impotent world. Now picture a natural disaster. Who would help the people? Help them recover and rebuild?
Yeah, I mean, he's literally talking about On the Way to a Smile. Like this part of, like that part of the story is like after the natural disaster of meteor fall, it's like who helps them rebuild. It's why Barrett goes and like runs off trying to find oil.
You? With their old world ruined, will they thank you for the new?
The question becomes a lot less rhetorical when he suddenly feels a stabbing pain in his back, because it immediately illustrates that Shinra may not be around forever. So how do you answer his question? I think some of it might be something to do with what we saw a second ago. The duality of Shinra, the electric power company. Shinra runs the world, and in Corel we can see that through people like Capono and Dio. But as we've discussed earlier, they're also not the same. Even at
the whole point of the coin is that the same on both sides. I know that, PNM. I know the point is that it's on the same. It's the same on both sides. I'm saying that whenever I've played Remake and it's heads on both sides, when he gives me the option as Cloud, I say heads, and then it lands on heads, and then Chocobo Sam says, "Oh, sorry, I guess you lost." And I'm like, how the hell did I lose? It landed on heads, which is what I guessed. So my point is, yes, it's supposed to be the same on both sides. I'm just saying that the game doesn't stick to the rules. Because if it is also tails on both sides, and it's simultaneously both. Is it? Maybe I'm getting too caught up in this. Either way, it just never looked right to me. It's always felt like, well, I picked heads and it's showing heads. I don't understand. Look at it closely. That's a really dumb coin then. It's like not even a fun trick coin. It would be fun. It would be better if it was either double heads or double tails, but you're saying it's double heads and tails on both sides. It's a chocobo head with tail feathers. That's what it's trying to do? That's really kind of dumb. It's ambiguous whether the coin is head, because they're a double head. They're like double-sided coins, right? That are like either double heads or double tails, isn't there? Like, is usually how the trick coin works, doesn't it? Either way, I'm not going to continue. I'll take your word on it, and that probably is why it works. That probably is why it says that. That actually does make sense. I just personally don't like that. Like, it would be better to me, just me just saying what I think would be better, is if it were either a double-headed coin or a double-tail coin, and then whatever the player chooses, the coin renders as the opposite, you know? But I get what you're saying. I guess technically the best way for him to guarantee a win for himself is to make it both sides. But then I'll just be like, this is a bullshit game. Like, you can't even hold me to this loss because like it's literally both. So I would say, fuck you, Chocobo Sam. I'm not doing your deal. I don't know. Such a random rant.
Lower levels, as we've discussed earlier.
Like to have to like really look at the coin to get the point is kind of annoying. Funny you should say that. You have the option to do exactly that. Oh yeah. There's a third choice where you're just yeah. Supposed to be a bullshit. Yeah, I get it. I'm just saying, I feel like usually I could be wrong about this because I've never had a situation where I had a double-sided coin to choose from, or that I've been screwed by a coin flip where it's like both things. But I feel like usually when there's a double-sided coin, it's either double heads or double tails, not double of both. So it just sort of like broke my understanding of what like a double-sided coin is usually like. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me see. Double-sided coin. Double-sided coins are two-headed. I was right about that.
We can see that through people.
Hold on. Such a tangent. This is because of just because of a title in your video, Stavik. Double-sided coins, two-headed or two-tailed, are primarily novelty items or magician's props, generally valued between $3 and $25. While rare, genuine air coins with two heads or two tails can exist, with one rare example selling for $84,000. So there are rare, genuine error coins with two heads or two tails. Most, however, are made by joining two real coins, often visible as a seam or near the rim. Yeah, it's like two heads. It's not trying to do like a heads and a tails. That's all I'm saying. It's like usually when I see a trick coin, it's heads on both sides, not like heads and tails on both sides, or double tails on both sides. So I understand that shithead Sam literally has both on both sides. I just think it's kind of dumb. Personal opinion, I think it's kind of dumb.
People like opponents.
I'm going to move on. There's surprisingly strong opinions in chat about this, which I guess I also have a strong opinion, but it's not that serious.
I think some of it might be something to do with what we saw a second ago. The duality of Shinra, the electric power company. Shinra runs the world, and in Corel we can see that through people like Capono and Dio. But as we've discussed earlier, they're also not the same. Even at lower levels, we can see that people like the Shinra middle manager are just normal humans. As we chase around Costa del Sol to find pictures of Cactuars, we learn about his bonds to his family, his employees. Even though he's still very much aligned with Shinra, Aerith treats him with respect. Later on the beach, we can see that he's also very conflicted about this affiliation, showing us that a duality exists within himself.
This is one of my favorite song tracks too.
Even though he's still very much aligned with his and in Corel, we can see that through people like Capono and
thinking about the dumb coin
but
still.
As we've discussed earlier, they're also not the same. Even at lower levels, we can see that people like the Shinra middle manager are just normal humans. As we chase around Costa del Sol to find pictures of Cactuars, we learn about his bonds to his family, his employees. Even though he's still very much aligned with Shinra, Aerith treats him with respect. Later on the beach, we can see that he's also very conflicted about this affiliation, showing us that a duality exists within himself too.
There should be more sunset settings, right? They should have more sunset locations in the game, because this looks so nice.
Don't even get me started on the Turks. This thread of Shinra's duality started in Remake, is very prominent in Rebirth, and joins a new thread, one of the central themes of Rebirth, which is bonds. There is also a third theme, and all those themes culminate in the Corel Desert.
FYI, this music plays just before boarding the Shinra 8, as you talk to Titov. Oh, yeah. I thought the song was also maybe here, but maybe not. Yeah, the day-night settings, people have talked about that. Sunset and night lighting honestly look amazing. Yeah, I know Max has talked about it a lot. Especially, like, for example, Calm. You only ever see it at night in that one sequence where you talk to Tifa on the roof at the end of chapter 1. But it looks so beautiful at night. Like, Calm is so nice at night from that rooftop, especially. It'd be cool to kind of walk around it at night.
Because you cannot discuss.
You probably can. You probably can download that mod and walk around it at night. Because it's been built into the game. I just don't have the mod.
Corel without
Barrett Wallace. As I live and breathe.
The mystery of the one-armed shooter is revealed to the player even before our characters find out.
You carry that weight. I like how you did the title too. And the one thing I would say before we see whatever you propose is, I think speaking of like how the remake trilogy does things differently because of what it's trying to communicate versus just trying to replicate what the OG did. When I played through Corel, when I played through the Dying thing, while we were playing Rebirth, while we were playing Rebirth, we like watched the OG Dying scene versus the Rebirth Dying scene. And the one thing that really stood out to me was like, it felt like the Rebirth one, it felt like the OG one was a lot more focused on trying to convey the tragedy of dying. Like that's where it really funneled the player's focus is on dying and like how tragic his story is, where it feels like Rebirth was trying to make it a little bit more focused on Barrett and what Dying's death and the guilt of it does to Barrett. Hence why like it literally ends with Dying falling on top of him and saying like, you carry that weight now. It seems more like focused on, rather than like focus on telling it in a way that reinforces or like emphasizes the tragedy of Dying's fate. It feels like it was written to emphasize Barrett and the guilt he carries and all that. It's present in the OG also, but it just felt like that's what they were more focused on, which was how I at least made sense of like why they changed it the way that they changed it.
About the Wii shooting from Kate Sith. My initial take.
I don't even know if Stowick talks about that here, but since a lot of this video has been about like what this game is doing versus the OG, maybe this comes up. I'm not sure. Oh shit, I muted it.
OG players would know this mystery anyway, and new players might.
That's roughly your
They
take as
find
well.
it hard to buy because they've spent a lot more screen time with this expanded version of Barrett by this point. This is the dude who didn't even kill President Shinra when he had the chance. What's important here though, that besides dismissing this mystery, this moment sets up something different. Before showing a brief flash of Dyne, it shows us a very pensive Barrett looking at a photo of Marlene. Later, when our party reunites with Barrett, they express their concern but with a hint of uncertainty around Barrett's culpability in the shooting. I think it's notable that whatever the facts may be, they decided to find him anyway. Barrett admits that he initially chose the path of vengeance, which led him to attach a gun to his arm, after Shinra destroyed his town. He recounts the events, his history with Dyne, and expresses disbelief over Dyne's involvement. No way someone like him could have become a monster who shoots innocent people, right? Cloud highlights that, indeed, Dyne and Barrett's paths seem similar, so perhaps Barrett's faith in Dyne is justified. Barrett confronts Dyne, who appears to have lost touch with reality, but remains calm, until he suspects Barrett's connection to Shinra. As highlighted in his SS menu, Dyne's insatiable need for vengeance kicks in, and after Barrett tries to stop him, Dyne...
That's one beat that I really love in this version of it. I do like that, it's music. I do like that Dyne has this moment of like seeing Cloud, and like that reminds him of Shinra, and just digs everything up. Like, in terms of like a moment, that works for either version of the story, whether it's the OG or the remake. And I don't feel like he has that same, I think it's just really a one-on-one in the OG. I don't think he really talks about the party or Cloud or anything. So I love that moment, especially. You know, it's potential option to get, it's a potential way to get kicked out of the Cool Kids Club. But when I swear to God, like after I played the Dyne scene in Rebirth for the first time, I don't know. I was totally, I thought it was great. Like I just didn't really have, and I remember telling people, I remember telling people and them just being like, oh, the OG was way better. And I was just like, oh. And then I've seen analysis like the Shinra Archaeology one or the Last Elixir one, same guys. And like I get their points for sure. I just didn't really feel that negative, and I still don't feel that negative toward this version of the scene. And I've said it before, I feel like how people feel about the Dyne scene in Rebirth is maybe how I feel a little more closer to like the Seto scene in Rebirth, where I was just so upset that they didn't give it enough time to breathe. So I was more bothered by the execution of that scene than the execution of this scene. Even Palmer coming in, it's a little bit of a sidestep. You know what I mean? It's not like Palmer runs into this zone and literally interrupts this directly, and you fight Palmer while these two are there or something. Like there's a beat, you have to run over to that area, and then you fight Palmer. It gives it more space than even the Gi stepping into Seto scene did. But that's an aside, I feel like. I love the Gi story that was added during this. I fucking love it. I love the Seto. I love the Gi story which was added. I just hated the way that he showed up right in the middle of that scene. You know? Josh Z, or no, Red Mage, thank you so much for the for resubscribing for 5 months. Thank you so much. Because I have no actual problems at all with the Gi. So I love that addition. It's just that he literally steps in within like 5 seconds, like somebody said.
And asks Barrett to kill him. Barrett reaches out to him, but Dyne dismisses it and forces them to battle it out. After Dyne loses, he solicits Barrett to kill him for a second time. Barrett, in his pain and desperation, brought on by this confrontation with his best.
I love this moment too. Like how Barrett just like, he takes it off, he drops the gun, and he's like, then fuck, just kill me, you know what I mean? Like, some part, like I get the things that people prefer about OG, and I do think in some ways OG might be a little bit better. But I still feel people discount some of the beats that happen here, especially from Barrett's side of the coin. Not gonna lie, I don't really understand the Dyne scene hate. The Palmer fight afterwards is understandable, but the Dyne sequence itself was well done, yeah. I feel it was way too overdramatic. Felt like dude was in a play instead of feeling real sometimes. Less is more. No, I mean, I feel like these two are like interacting for the first time in 5 years, and it's drudging up all this old shit. I feel like it would be dramatic.
Friend.
And none of it felt like over dramatic either. The only thing I wasn't a big fan of with this was the execution of my biggest problem with the execution of this whole sequence. And I might be distracting from Stavik's point, so I'm going to rewind and then rewatch what he's saying. But the biggest thing that I felt was not executed super well was the way that the Shinra troopers ran in to the scene initially, and then the way that the Shinra troopers come in at the very end. The way that Shinra interrupts the scene, at least the way it's shot and directed, feels very sudden and kind of unrealistic. It's like very jarring. That's probably my biggest complaint with the execution of the scene. But the actual conversation between Barrett and Dyne, I think, is really well done. Let me go back to Stavik's actual point, though.
People, right? Cloud highlights that, indeed, Dyne and Barrett's paths seem similar, so perhaps Barrett's faith in Dyne is justified. Barrett confronts Dyne, who appears to have lost touch with reality, but remains calm.
I like how Dyne stepped in, for sure. It was just for more like the execution of how Shinra showed up in the scene.
Still, he suspects Barrett's connection to Shinra. As highlighted in his SS menu, Dyne's insatiable need for vengeance kicks in, and after Barrett tries to stop him, Dyne asks Barrett to kill him. Barrett reaches out to him, but Dyne dismisses it and forces them to battle it out. After Dyne loses, he solicits Barrett to kill him for a second time. Barrett, in his pain and desperation brought on by this confrontation with his best friend, reaches his limit.
And now how the way the Stavik is like telling this, it's like, yeah, he literally is like has a death wish. Which does reflect how he is in the OG.
And is ready to die as well. Dyne, after clearly wanting to die for a while now, gets angry again.
And then he talks about that more when he's like, I just can't do it. I know I've known for a long time what I need to do now. I just can't do it.
And accuses him of being a coward. After all, if Barrett gets to die and rid himself of his pain, that's unfair to Dyne. Barrett admits that it was his mistake in trusting Shinra that led to all of their lives being ruined, effectively placing most of the blame on himself. Dyne, unable to put the blame solely on Barrett, floats the main culprit, Shinra, but dismisses that answer as well. Understanding that it's not correct either, he admits the pointlessness of his vengeance and admits to what we've seen throughout the sequence, that unable to stop his anger, he just wanted to die, but was also unable to do so either. Barrett then explains that he was able to process his guilt and regret through his bond with Marlene, who he rescued from being killed. Marlene became Barrett's anchor to the world, giving him the strength to move on from his grief. Recognizing their similarities, he explains this to Dyne, probably thinking that Dyne might find some hope in this. Unfortunately, Dyne sees this as yet another wrong and turns his anger again towards Barrett. After rejecting Barrett's offer, unable to forgive,
which is how it happens in the OG. Literally, the only thing that doesn't really happen here is like, he doesn't say, okay, I gotta fucking kill Marlene. You know, which is dark. It's definitely a dark note, and I know why people like it because it is so dark. But I almost think there's like almost like a nihilistic reason why people really love that Marlene line in the OG of like him wanting to kill. He's like, oh well, she's got to go too. It shows like how fully broken and how crazy he is, and I didn't need it personally, but interesting. I liked how Dine put himself in front of Shinra. Yeah, I read that. Also, them changing Dine wanting to kill Marlene to Dine hating the fact that he feels like Barrett took Marlene away from him makes so much more sense and makes Dine much more sympathetic. Yeah. When I first played the OG game, the line about him wanting to kill Marlene took away from the emotions the writers wanted me to feel for him. Oh, you want to kill your daughter? Yeah, I don't care anymore. Yeah. Even though the scene is supposed to make us feel bad for him, that line takes away. It was basically what I was just saying. I do feel like I get why people say like almost feel like him wanting to kill Marlene shows why he's so far gone that like in a way that they like, but I feel very similar to you, Eric. If OG was more for you to understand Dine and sympathize with Dine's story, then it makes no sense for them to have him say that because you lose all sympathy in my book. Good point. It's supposed to illustrate his insanity. Yeah. I'll have my family back together if we're all dead. Line of thinking. Yeah. That part of it does. Yeah, I get that. Because then in his mind, yeah, he's taking both of them. He's going to have both of them. And in some ways, like that's how he can finally do the sort of like death, right? That's how he can finally jump. It would be, him finally having both of the people that he wants in the afterlife with him, sort of thing. So I still think it's good. I like OG a lot, I don't think it's about realism, Nick. I think it's about to the point that was mentioned by Notorious, like feeling like he's really fucking gone, But I still think people are too harsh on this version of the scene, Rebirth version. Yeah, it's good, just different, which is the whole thesis of this video.
Actually, Dine sees this as yet another wrong and turns his anger again towards Barrett. After rejecting Barrett's offer, unable to forgive Barrett and himself, Dine reaches his culmination. Knowing that he cannot break this cycle, finally, he self-destructs. He dies protecting Barrett because even though he cannot fully forgive him, at his core, Dine is not crazy, and the care he has for people he loves is still within him, and that includes care for his old friend. But
I have heard the criticism that the beginning of this Dine scene, because he's like talking as if like people are there who aren't there, that's a signal that he is crazy. So Stavik just said like he's not crazy, but the beginning of the scene makes it feel like he's mentally gone. So then by the end, for him to be seemingly more lucid, it feels like it doesn't connect the character. I have heard that thought, and I do get that thought. But I still don't dislike
unable to stop his anger, he finds death.
Like the way people talk about this scene is if it's like a piece of shit. You know what I mean? I was like, they ruined it. And like, I can't get there. They definitely changed it. But
to be the only way to finally put down his gun. With his final breath,
you carry that guilt, that weight,
effectively tells Barrett to continue the struggle, perhaps recognizing that unlike himself, Barrett is capable of doing so. But for Dine, this was the only way he could finally reunite with his loved ones.
I missed you.
yeah, I have seen that the devs are proud of it. It kind of is about realism in a way. You have to have something grounded in reality in order for people to be able to sympathize with it. Dying and OG was so far gone that killing him was the only thing we could do. Rebirth's dying. There's just enough humanity left that you can't help but hope that maybe he could have been saved. It's objectively better if you ask me. Haters are just gonna hate because it ain't the same. Do you mean Rebirth? I meant the Rebirth version is better for you, Nick? I think it's inferior to the OG, but it's not terrible. Yeah. Some people claim it to be. I don't understand the hate. Yeah. Yeah, for you, the Rebirth version was better.
Maybe that's how the sequence
good scene.
should have
good fucking
ended.
scene.
But remember Shinra?
Security's been slaughtered, Palmer. Your chocobo came last, Palmer. I've had it.
While Barrett is probably still alone with Dine, for the player, we're
Spank that ass, Palmer. Spank that
thrown
ass.
right into a fight with the most obnoxious character in.
Here's the thing, though. The music during this fight is actually pretty fucking great. And the fight itself, as annoying as Palmer is actually pretty fucking good fight. Like, it's a fun fight. It's a fun fight. I don't yes, he's like, him crashing in here is, you know, I definitely have some feelings about it, but it's kind of a fun fucking fight. It was weird to have him here. I don't think it was necessary to have him here. I think they could have had him just like chasing you in the final escape scene. You didn't need to have this fight. Like it felt like they did this because they didn't have Rocket Town. So like they needed to have Palmer in it in some way. So instead of the bus hitting him and that being like the Palmer thing, and you know, they made this thing. But as an actual fight, it was kind of fun. It does feel random though.
The story. Palmer, who, completely oblivious to the situation, screams about his own selfish grievances. While many found this action movie style pacing questionable, I think the game uses Palmer as contrast in multiple ways. First, while Dine and Barrett were just exploring each other's grievances,
but maybe here's why it isn't random. Let's see what he has to say.
Shinra's machine doesn't stop or care for such concerns. Second contrast is a bit more subtle, and it's with the use of helicopters, which not too far back were mentioned as means of saving Tifa.
Thank Lady Luck and Shinra for that helicopter.
Third, to reinforce this duality, we get another example of humanity versus inhumanity within Shinra, when with a similar bluster, Dio appears just in time to help us. Let's not forget, Dio is still affiliated with Shinra, but is a man of principle, and goes as far as to express the need for Dine's respectful burial. A need we later see presented again in the next area, the village of Gongaga. While this might seem unrelated to Dine's story, this contrast also illustrates why blaming Shinra collectively does not work as an excuse for neither Dine or Barrett.
Yeah, because that's literally the conversation they have in Gongaga with Cisne. Like, Barrett is like, I'm surprised that they made this memorial. So sure as shit didn't do that for Corel.
I know you might find it hard to believe, but not all the apples in that bunch are rotten.
To bookend the sequence,
And then what does Dio say? I don't know what happened to Midgar, but to me it matters.
That bunch are rotten.
To bookend the sequence, we finally circle back to Barrett, reiterating the mission that Dine has assigned to him, to continue his struggle with grief. But instead of just through Marlene, it's Cloud of all people showing up as an example of how one endures such a mission.
To help take the load off, huh?
By anchoring ourselves to others.
I mean it, man.
Letting them in to help you, a task Dine has failed at. For that, you have to try to forgive yourself.
Even Cloud, up to this point, to Barrett, is a representation of Shinra also, right? It's the exact thing you're talking about.
Cloud illustrates that the
even if he's an ex-soldier.
These life-saving connections.
And yeah, that moment is so good. Yeah.
Can also come from unexpected places. And if you make preconditions
Shinra and its duality is a lot more in focus in Re-Trilogy. Yeah.
for receiving love and help from others, you will not be able to accept it. Without self-acceptance and an ability to receive love, you will eventually self-destruct.
Oh shit, hold on, say that again?
To accept it. Without self-acceptance and an ability to receive love, you will eventually self-destruct.
Without acceptance and an ability to accept love, you will inevitably self-destruct. And that is what happened with Dine, right? Like he's given this offer of potential love by Barrett in this moment where he's like, but Marlene, we can go see her. And he just has gotten to a point where he cannot accept it. And this is the result. You know, I'm covering him right now, but, shoot. But this is the result, right? This is the result of that, to the point that Stavik is making. And the theme of like acceptance and all of that, yeah, Cloud, it's like so important to FF7 as a story. So damn, good fucking catch. As to why this route was really good. I mean, you could say that about the OG one too, right? Like he offs himself just a bit differently. But that one implies because it's a little bit more of how far gone he is, I guess, right? Versus potentially being redeemable, but then like choosing not to redeem himself. So yeah, I guess this execution of it does emphasize that more than the OG did. You know?
Eventually self-destruct. We all obsess about blame sometimes, but when it's not so easy to assign blame, how do we move on? Who is to blame? Maybe a more important question is, how do we live with ourselves?
Hey, what's going on, Johnny Long? Quick summary of talking points. Ooh, buddy. I don't know if I can give you a quick summary, especially because we've been streaming for how long now? 5 hours. It's 5:30. How the? Damn. Okay. We talked a whole bunch about like game design for part 3 for the first 3 hours, where we and it was 4 hours discussing double-sided coins. But yeah, the first like 33 hours of this stream was very much focused on like, how could they design part 3? Like, what will the world design be like? How will exploration work, combat, stuff like that. And then I outlined like how the chapters might play out, but I honestly didn't spend too much time on that. And then since then we've been watching Stavik's video, which has been really good and like illuminating the Dine scene especially, and Corel and the differences to it. Yeah.
Do we build a prison with no bars and keep others away? Or let them in and move forward together?
Basically a more positive interpretation of the Dine scene based on like what story specifically Remake and Rebirth are trying to convey. And so like when you don't look at it through the lens of just the way the OG presented things, but the way that like the Re-Trilogy is presenting it, you can sort of like look at why they did the scene the way they did it. It's kind of interesting. On the way to a sequel.
Wondering how this applies to the future of the series. It's time
actually
to start cashing in those video essays.
I was thinking that because of this title, FF7's future hidden in plain sight.
The thematic threads of the story are important because they heavily contribute to its world building and will span all 3 games. Good world building doesn't force feed you, it's subtle. It sets the stage to make you work for it. It's for you to look at a room and realize, oh shit, that's where they had that meeting. One of the challenges with Rebirth is that some of its world building isn't paying off in this installment. I think its payoff is coming in part 3. But that's also what makes it quite intriguing, because I believe the devs are not only telling us a different story, they are building a different world, a new world.
We're going into wild speculation. Okay, here we go. Actually, that's a good marker then, because I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Give me 1 second. All right, how much more of this video do we have? Let's see. All right, we have about 24 minutes, chat. 24 minutes. So as you know, that means we'll be watching this 24 minutes for about 2 hours. So lock in.
One we haven't seen yet. This might explain the existence of the Dust Bowl. The problem with the old Corel prison being Barrett's former home is that it's completely unsalvageable. In Rebirth, Barrett's home is a mess, with a substitute leader who is not really interested in being one. Barrett, on the other hand, reveals in one of his side quests that he wants to show Corel to Marlene someday. Cloud doesn't feel like this is a good idea, and it won't be for a while because Barrett still feels responsible for what happened, and people of Corel still blame Barrett for what happened.
I don't know if you're gonna get to this at all, but I really cannot wait for the Corel scene when he saves fucking Corel in part 3.
As we just discussed, perhaps blame in this story is something that needs to be overcome. Just like Dyne, people of Corel are imprisoned by their mindset. If Barrett is up to the challenge and the people allow him to help them, Corel could flourish once again into a place that Marlene would be happy to live in.
This is such a aside too, but I just love how Yuffie defends him so much. Like, even though they're kind of new to each other, I mean, maybe, you know, the respect sort partly because like he's representative of Avalanche, which he has a lot of positive feelings for, but just like I don't know, there's something very sweet about it, you know.
Challenge Corel are
like the optional scene where the train crashes through
by
it.
their mindset. If Barrett is up to the challenge and the people allow him to help them, Corel could flourish once again into a
that's a good connection.
Imprisoned by their mindset.
Oh man, that's a good connection.
Fuck, because Barrett still feels responsible for what happened, and people of Corel still blame Barrett for what happened. As we just discussed, perhaps
the people of Corel are basically a reflection of like Dyne in a lot of ways.
Blame in this story is something that needs to be overcome. Just like Dyne, people of Corel are imprisoned by their mindset. If Barrett is up to the challenge and the people allow him to help them, Corel could flourish once again into a place that Marlene would be happy to live in. With that, I'm placing my first bet. Marlene will come to Corel, and Barrett will be its new leader. Because when OG puzzle pieces don't fit into this new puzzle, I think the differences can be very telling. And
I mean, I like that take. I don't know how they make that happen because that would need to be like a postscript. You know what I mean? Like an epilogue, or you know, one of the RDR2 thing where you like run around. You get to see how the world, like what the characters are doing in the world after Meteorfall. I like that idea a lot. Kofi Barrett is the closest male positive male role model. Yeah.
reveal the remake creators' true intentions. The puzzle pieces that still fit perfectly are Barrett's care for Marlene and his guilt for what happened. Back in Midgar, President Shinra's question foreshadowed a challenge in creating this new world. If Shinra is gone, what is left behind? If we cannot realistically get rid of Shinra, perhaps we should consider whether it can change. And the seeds for its future could lie with its positive side. People like Dio, Reeve will need to take on the challenge of untangling the duality we've seen so far. I'm pretty confident of this because you simply do not focus so much on this duality unless you're thinking of resolving it in some way.
Interesting.
One wildcard to watch out for though is Shinra's new president, who also wants to change the world, but...
Well, the thing is, Rufus, even like into On the Way to a Smile and into Advent Children, I do feel like Rufus transforms in a way. Like I remember feeling like he was, maybe you get into this, but even though he's still kind of his, like, personality wise very similar to how he always was, it almost feels like a little bit of a face turn a little bit by the time he gets AC in some ways. And it would be interesting to see Rufus take up maybe a more positive version of it. I don't know because I admit I haven't finished reading the episode Shinra On the Way to a Smile. That's the chapter I didn't finish reading, so I may have a misread on Rufus, but
seems a lot more open to collaboration.
They made him a more complex villain in Rebirth than he was in the original game. He's much better set up to have a redemption arc. Yeah. I like that the remake scene Barrett was like shit. I don't think far enough ahead of what happens after Shinra. Yeah.
Remake has clearly...
Yeah, he did see that they don't need Shinra anymore in Advent Children. He's a lot more flexible than his father, and On the Way to a Smile, he's far more empathetic.
He shaped the world of Rebirth, just as Rebirth is shaping the world of the future. Let's dig deeper though, because Shinra's power comes from Mako energy. While the sight of an exploding reactor may be a distant memory, Rebirth presents subtle nods to this post-Mako future. After visiting a Mako-dependent calm, the grasslands show us that alternative sources of energy actually existed before.
Oh, I can't wait to find out how much power it can generate.
Which really was not in the OG lore at all, which is why I feel like that's probably why in On the Way to a Smile, they get to a point of like, whoa, what the fuck did we do? How do we create energy? And sort of like, and so the only viable alternative becomes this oil shit. And this sets up, whether retconning or not, this sets up at least another path that isn't fully reliant on that.
In Cosmo Canyon, clever people like Bugenhagen,
they may have been a reference to wind power in On the Way to a Smile, but it wasn't enough. I don't remember.
Are even able to transform Shinra's technology into a clean source of power. I think this is extremely important because if you've watched Advent Children, you might know that its ideas for energy production are very ironic for a movie based on a game which had a strong...
Yeah, I know, Nick. It's even weirder because in the OG world, if you dig 10 feet deep, you hit Mako. So just where were they mining petroleum from? I know.
Themes are very Advent Children.
Sure, they're going to start making solar panels and wave generators. Yeah, they're going to be the clean energy.
You might know that its ideas for energy production are very ironic for a movie based on a game which had strong themes of environmental protection. So let's hope there is green energy other than Mako in the Final Fantasy VII world. Honestly, while this is all subject to interpretation, I can't help to see small nods to a new future all over the place. For example, the canon sequel to OG FF7, the novel On the Way to a Smile, actually begins with a story that includes Johnny, except Johnny's future looks a bit off to me. He's not running his seaside hotel anymore, and I think Nojima forgot about a crucial key character, Johnny's future wife, Jenny. If you think I'm joking about Johnny's future wife, let me remind you what Johnny's priorities are.
I was cursed with the unholy trinity. no job, no money, and worst of all, no girl.
That's right. Our boy.
Oh, stop it. You have such a fucking talent, dude. In terms of just like getting into really serious shit like the deep dive into Corel and Dine and what that all means. And then a stone's throw away, you end up with a slow-mo fucking a slow-mo celebration of Jenny
is getting married, and I will die on that hill. So congratulations, you can free up some space on your bookshelf because this book is not happening anymore. Oh, and this book, which has Leslie and Kyrie, well, I won't go into details, but you can make even more space because it's also definitely changing.
Part 3 side quest: defeat Ruby weapons to get engagement ring for Jenny. His detail's quite good. Why it would have been a bad idea to go back to Advent Children. Yeah.
All of these puzzle pieces just don't fit with what we see unfolding in Remake and Rebirth.
But it seems like you're going to point to a lot of these things, and I've felt that too. There's just so many things that feel like step off from what they're setting up, you know?
You might be thinking, hold on, those are future FF7 events, no? Are they being taken away?
The developer said.
Away in Remake?
Or maybe erase?
If you think that at the end of Remake, the developers were rendering all those fancy particle effects to see how hot your PlayStation can get, think again. That, my friend, is developers sprinkling change dust all over the world. That's right. That's 100% medical grade change onion. If you want this story to lead into Advent Children, I suggest you stay indoors for the next 3 to 5 business days while our dedicated crew deals with the fallout.
Shall I give you despair?
Again?
Change dust.
By the way, this Sephiroth line is from Advent Children, yet he repeats it in Remake. Why? The easiest way to think about it is that he repeats
again.
Wait, what? Oh,
by the way,
despair.
this Sephiroth line is from Advent Children, yet he repeats it in Remake. Why?
Yeah, he does.
The easiest way to think about it is that FF7 Remake is not a remake of the original 1997 game. It's a remake of all of FF7 up.
I've ranted on this before. I ranted on this literally in the conversation with Sleep Easy. But it's like, people get so... What's the word? I can't think of the word. But like, people get so like nitpicky, I guess, about the idea of like time travel, where there's no time travel in FF7. It's like, yeah, but they're literally accessing future memories. Like, it's stated straight up that it's like they're like, it doesn't matter that a character's physical body isn't going to the past, or that, you know, the events of Remake isn't a sequel because it doesn't chronologically happen after the events of Dirge of Cerberus. It's like taking the words so literally. And it's like, yes, but functionally, if a character is working with knowledge of the events of the future, it doesn't matter that they haven't literally traveled from the future. Like, they have the knowledge from it. It's like if I were suddenly to wake up tomorrow and I suddenly knew the results of the next 10 Super Bowls and I bet on them, like, I would make a fuckload of money and it would be based on, I didn't go to the future to get it. It just somehow popped into my head. Like, the outcome is still the same. Like, the byproduct of like time travel still happened regardless of me just laying in bed. You know what I mean? You're trying to explain logic to Otsis. Good luck.
Until 2020. The story roughly follows the OG plot, but I think there is a lot more to this.
Psych!
Yeah, Game Busters, yeah.
Look, before
it just feels like getting gaslit over things like, yeah, a singularity, or you know what I mean? Like things that are very clearly like they're not there for no reason, just like the change dust.
you send me a link to that damn Kitase interview that's been shared to dev, where he says Remake will link up or add up to Advent Children. Read carefully what the devs are actually saying. Advent Children is going to be part of canon. What all these interviews have in common is that they talk about compatibility with the canon, not continuity of events.
Oh my god. Oh, what a banger. Oh, stop it. What a banger line. Oh, fuck. Repeat it again.
Part of canon. What all these interviews have in common is that they talk about compatibility with the canon, not continuity of events. Developers have never confirmed.
Fuck, that's good. That's such a good way to describe it. And one more time.
All these interviews have in common is that they talk about compatibility with the canon, not continuity of events. Developers have never confirmed anything specific relating to continuity, like, don't worry, Sephiroth and Genova will not actually be defeated, so Advent Children can still happen. If Advent Children is effectively a prequel to Remake, its elements still add up and link up. Most importantly, Advent Children remains canon, just not in the same relation as OG. You see, in OG, Advent Children is a sequel to the story, but in Remake, it's a prequel. It's reversed. However, if
oh shit, it's a nice way to bring the reversal
Advent
thing back
Children
in.
is still also a sequel to Remake, all those changes in Remake that we've just talked about would have to be erased because they make no sense in Advent Children. Now, there are some passionate arguments for this to still be the case. With Dream Worlds being involved, you never really know. But making all of Remake's changes effectively irrelevant doesn't sound like that satisfying conclusion that Hamaguchi has been hyping up. In late 2024, Nomura has been busy figuring out the ending of Part 3. Why do you need to figure out the...
Hold on. I'm very satisfied with it. So I'm sure the fans will be satisfied with the final chapter, commented Kitase-san. He added that Tetsuya Nomura, the creative director on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, was given homework to bring a conclusion to the remake project that respects the original Final Fantasy VII while offering something new that wasn't present in 1987. Yeah, we've heard this before, but reading it again, in light of this, the way you presented this is very compelling.
ending, unless in this version of FF7.
The finale's a touch different.
Also, his task was to come up with something that respects the original and not respects continuity of its sequel. Let us not forget...
I've always found it sus the way they keep saying this. It's like, we want to respect the original. We don't want to betray the original, you know, like very like strong verbiage. It's just like, why do you need to use that verbiage? If not there's something coming that could feel like it's changing the original, or that, you know, it could feel like it potentially betrays the original. You know what I mean? Like, so many caveats that just feel like, again, clearly, I didn't bring this up during my thing, but if you remember when we talked about the Hamaguchi quote, like, I don't know, 17 hours ago, whenever it was, this one, hold on, let me find it again. If we go back to this quote, it's like, they're not afraid of definitives, right? Where was it? This quote, where I'm not going to reread the whole thing, but he says, like, I think one thing is important with feedback, right, is like, in opinion of players, is what I want to avoid is having that adapt and change the core experience of the game. I think that core theme, that core base, that creative vision has to come from the creative team. In our case, that's Mr. Nomura, Nojima, Kitase, myself as well. We have to really get that solid idea of what game we want, what experience we want to create down. That is not affected by fan feedback at all. That really is our decision and our creative vision. And he says, but when it comes to things like gameplay, we're more open to like adapting to how people feel. Like, they're not afraid of saying things like, hey, the story is fucking up to us. You know what I mean? Like, they're not afraid to use definitives at times, but they always, whenever it comes to Advent Children or like the original, and it's like we're kind of tracing along the original story, and we're inspired by the original, respecting the original. They keep saying these things that are like, they just don't outright say the words like, yeah, this is just this the original game. You know what I mean? Like, there's always some qualifier that where they dance around it a little bit. They've always danced around it a little bit, enough breathing room. So to me, it just reads as like they're giving those that space because they know it's not going to be 100%. You know, Denzel's parents being confirmed to survive the Sector 7 plate collapse, which is possible. Given the rescue effort that didn't happen in the original game, would be a way to show AC is averted. We haven't met Denzel or his parents, right, in the trilogy? But yeah.
And not respects continuity of its sequel. Let us not forget Cloud, who's full of soldier juice right now. I've always wondered in the OG whether some of these modifications done to him could be reversed. How are we not freaking out that Sheeran has been busy studying black robes?
So now we have it.
I'm thinking he could absolutely be holding the key to Cloud's future. One last bet, Sheeran will be sticking that needle into our boy.
I mean, yes. I mean, the thing that he would able to, I don't know if he's going to like change anything about Cloud's biology, because I don't think he has to. Because Cloud has pure S cells and he's not affected by degradation. Like, that is confirmed in the lore. And if only Cloud let this doctor read his blood, then Cloud would know, one, you don't have the same effect. You know what I mean? You don't degrade. Cloud is so afraid of the needle, but the needle would actually be like his salvation in some ways. It would be a reassuring truth. It would also spoil the fact that he's not a soldier.
I know most of you don't care about windmills or Johnny's wife, but I think they are like signposts that things are starting to change.
See, that's where Horatio, that's where it's like, that's where it's a Rorschach test, no matter what. Like, you feel that the qualifier in Hamaguchi's quote reaffirms that it's a retelling to set expectations amidst the wild theories that are out there. I think that people just view it differently. Like, I feel like everything that's any quote that's ever been stated has been viewed both ways. You know,
already all over,
and we're just not going to know until we see how it all comes together.
The world. And if we're really thinking about what the future brings, we cannot forget about our.
I do think like the way that the change is affected, I feel like to the point of like crazy theories, I feel like the way things will change will feel still in line with the original, you know? So like, I think it's a assuage people from, or like to dissuade people from like being like, oh my God, what if it's like Cloud and Sephiroth team up and fight whatever? Like, I don't know, like crazy changes, like crazy sounding changes, or like wildly dramatically different things, right? Like there were people who like thought they were going to throw away the whole playbook of like disc 1 in between Remake and Rebirth. Like, most events weren't going to happen the same way. It was going to be this crazy, wild, different, like incredibly different and wildly different thing. And that's not what it was. And so I think that's also a way to say, to your point, whether it ends at Advent Children or not, it's saying like, it's still respecting the original, so it's not completely throwing it away, but it's making changes to the point that Stavik's making. It's like making changes that like fundamentally you're like, wait, but that doesn't add up quite the same way anymore.
Characters,
rather than being like wildly different things.
In the world that they want to create.
It's been on my mind since that Ultimania quote confirming Remake was a meta title. They invented all the theories, because having a once-one rendition wouldn't have been as hot a topic to discuss. Well, I look back at some of those Ultimania quotes, and I see the opposite too. I see like they say remake. The reason why we called it remake, we can't even tell you that right now. And it's like, well, that's suspicious. And then also the fact that like remake was originally planned as the 5th entry in the compilation. What do you mean the 5th entry? What do you mean the remake? Because they asked them, where does the project originate? And it's like, it actually originated a long time ago. It was originally the 5th part of the compilation. And now it's a remake? Wait. The thing you were planning as the 5th part of the compilation is suddenly a remake? But that doesn't make sense either, you know?
Like Yuffie's dream of living in a free homeland. Barrett's dream of showing Marlene her family home. Nanaki's dream of...
Oh, you never heard that one? Yeah. Let me show you. I had it as like one of my, I did like this whole crazy stream of like, where we went through a bunch of dev quotes from the past. And one of the last ones that we talked about, this is from the remake Ultimania 2020. The interviewer said, roughly when did the Final Fantasy VII Remake project begin? Katase. The project itself actually existed for quite a long time. Nomura. Back when we were developing the compilation of Final Fantasy VII, it was launched as the 5th entry after Advent Children, Before Crisis, Crisis Core, and Dirge of Cerberus, though only as a project plan. However, since I was the only person attached to the project, it quietly went dormant after I became busy with other work. I just find that so interesting that it wasn't originally planned as a remake. It was originally planned as the 5th entry in the compilation. I find that incredibly suspicious. So it is interesting, right?
Helping the Gi and fulfilling his father's legacy. Tifa's dream of having a shower.
Worked up a good sweat.
Let's make it rain, developers. I mean, why set up all of these different threads if you're not planning to show us their resolution in part 3?
Fucking clown, dude.
And if you do show it, why would you want to erase them?
Why not?
However, there's still one more future we have to talk about. I left this one for last, but I know it's on many people's minds. The future of our favorite flower girl. The developers have teased us and outright said that Aerith's fate is the reason why Rebirth ended in such an ambiguous way. Even though the writing is on the wall for those who dare to read it or read the soundtrack's tracklist. Speaking of developers, Nomura even compared the dream worlds we've seen in Rebirth to the wishes of the players themselves.
There's a scene near the end of the game where Sephiroth is hurtling through this white space and Cloud goes flying along with him, and you see all sorts of visions. Among these many visions must certainly be Whirl of FF7 in each player's heart, and although they're all FF7, each one is slightly different.
Maybe some of us want to see their favorite himbo live or Aerith to go on another date with Cloud. I think the developers want to show us that, as players, we can divine the conclusion of every path. But in life, you cannot walk two paths at once. You have to make a choice. What the developers give, they can also take away, because another theme of FF7 already touched on in Rebirth is acceptance. It might be hard, and to many it will feel like a betrayal. Why dangle this option and painfully take it away? If Aerith dies again, was there any point in walking into the portal at the end of the highway? Was this journey worth it? Maybe there is another lesson in acceptance, that it doesn't always mean giving up. The future may not be exactly what we want, but it will only be a better future if we fight for it.
The future, even if it has been written, can be changed.
If we do, maybe we can make a difference. Hopes and dreams are not just fluffy ideas. They are an essential part of one's will to live. Especially in FF7, life and death are not that simple. Aerith's future is not that binary. Maybe she also has a dream, one she held dear for a very long time, and she deserves a better future too.
Everyone dies eventually.
Those no longer with us may not actually be gone. Even if we cannot be with them right now, maybe we can see them again, one day. Maybe that is something to look forward to. Life on the planet is for those who are still lucky enough to walk on it.
Can't say I saw that coming.
'Cause you weren't there.
It's a painful truth that we have to accept. However, it doesn't mean that our
Yeah, Kofi, I remember during when Max was reacting to my video, he was like, I remember I can swear, chat, I said this before, I talked about this with you guys about how like they were gonna make it seem like we could save her, but we can't. And I remember he did talk about that a lot in between Remake and Rebirth. Weirdly enough, despite kind of like hearing that thought, it wasn't really on the top of my mind while watching the ending, even though it is exactly what was discussed before Rebirth came out.
love and dreams don't persist in some way.
Because like sometimes the execution of the thing just like hits you different than even like consciously knowing that it's coming in a weird way.
Or another. Love persists.
Hang in there, Cloud. I got you.
At least as long as those left behind continue to carry the torch.
Each time he turns to the gold saucer, Tifa will stand in front of Jesse's portrait. God, her scene, like what she says about Jesse and stuff, when you go on the first gold saucer date, you walk with her and you get to have that conversation about Jesse is so good. I think Barrett has one too. But that's later.
Still waiting on that pizza.
Maybe that's how it ends, chat. Cloud gets a pizza from a revived Jesse. Cracked it open. I find it interesting that death and grief is everywhere in Rebirth, just never in the context of Zack or Aerith.
One thing that worries me as an FF7 fan, while I love the thought of reaching a conclusion that is happy and satisfying, does this mean the end of the FF7's story? As I explore in my Sephiroth video, I do want Sephiroth's and Jenova's story arc to end, in a way that is definitive and cannot be retconned this time. Jenova has been corrupting life for centuries, and unless it is fully erased, the future will always be in danger.
Yeah, the Jesse Tifa Traces of Two Paths stuff makes Jesse's death in Remake hit twice as hard, because you really like Tifa's obviously crying during that scene, even when he first experienced it, but after reading their relationship in Traces, then when you go back and you watch how Tifa reacts to Jesse's death, you're like, oh fuck.
This cycle has to end. At the same time, it's hard to accept as a fan that this ride might finally be over. Maybe
because like Jesse was like her first real friend in Midgar, like first real legitimate friend in Midgar. So it's like, damn.
Maybe it will be time to enjoy.
Jesse told me how to walk again. Yeah, damn. I forgot about that line actually.
Enjoy the last game and move on. But what other stories could still be told? Could we get another game?
Let's go!
Oh, that's it! Wait, Lassie! Not in the buggy! Not in the buggy!
A juicy DLC at least.
Revenge of Cerberus.
After all, not many expected the original FF7 to continue, yet here we are. If Part 3 delivers us this new changed world, with many of the core FF7 themes finally resolved, will there be any point in continuing? Was there any point in doing it after 1997? The FF7 story did continue, far beyond the scope of the original game. I think at the very least, we should see some resolution to that continuation. Looking at other big franchises that are now decades old, maybe it's better to end on a high note than to drag things on, and I think that's ultimately my main wish. I do want more, but only if it's good and still makes sense.
Yeah.
Besides making an amazing FF7 video, Last Elixir continued a long-running social experiment. Fans will always have their own interpretations of the story and the developer's intentions, sometimes to their own dissatisfaction. It's hard to gauge what exactly the creators meant. Subtle elements are, by their nature, missable. The results can be confusing, but when the pieces fall into place, also very satisfying. The truth is, there's one more key ingredient to a story. Us. Our expectations.
Yeah.
Which sometimes leads to a bit of bad faith. In Rebirth, I think Dine cannot receive help from Barrett because of how clouded his mind is with anger and grief, and potentially a little brain damage. When I considered Barrett's grief, I've realized that this scene doesn't really focus on Barrett's anger in the same depth as the OG. Only later realizing that his anger is explored in Rebirth, just not in a place any OG player would have expected it. It's explored in the Temple of the Ancients, where it can be contextualized, not only with the rest of the party and their own experiences and harm done to them by Shinra, but it can be directly tied to Sephiroth and the core arguments made by this new story. With a bit of good faith, I eventually found the themes that I was looking for and the type of stories that made me love FF7 all those years ago. Barrett's grief and anger cannot be resolved in a single sequence either. This journey is not finished yet. Some people seem to obsess about which story is better or whether the devs were faithful enough to FF7, but maybe the only relevant question is, what is FF7 to you? Seriously, I'm curious. I know what it is to me, and there's a good chance your list is a little different. By making these videos, I've also engaged in the social experiment. I've even been told that I'm not a real FF7 fan.
Oh yeah, I have seen the Why No One Can Get Over FF7 video. I remember it being good. I remember watching it, and it's like, oh, maybe I could react to it on stream, but I didn't really have a lot of like additional thoughts. I just really enjoyed it.
Wow. Who made you the FF7 police? Let me drop some truth, my friend. There are a lot of fans for whom this game is their first FF7, and to those fans I say, welcome. Welcome to Final Fantasy VII. You are in for a ride of your life. But let me add one more thing. Once you're done and that post-game depression starts kicking in, may I suggest playing this game? You know why? Because I guarantee you that it hits a little differently.
Yeah.
But its stories, art, and characters are timeless. I won't judge whether you like it or not. That's on you, my friend. As for the remake trilogy, I just want the developers to make a really good game.
High quality box
one that they want to make. Oh, and sorry for censoring you, Nojima. You're all responsible, really. I promise.
I looked away for a second. I was reading chat when the censored version of that came on for the first time, and I was like, did I see what I thought I saw? And then now I see, okay, I see where you're going.
I'll keep an open mind, but you dear developers.
You have to promise not to fuck up, cause I'm pretty sure you won't like what you see.
Wait, that's it? No
outro?
Wait,
there's more. Hold on.
What the hell, dude? Oh, there is an outro. I just needed a good transition.
This is the setup for the whole series going forward. Think of it as like a
outro is optional.
Okay. This is gonna be more of a unwrapping than unboxing. So the first thing we got is a corduroy chocobo.
Outro side quest.
Very interesting.
I have no idea where this is going.
He's not yellow. He's not like
I'm curious.
Yellow. And his eyes are kind of like gold, I would say. I don't know. Is he gold chocobo?
Yeah,
Gonna have to
good
find
job,
out.
Wick. This is a very good video.
Wait, how much did I pay for this? Holy shit.
Where the fuck is this going?
Next thing I want to try is this.
It's an outro merch review.
I think someone
It's a nice
Square
chocobo,
Enix
though.
is like a Cradle of Filth fan or Venom at the very least.
Black Materia.
Black Materia.
That is kinda sick.
This is very on point. I like it. Let's see the back. End of the world.
End of the world tour.
Ooh, Wutai. Hello.
Capital City. Wutai.
I don't know who's their tour manager.
Who made this shirt? Is this like a Square Enix shirt, or is it just like a fan made shirt?
I think it would be Sephiroth. So they would make Cloud like the roadie or something. Oh my god, poor Cloud. He's like loading up the Black Materia, you know, every night, and just like.
It's an official Square Enix shirt. So Capital City. I never seen that listed as like something with Wutai, but maybe I just missed it. But Capital City in Wutai is maybe a location now this time.
Like hauling Sephiroth's gear around the world. Oh man, it's interesting that the final show is at the Shinra building. What do you think of that? Poor Cloud. Okay, last but not least, I'm very excited about this one because I found out about this from the Patrick Rainbow's like Rebirth videos, and apparently there's like a Kate Sith fortune inside, and it's like should be unique.
Oh really? I'm curious.
Uh-oh. Okay, there it is. There it is. Ooh. What is it?
It's the fortune.
Let's see. I'm too afraid to look.
Darn it! Darn it!
Oh my god.
Your luck is muscle maximized, and every fiber of your being will be singing in sweet harmony.
Look at that. Oh.
Prodigious luck.
Shit, I mean, because I think he got something bad. He got something like...
My fortune was grave misfortune.
I don't know, it was bad.
Retribution is at hand. Can't read. Something about a chef's knife. So it must be a Tom Berry reference.
So I feel bad for him. You guys should like should go watch his like
real, or is it all just a fever dream?
This ending is a fever dream.
I'm bringing Final Fantasy to Camden Town. It's
shit.
reversed.
Settle up.
It's quite the ending side quest.
Let's ride. Go.
Yeah, it's like snowboarding. Early peak at snowboarding. That works. Yeah.
Meditations on the outlaw life. Cus's autobiography now in stock. Buy Cus's Meditations, or I'll stab the shit out of you till you do.
Pico's unknown journey will
Which version
continue.
of Corel prison do you like? Well, the OG one is a lot darker, so actually, I like both, bitch.
Great video as usual. Stavik, great fucking video as usual. Let me reshare in chat the link. So please go take a give it a like and subscribe to him. I'm already subscribed to him. But yeah, Thank you so much for that. That was a lot of fun. Oh my god, chat. It is 6:15. How in the hell is it 6:15? Fuck. I knew it was gonna be a long stream. All right. Well, let's buckle up for a little bit of NieR at least. But that was very good. I love that concept of like, it's like they keep talking about compatibility with the compilation rather than continuity. That was a really good like button on that concept. Said it much more simply than, or like clearly than I've thought about it before. NieR Replicant. We'll see how much we do of this versus like if there's a decent a chance that I run out of steam, but didn't want to play. We didn't get to play last week, so I just didn't expect to start around like 6 o'clock. I like this is a safe space for those who do and don't think it's a sequel. I appreciate it for that. Yeah, no problem, Mauricio. I have no problem with it. I have no problem with people having both reads because like nobody really knows. My issue is more like when people are like so set on like, I'm right. Even though I definitely have like feelings at times that I express of like, but how can it not be? So maybe I'm hypocritical in that sense sometimes, but I try to make it as open to all sorts of reads, you know? Sorry. All right, Neva. It's midnight. Oh my God. Yeah, have a good night. Yeah, people get hostile about it. Yeah. I feel like we're at a point where we can't really see what FF7 Remake is. I personally think it's still a remake with elements hinting at the OG compilation, but I'm open to being something else too. Yeah. Let's go to Grimoire Advice. What quest do I have? Mainly the lighthouse needs replacement parts for the lighthouse. Like 10. Oh yeah, that's it. I have to like go to the thing for that. A man milling about some near some pigs. Need some materials. Okay. Creaky water wheel. The young woman with the dog in the shopping district needs help repairing the village water wheel. Travels to Facade Strange Things store. Oh, that's right. That's right. And lastly, damaged map. Blacksmith has asked you to find the treasure map. Where do you look for such a thing? The map is heavily damaged. Perhaps Facade. Okay, so both of these need to go to Facade for like these side quests. Which I don't need to do all the side quests and stuff, but next, oh, I need to go to Junk Heap anyway. Okay. It's the same with KH3. I know Substack hasn't played KH, but the people that make it their personality to hate Remake are similar to KH3 haters, just endless bashing. Years later, it's boring. Interesting. Junk Heap time. Get out of my way. Shit, I forgot where exactly we were in the story, chat. Ow, fucker. I didn't know they could hit me while I'm on that thing.
Calm yourself. Haste will only lead you to making an ill-timed mistake. An unstable heart is the worst armor one can have.
No time for that, Vice. Gotta get to Yona.
Oh, that's a consume ability, which I can do. contain word halal. Zap him back. I was like, who is doing those attacks? It's our boy. Man, this little dude is buff. That's what makes me how people would waste energy obsessing over something they don't like. Yeah. I haven't played this yet, so I need to bounce. Thanks. How do you say your name, by the way? I couldn't quite tell the numbers. I'll say Rin for now. Yeah, this is my first playthrough of it. Junk Heap is this way. Yeah, he's learning for Sid's art. I'm just gonna ignore these guys. I do like the pole arm though. Or like the javelin, whatever it is that I'm using. I think it's my favorite weapon that he has so far. Feels like I just left my board to die, all those Heartless. Or Shades, rather. My first time catching you play Replicant. Hope you're having fun. It's one of my favorite games. Yeah, it's been good so far. Oh shit,
Man,
story.
There's gotta be tons of machinery here.
Yeah, but I don't know how much we can actually use.
Oh, wow. Check this out. It looks brand new.
Hey, be careful, all right? This place is dangerous.
I'll be
What's going on?
fine.
Is this a memory or is this... Oh shit.
Oh no!
Huh?
Crush him.
Look out!
Huh?
Oh, his brother got killed. Surprising lack of gore.
Oh god, this can't be happening! Jacob! Jacob!
I wonder if this is what happened to the brothers in the time in between. Like between part 1 and part 2 of this game, the 5 years or however long it's been. E33. Remember how sad this was before? Yep, still sad, sadder
The
even.
junk heap. Perhaps we should speak to the brothers. They might know something about this.
Well, I don't know if there's brothers anymore, though. Nope.
Oh, hey there. It's been a while.
Have I not come and seen these guys in the entire time between part 1 and part 2 of the story?
You're the little one, aren't you? You've grown up.
How fares your brother?
My brother's been dead for 4 years.
Fuck. Dude, we didn't show up this whole time?
I see. Please forgive the question.
It's okay.
I need to ask you something.
What is it?
You heard any rumors about shades around here? Not the little ones. I'm looking for one that's unusually big and powerful.
No, I haven't heard about anything like that. But I haven't really been listening.
I felt bad for this kid, damn. I'm so glad Yokotaro is getting to work on the new Evangelion. It's clearly NieR's biggest inspiration. Him being able to work on that franchise feels Yeah, he's talked about that. I haven't played enough NieR to know exactly how much it reflects Eva. So, because I've seen all of Eva, and I can kind of see maybe a couple things, but not enough yet. But that might just be because I haven't played enough NieR.
All I want is to destroy robots. Just rip them up.
Okay. Never mind then. See you later.
Wait!
Yes?
I recently got my hands on a weapon. A very powerful weapon. I thought you might get some use out of it.
Thank you.
This sword has seen better days.
Yeah, it's pretty beat up. I mean, there's potential, but it's fairly powerless right now.
Can you repair it?
I can repair anything with the proper materials.
I mean, it's possible that whatever new Eva thing they do, that it might be like a side thing or its own sort of story, or, you know, like it may not be a direct continuation.
If you'll fix it, I'll get the parts.
Just like in the world you've been going on.
I'm so glad I decided not to throw this out. I'm gonna need some memory alloy.
I don't think it would be... I don't know about trying to continue anything Shinji, you know?
Only the real big enemies on the second basement level have them, so watch yourself. Also, here's the passcode to get down there. Use it on the elevator.
You got it.
I'm gonna need some... Only the real big enemies on the...
You got it.
By the way, what can I help you with? Come back soon.
I need to go down to the junk heap anyway, because I need to get these materials for a side quest. Is this the main building together? Yeah, I think so. Maybe not. Go down the elevator. It's this one. Oh, Gideon doesn't get to meet Kaine or ML.
It's a shame about the older
Are they both
lad.
with me? Yeah.
He was but a child.
Sounds like you went into a dangerous area for the sake of the business.
So you're going to fetch parts to fix a lighthouse?
Yeah. There was this old lady that helped me once, and I'm fixing the lighthouse where she used to live.
Exactly who did the helping is a matter of debate. But regardless.
Wow! A lighthouse keeper. That sounds kind of romantic.
Indeed. She was nothing if
She
not
was
a
actually,
hopeless
yeah.
romantic.
Yeah. I guess she was.
Probably these guys are gonna be down here. Could just use the elevator. Might be the other room. This room, yeah. Oh, B2. That might be for... I don't know if I can get the stuff in the lighthouse in the same area as I go for Gideon stuff, but... The old lady who revealed the horrible truth to and brought the town closer together. Great side quest. I'm glad I told her the truth.
The elder brother.
Played this when it first came out, don't think I ever
joy
finished
for the
it.
sake
Feels
of his
bad.
sibling. Do you think he was ever truly happy?
Just making his little brother happy would have been enough. That's what being an older brother is like.
I detect not a whit of intelligence from within that clump of iron.
Who cares if it's smart when it can smash you into a pancake?
Wow, thanks, book. I feel so much better already.
Settings. Grab this bomb. Shit. Cool. Did I get anything that I needed? Alrighty, I'm gonna join with friends to watch some Sensei show. Alright, have a good night. Any broken lenses, broken batteries, and mysterious switches? On any of those yet? Which way do I need to go? That was the elevator, must have been. Wait, this is the elevator. Is this where I came from then? Like this way? Yeah. It's broken. We can do this again. Pro tip, temporarily changing the difficulty higher will increase drop rate. Yeah, I remember I could not find where to even change the difficulty. I went through this last time. Like, I went through all of this. I didn't even see a difficulty setting listed. Camera, obviously, it's not gonna be on the camera. Oh, there's just defaults and stuff. Yeah, I genuinely do not see where settings are. Like where difficulty settings are. Oh, I have to go back to like the title menu? That's annoying. I have no more magic to consume the things. Alright. I thought Absorb might actually be a pretty good thing to have, but it's not. Just gotta destroy this shit. Jesus. Ah. There's a lot of these dudes. Recharge. Yeah, that's right, this goes faster if I run it. Thank you, Stavik. Thank you for the video. It was a very good video. Like, this is gonna be a dead end. Yeah. Hywind's already here. How about? Something here. Is that the same robot that killed the brother. Kind of looks like it. Ow, shit. Damn, I fucked him up. Ow. See, I jumped through all that shit. Memory alloy. Strip bolts. Okay, more regular enemies. Shit, fuck you. Strip bolts and broken antennas. Honey, like, what took you? Okay. Did I pick up anything for this? I got 1 memory alloy, 3 titanium alloys, and 6 broken motors. Okay, so we're getting there. This way. So many different potential routes. Maybe not. This is definitely be a fight here. Oh, there they are. Broken battery. Okay, yeah. The bullet hell. Oh, except I'm the bullet generator. And all these drops, holy shit. Is that everything? I feel like I picked up so much shit. Oh, a lot of broken motors. So I have 2 of what I need. I need more titanium alloys. I also need stuff for this lighthouse. I still need broken lenses, broken batteries, mystery switches. Okay. I kind of want to double back though and go back to last, because I could have gone this way also, I think. Oh shit. I can't tell which way is like main story and which way is oh, we got more guys. Mysterious switches, I need those. Bunch of these dudes. I'm gonna pick this stuff up before I am unable to. Ow, shit. Okay. Oh, a bunch of mysterious switches I need. Still need that titanium alloy though. I know you were saying the drops improve if I but problem is The save point that I used was outside this, and now I don't have access to it. 2 different paths. Try this one first. What's going on, Lizzie? Okay, here we go. Oh, got top-down engagement. Hell yeah. It's always kind of sick. Shit. Oh, shit. That's kind of funny. It knocked me on top of this thing. Damn, there's a lot of dudes. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh shit, I'm getting fucked up. I'm gonna need Dark Gluttony. Holy shit. Shit. Alright, shit. Damn, this is actually pretty tough room. Holy shit. Fun though. It's literally a dead end room, just like a place to get parts. I got 4 mysterious switches out of that. Still no titanium alloys. Okay, we just ran through here. Oh! It's fucking Returnal. Bolts. Damn, it's a lot of strip bolts. This is the other way I could have gone. Another top-down room. Yep. Bombs popping up. Oh, not for anything. Could I use it on like exploding a wall or something? I could probably use it on. I could probably use one of those bombs. Looking around, you might have words that increase drop rate. Let me see. I think I do have one of those equipped, actually. Oh, word edit. Yeah, I have item drop rate plus 12 with one of these words. With Mahira, I think. Yeah, Mahira. Okay. I can use one of these bombs on that door, on this door. Yeah. Ow, fucker. Broken antennas, which I need. I figure I gotta be close to having all the broken antennas that I need. I think I might not have even needed that many. Who needed the broken antennas? This one. No, not this one. Who needed the broken antennas? I swore one of these needed broken antennas. Oh no, broken lenses. Okay, another one of these big boss rooms. Well, not boss, but there will be a... Oh, it is a boss, never mind. Charge it up, charge it up. Oh, damn it, wrong ability. Fuck. Ow. Oh, come on. I jumped. I tried to jump at least. There we go. Oh, titanium alloy. So I get the titanium alloy from these big boys. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. There more than one? No, just one. I gotta fight these while dealing with this thing. These guys. Oh. Yep. Okay, running out of juice. Ow, shit. Ow, fucker. Fucker. Eesh. Cooked. Titanium alloy is a common drop by this kind of robot. Rare drop with little bots. Got it. So I need to find a bunch of these guys then. Which, I wonder how many I have now from this thing. Only 4. I could have thought I had more than that. Because that seems like I only picked up 1 in that whole, this whole room encounter. Fuck, I don't know. I don't know where I came from, like where I am now compared to where I started. Junk Heap Depths is probably where I need to go. Does this mean I didn't go this way before? Oh, I didn't because there's a thing blocking. I can get another bomb. Are there bombs in here? No. I can get another bomb. I can get through that. That's to the Junkie B2, which is where I came from. I need to go this way. This is a dead end, right? Yeah. Oh. Something triggered. Hold on, I need to run to the bathroom again real quick. Give me 1 second, chat. Okay, we're back. Oh, this is different. It's this way. This is very fucking cool looking though. Nothing? Okay. Severed cable. God, this is such a cool location here. That's cool. Looks like it's a diaper. Damn, am I out of health drops? Oh. Just takes me to the first floor? Oh, that seems kind of anticlimactic. I thought it was going to take me someplace much deeper. Oh, it's a save point here. Fuck is... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I just took a peek at that. I didn't mean to do that, but... This is the boss room, right? From the beginning of the game? I think so. Weapon testing area. I feel like this is where we... Yeah. It takes me to the surface. God damn it. That would be okay because we just saved. You can just load that save again, and yeah, I can load this save again, which is actually kind of fine because then I can change the difficulty to increase the drop rate. Let's do that. Aha. But when I load, will it still recognize the hard mode? I wonder. Hopefully. Oh, so I can't even move forward here because I need a bomb to blow that door open. Oh, shit. Where do I need to go for this kid exactly? Kind of like Emil was stuck in that room for a hot second. These things are not dying as fast, so yeah, I think it is hard mode. I don't get the goods for that though. Is there anything I could do with the middle thing here? If I shoot this, do anything? No. Let me get up there. How do I get over to that door? Yeah. That's where I came from. look at the map. Just enjoying the vibes. Thank you. I'm trying to figure out where I'm going exactly. Feels like maybe I could just return to the entrance. Because like even when I press pause, it says go to the brother store at the junk heap, so I probably got what I needed. But I'm trying to get the other things that I need. Side quests. The door turned red, so I assume there's... Oh, fuck it. Fight. There's more enemies with difficulty up a little bit. Broken motors, severed cables, broken batteries. Alright, did I get anything else that I needed from that? I had the 10 broken batteries. I don't have any broken lenses. Mysterious switches. I have more than enough broken motors. See the big boys. Do they just respawn in those rooms where I fought them last time? Do not drop a lot of health here. Which ability do I have? Dark Gluttony. Okay. A lot of dudes here. Okay. Antennas. Broken arms. Where does this lead to? Keep B2. Oh yeah, this. Can't open that. I don't know if I want to just go back to where for that. Or was I just now? I was. Oh, that's right, because I took the turn as a junk heap. Will this room respawn? And to redo this again? I do. just did this. Now I'm just like getting scrap. Broken lenses are rare drops in regular ground robots. Got it. Which are probably, so they're like more in the, are the regular robots, like you said, regular ground, so they just like in the main first area? It's like right now I'm in the lower areas, so I probably don't even need to be down here with those drops. Am I understanding that right? I'm getting a little bit better at the combat, though. So I need to fight more of the big boys. It does feel like it's a farming type of thing where you just like to fight these enemies again. And probably, I assume all these enemies respawn. Oh shit. Someone behind me. Damn, this dude's not dead yet? Ow. They're just farming. Got it. Can do that one. I might have to do that maybe a different day. I can just farm this off stream probably. Probably do one more. Oh no, this is not the big guy fight. This is more little enemies. Ow, fucker. Oh shit. Damn. Shit. How did I get knocked back? You can wait until later to finish these off. You can do these side quests at pretty much any time, yeah. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting. Oh, Jesus Christ. I do like that this like move like kind of cancels out anything that's currently active in the map in terms of these types of moves. They all disappear. Nice. Alright. Got these boys out. Let's head back to the main. How do I get back now? If I go to the depths, the depths is actually the cleanest way back. So that'll lead me to the elevator. This leads me to the room with the save point and hole. Once I defeat these things. And look at all the shit I picked up. A million broken batteries now. Alright, which one needs to go? This way. This would be the room with the save point, I think. Maybe not. Or maybe right past here. I know this leads to this room. Fuck. Alright, I gotta just run past all these dudes. And playing NieR. Alright, go to the first floor. I think this leads me to the tram, though. Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. I found it. One of your favorites? This is my first time. I'm enjoying it so far. I'm 21 hours in, as you can see. Back this way so I can take the elevator back up. I do like when like maps have like interlinking things like this, like reminds me a little bit of Bloodborne. It's like as long as you remember where to go, you can like find your way easily to the surface. A little shortcut. Talk to the, not the quite the brothers.
That's some pretty impressive stuff you found.
Yeah,
I'll
right,
start upgrading your weapon right away. And since you did me a favor, I won't even charge you for it.
Nice, even though I didn't come visit you in the 4 years when your brother died. But...
Well, actually, this is gonna take a little more time than I thought. No sense in you waiting around. I'll send you a letter once it's ready.
Why does this voice sound familiar? IMDb, NieR Replicant. This voice sounds familiar. Yuri Lowenthal is my first, yeah, it's my first Drakengard NieR game. So it's fucking Spider-Man, chat. And Johnny from FF7. Holy shit, it's fucking Peter Parker, aka Johnny. Oh, Sasuke Ichi. Is that, I assume that's from an anime, but I'm not sure what character that is.
That would be great.
Wow. Oh, Naruto. Yeah, I'll be playing Automata after I finish
free
this.
Time on our hands.
Oh shit. Oh, is there like a Jake? What would you suggest here? It's good if you're actually playing this game before Automata. Yeah, that was the intent. I know it came before Automata also. I know technically you can play Automata first, but I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna do it the way it came out. Is there any suggestion on the better one to do first? Force of the Myth or Popola? Not sure? Okay. Although I was honestly like likely gonna... Part 2 is kind of non-linear. Got it. I mean, I'm kind of drawn more to Force of the Myth because that was really cool. Probably Force of the Myth got the hard part out of the way. Oh no. Although honestly, I was probably gonna end stream now. Like I know we just started not so long ago with the game, but I mean, I spent all day preparing for today's stream with the big FF7 chat that we did. And then we did that reaction video, and I'm a little bit drained. We have done over 7 hours. But it also means like next week will probably be heavily NieR, because we talked more than enough FF7 stuff this week. Both got you addicted once you're locked in. Let me just see if I can... No, I don't even have a good guide. That's right. I don't think it really... I'm leaning toward Force of the Myth. Which I don't think it's gonna take us directly to Force of the Myth. I think it's gonna like make that the next objective. And then I end up I can save and run there and stuff. I'm leaning Forest.
Popola said we might be able to find something in the Forest of Myth.
You will forgive me if I seem less than enthusiastic about such a trick.
Oh man, I don't know. So I could call it here, but I do love the Force of the Myth. How long is the Force of the Myth part, Sparkin? Do you think? Where's the forest again? There we go. Is it, which way is it outside of the southern, eastern? I forget. It's what do you remember depend on you. All right, we'll save it for next week. Next week we'll be like heavily NieR. We'll do like a little bit of our standard sort of FF7 talk. This week was long because we had 2 big things to tackle. We had the video that we just had like the whole Google Slides, 115 slides that I did to talk through. And then we had the reaction to Stylic's very good video. But it is almost 7:30 and I was like working on the preparation stuff for today's stream until like you saw it. It's like 2 something in the morning, and then it's been like my entire weekend. So I'm gonna try to get some like rest. I think would probably be best. So with that in mind, wrong screen. Our next stream will be on Thursday, April 16th. So next Sunday will be more NieR, and then on Thursday will be more FF8. Let me see if there's anybody to raid into. Oh, Tiff is back. That's right, she's back. She's playing 14, which is appropriate since I'm also gonna be heading to FF14 Fan Fest with her and a couple friends. So let's go raid over there. I gotta get back into 14. I gotta do a little 14 tonight, ideally. After I like get a little TV time, eat, all that stuff. Easy mid, I'm sorry. But Yeah, so this is fun. I mean, that Stavik video is really good. I hope you guys enjoyed the conversation that we had in terms of like the gameplay and stuff that they could do in part 3. Thank you so much, Sparkin, for the follow. I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was a lot of that was a whole lot that we dug into. But I thought it was a good chat. So with that, I will raid into TIFF, but again, I will see you guys on Thursday and then next Sunday. Next Sunday will be the last stream before FanFest, so there will be like one Sunday that I miss. There'll be 2 Thursdays that I miss because of FanFest. But just a heads up. But we'll be back in full swing in May as well. But next Sunday we're on, this Thursday we're on, and I'll see you all then. All right, have a good night. Later.